Chapter 1359. What a pretty space bird. I think I recall an odd occurrence when my wife was still pregnant with him. I never really thought much of it till you mentioned this, Mr. Tristan said with a reminiscent look. What is it? EE asked with a tone of curiosity. In deep space, Gustav stood before a sleeping Circe with a conflicted expression. You know you could just send her back if you're not interested in babysitting anyone, the system voiced from the side. I would, but she made her choice. Although I feel a little distress bringing a teenage girl along with us, I am confident enough in protecting her at least, Gustav answered while folding his hands. Teenage girl? She is 18, the system scoffed. Still a teenage girl, Gustav stated. Because she calls you daddy. Get your head out of your smelly ass, you're not much older, the system spat. You really gotta work on your attitude. I would have mistaken you for a teenage girl on her period had you not been a computerized being with sentience, Gustav said before turning around. What? A teenage girl on her period? How dare you? Take that back, you damned virgin. Take it back. The system began throwing tantrums, but Gustav ignored her completely while strapping in. We're closing in on Tracheowarstar. We should get there in about 4 hours, Gusta announced while recalling a few scenarios. 9 months ago they are coming, Endrik said to Gustav within the establishment where they were kept. I know. I'm glad I got to speak to Angius' parents yesterday even though they weren't very welcoming of me. Gustav had spoken to Angius' parents a day prior. He didn't want to leave Earth without assuring the poor people that he would get their daughter back no matter the cost. Angi's parents had been heartbroken from the moment the Earth ISOP participants returned without their daughter. The MBO officials who addressed her claimed Angie was lost in the destruction, claiming she was forever gone. Gustav had visited them without anyone's knowledge that he even left the current facility. Recalling how they reminded him of how he promised to keep their daughter safe, Gustav couldn't help but feel like a great failure. He made another promise to recover their daughter after assuring them that she wasn't dead. Endrik, you take the other spacecraft and make sure you visit the locations we talked about to gather as much info as you can. They probably won't send many troops after you since we're splitting up. I'll drag them away from you as much as I can so you won't be hindered, Gustav said to Endrik. Are you going to let them capture you? Eric inquired. For our plan to go smoothly, especially with the task I've given EE, yes, but I will let them pursue me for some time first and let it be that they captured me due to ES help. I will only stay in their custody for a bit and rendezvous with you on the Tracheowarstar, Gustav answered calmly. To think you didn't even get to enjoy your stay on Earth for more than a few days after our return, Endrik let out a little sigh. It is fine. We have 3 priorities currently. Getting Angie and Falco back, retrieving the sacred items, and recovering the machine I built to investigate the warp demodulator. We'll focus on taking care of the first one when we rendezvous on the Tracheowarstar. I'm counting on you to recover the warp demodulator reading machine for me, Gustav pointed out with enough detail. Lightsonville understood. Be careful please, Endrik responded while stretching his fist forward. Gustav nodded while bumping his fist lightly with a smile. You too, kiddo. Immediately after their brief discussion ended, loud knocks were heard at the entry points of the medical room they had inhabited. Bam! 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 Gustav crimson. We are here to take you in. Resisting capturing will result in the use of lethal force. Loud voices were heard from the entry point as armed MBO officers knocked with enough force to blast the entrance down, repeatedly. Endrik had barricaded the surroundings with telekinetic walls so the assailants' knocks were unable to get in. Zing tilde, a blue light engulfed Gustav and Endrik's figure and they vanished in the next instant. Bang! The doors and west side of the walls came crashing down in the next instant as MBO officers trooped in large numbers. Where are they? Damn it! Did they already know what we were up to? The disappointed voices of the officers rang out as they looked around while some of them dashed out of the premises in a bid to chase after Gustav and Endrik. Present it's all good since their chase helped me clear a lot of system quests and gain benefits, Gustav muttered as he recalled evolving a few more skills in the 9 months. One of the best boons would be improving his bloodline rank despite burying 99% of his essence in planet Vespa soil. His original bloodline, genetic manipulation, was now able to do some things that he never thought were possible. I can't genetically assimilate an entire person's body, but if I somehow become capable of mixing that with shapeshifting, I will be able to use anyone's ability without taking it from them. Gustav was thinking about how he took General Quasp's arm's form from a biological, cellular, and genetic aspect and used his ability to manipulate the world-splitting axe. A phenomenon that was impossible with ordinary shapeshifting. He gushed at the potential of this ability, but currently, it had very huge limitations. Should have a little information for me after talking to Falco's father. Once Endrik and I manage to make some progress out here, we will return to Earth, Gustav decided. It's high time ID. Before Gustav could complete his sentence, he sensed something and turned left. He instantly tapped a control button on the panel. Defense mode engaged. A loud computerized voice suddenly rang out as the silvery spacecraft suddenly changed into a black color on the exterior while blazing through space. Bang! A loud crash rang out in the next moment, causing the spacecraft to quake intensely. What is going on? Upon the crash, Circe suddenly jolted awake. Nothing much, just a bunch of fools who just made a very terrible mistake, Gustav voiced while getting up from his seat. A large 3-story building-sized spacecraft suddenly appeared in their rear view, causing Circe's eyes to widen in confusion. Who are they? She questioned cutely. Static. Before Gustav could reply, a little static sound rang out within their spacecraft, and what came next was a masculine voice. Kia. What a pretty bird. A loud maniacal laughter rattled the speakers within the spacecraft. This space bird now belongs to us. You can either surrender peacefully or we take it by force, the voice resounded again. Gustav tapped on a button as bloodline energy began to gather around him. How about you surrender yours to me instead? Gustav's voice transmission was sent to the spacecraft shadowing them. Kia. There must be a comedian on board that pretty bird. Prepare to crack your jokes in the afterlife, comedian. Immediately after the weird masculine voice finished transmitting, the inverted cross-shaped spacecraft closed in on them while massive weapon cannons phased out of it. Circe sat with childlike awe in her eyes. She had nothing to fear when Gustav was with her. Gustav shook his head in pity before turning around. He reappeared above his sphere-shaped spacecraft the moment 2 massive green beams were shot forward. Gustav's palm emitted a bright milky glow as he thrust it forward with intensity. Take this. The milky glow made contact with the first massive green beam. It was like an ant had just made contact with an elephant because of the disparity in their sizes, but in the next moment, the beam began to twirl. The beam on the left vanished before it could even make contact with the spacecraft, while the one on the right continuously ripped forward. Who the hell is that person? Within the control room of the other spacecraft, an unknown group watched with their jaws dropping to the floor. Gustav leaped forward at this point, tearing through the second incoming green beam with his bare body. Before the people within the other spacecraft could react, loud alarms began blaring. Weapon Systems 1 has gone offline. Weapons System 2 has gone offline. Weapons System 3 has gone offline. It was almost like everything was happening at the same time as the space bandits noticed from one of the footage that Gustav was ripping the weapons out of the spacecraft like they were nothing and flinging them away. Deploy Star Charge now. The one in command yelled. But boss, we will lose some compartments, one of the subordinates voiced cautiously. Do it now. Their boss couldn't spare the decision a second thought as he witnessed what the monster before them was doing to their spacecraft. Star Charge is activating. 3, 2, 1. A bright, fluorescent-colored light suddenly engulfed their side of space. Chapter 1360. Keep your apology. A bright fluorescent-colored light suddenly engulfed their side of space. Along with the burst of light, came a surge of energy that rippled across space. Bam! Gustav's spacecraft up ahead got hit by the Star Charge and tumbled forward uncontrollably, before crashing into a moon up by the side. He should have gotten obliterated with that attack. The leader of the group of space bandits, who had a lamb-like physique and a camel-shaped face, let out a sigh of relief. The others around him seemed to be different species of aliens dressed rather shabbily. They were quite the motley crew. "Boss, I knew it was a bad idea to go after that space bird," one of them spoke from his side. "Shut up, Paxi. Everything is a bad idea to you," the camel face-shaped leader of the space bandits said before stepping forward to assess the damage done to their ship. "That bastard was hella strong." The camel face-shaped was distraught about how he would have to spend money to fix the damages caused to their ship. Instead of a gain, they had encountered a loss. Good thing he is dead now. This realization gave him a bit of satisfaction. "Who says I am?" A deep masculine voice suddenly cooed out from behind. Everyone instantly froze the moment they heard him while the leader slowly turned around. The moment he spotted the humanoid figure standing at the entry point of the control room, chills ran across his body. "How are you still?" Before he could complete his sentence, the 63 human figure with dirty blonde hair appeared in front of him. To the leader of the space bandits, it felt like he teleported. Kuek tilde the leader let out a belch as he got grabbed by the throat and lifted. The others around wanted to arm themselves with weaponry, but they couldn't even move. Their legs and arms felt frozen in place due to fear. The pressure that the man before them emitted caused sweat to run down their bodies like they were dipped in a pool. One of the space bandits wiped his forehead and temples, another could have sworn he felt wetness between his legs. Gustav had them all in an invisible chokehold. Right before their eyes, he had taken a blast of their star charge and came out unscathed. They all wondered if weaker technological weapons would just be like needles trying to prick his skin. "Please SP pair M, E great one," the leader managed to utter as Gustav's grip tightened on his throat. "Oh, you suddenly turned into an ass kisser. What happened to you wanting to take my pretty space bird?" Gustav questioned with pettily. "GRE, at one eye apple. Log eyes for the blunder," the leader replied in a shrill voice. "Keep your apology. I will be taking your spacecraft," Gustav said before flinging the leader away. The leader watched as Gustav took command of the spacecraft and turned it around. Gustav wasn't even bothered about the crew behind whom he left untouched. He knew very well that with the strength he displayed, they had zero will to attack him. The bandits' spacecraft arrived on the small moon Gustav's spacecraft crashed into and they descended. Cersei and the system in physical manifestation were already standing outside. Cersei had a spacesuit on while the system stood on the moon undisturbed by the lack of oxygen in space. A trail of frost had begun to spread from Cersei's position to the surroundings as she conjured gigantic spikes in a bid to attack the descending spacecraft. The system held her hand before she could go through with it and said, "It's him." Within the helmet of the spacesuit, Cersei's face lit up and the frost began to retract. The spacecraft was almost 4 times the size of theirs, so its descent had cast a little shadow on the moon due to the illumination from the giant, glowing, planet-sized stars in the distance. People began to fall from the spacecraft and landed in different positions all across the moon. They were the crew members of the spacecraft along with their leader, but they weren't falling out. Gustav was throwing them out himself. "Please don't leave us here. We'll run out of air and die," the leader of the space bandits pleaded. Since there was no sound in space, it would have been impossible to hear the leader, but they all had their spacesuits on, so communication was still possible. "That is your problem, not mine," Gustav answered through the communication panel within the spacecraft before disconnecting. The leader and the other crew members kept pleading, but Gustav ignored them. Cersei was beamed up alongside the sphere-shaped spacecraft while the system just appeared within since Gustav was already inside. Druwu tilde the spacecraft zoomed off in the next instant, leaving the former crew in place. "Daddy, you're safe." Cersei jumped into Gustav's embrace the moment they got into the control room. "Yeah." Gustav patted her back twice before disengaging. "You should probably stop calling Daddy and start calling me Gustav," he added. "Okay, Daddy," Cersei smiled cutely. What is the matter, Daddy?" "Never mind." Gustav nearly facepalmed as he turned away to face the panels and holographic images of different areas within and outside the spacecraft. While they resumed traveling after the little mishap, the system analyzed the damages to their original spacecraft and reported back to Gustav on the areas that needed repairs. "I'll do that after meeting up with Endrik," Gustav said to her as they continued to cruise across space. About 3 hours later, The spacecraft began to close in on a massive green rock in the distance that seemed to be emitting a large volume of gases while traveling across space. The rock was as large as a quarter of Earth but moving much faster. Unlike other orbital bodies, it didn't have a movement pattern, nor was it circulating any larger orbital body. One couldn't even see the surface due to the volume of gases it emitted. Fortunately, despite its extremely quick movement across space, their spacecraft was faster. Gustav closed in on the massively green space rock and made sure to maintain a steady speed the moment they were only a few paces from its center of gravity. "We have arrived at the Trachea War star," Gustav muttered while leaving the spacecraft on autopilot. Circe still had a look of cluelessness on her face while staring at the holographic projection that displayed footage of the green rock below. "Is that where we are going?" she inquired. "That is where I am going, alone," Gustav answered. "Circe wants to come with you," Circe voiced while unstrapping. "No," Gustav answered bluntly while grabbing his red long jacket from the side and draping it around his shoulders. The gases oozing from the Trachea War star are extremely dangerous. Should anyone get even 10,000 feet close, they will get evaporated and turn into gases themselves, Gustav said while covering his entire figure with a layer of milk-colored energy. "Even the spacecraft can't descend beyond this level or it would corrode as well," he added. Circe had a look of disbelief on her face as she responded, "But father, you said your brother is down there." "Yes. Endrik is powerful enough to survive there with ease. You on the other hand would turn into vapor before you manage to reach the surface, so I am going down there alone," Gustav answered while stepping forward. Circe had a slightly frightened look after hearing that and stared at the green gases polluting space that was emitting from the rock below them. "Stay here. I will be back as soon as I can." Gustav arrived at the hatch area. "At least Kira is here with me," Circe voiced while hugging the system which was sitting in place with a disinterested expression. "Lightsfell, did she name the system?" "That's weird." Gustav raised his left eyebrow for a moment before replying. "She will vanish soon. She can't stay too far from me, but don't worry, the spacecraft will keep following the current speed of the Trachea War star. I'll be back," Gustav added before vanishing. Fu Hui tilde a barely noticeable dot could be spotted descending towards the massive rock blazing across space. It soon disappeared into the green mist. "Big Brother has arrived." Within the dense green mist, Endrik suddenly stood to his feet. The small fire blazing on the ground before him slightly illuminated a pile of beastly corpses behind him as he stepped forward. Fuera tilde intense wind suddenly surged forth, clearing the mist across a radius of 10,000 feet. At the far end, Endrik could spot a humanoid figure charging at him with great speed. He was first alarmed by the energy this figure emitted, which could undoubtedly destroy the entire star on which he stood. A smile appeared on his face as the figure arrived before him in the next moment. "Big Brother," Endrik muttered. "Hey kiddo," Gustav replied while stretching his fist out. Chapter 1361. Catching up on the Trachea War star. Endrik reached out and exchanged a fist bump with Gustav. "Maybe I should be the one calling you Big Brother," Gustav added after noticing the facial hair on Endrik's face. They both started chuckling almost immediately afterwards as Gustav wrapped his arm around the back of Endrik's neck before pulling him in. Moments later they sat before the fire and began catching up. "Did you really slaughter half the population of the beasts on the Trachea War star?" Gustav said with a look of astonishment as his senses spread across the entire star. "They wouldn't stop coming, so I had to use them as a wall," Endrik answered bashfully. From what Gustav could sense, there was a circular wall barricade around them at the moment. The barricade was made from the corpses of the beast Endrik had slaughtered. Gustav had to jump over a side of corpses that was hundreds of feet tall before he could arrive within the barricade to meet up with Endrik. The space within covered more than a 20,000 feet radius, which went on to show just how many of these creatures he had slaughtered since he had arrived there. On the bright side, the barricade did its job of deterring any beast from approaching. Seeing the pile of corpses was enough to tell them that this was a restricted area. "I'm sure you must have lost count of how many came at you." Gustav shook his head in pity for the poor creatures. However, he was inwardly proud of his little brother's progress. "At least I was able to gather the 8 tartan hearts needed," Endrick answered before pointing his finger in a particular direction. Zing tilde 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 zing tilde. 8 massive building-sized organs appeared in a lined-up format behind Gustav. Good job, Gustav nodded in approval. You keep praising my deeds and improvement, but I pale in comparison to yours. I sensed your energy earlier. It felt like being in the presence of an alpha, Endrick said with a tone of adoration. Mare, I may have improved a lot in strength, but you still did way more than me in these last 9 months, Gustav replied. Not at all. You got chased down by the MBO. Got caught, escaped, got chased again, and this time from planets under the Alliance, fought them off, kept fleeing, arrived at planet Vesper and retrieved the ancient hourglass, all while improving your strength and abilities. You did a lot, big brother, Endrick listed out. You went to the Har-Arche point to get the 3rd sacred item, then came all the way here to acquire 8 tartan hearts required to get information on the other dimension Angie and Falco got lost in, and not to mention the fact that you traveled past 17 galaxies to retrieve the machine I created to read the flow of the warp demolator. Gustav also listed out the things Endrick had been up to since they separated. About the machine for the warp demolator. Endrick stopped Gustav before he could continue. What about it? Gustav inquired. Zing tilde. A chunk of an oddly shaped item appeared in between them. This is what I recovered, Endrick said while pointing at the head-sized device. Where is the rest of it? Gustav questioned. Endrick shook his head in response. This was all I saw. I was confused as well. Gustav reached out to grab the device, which was obviously half of its original size, and tapped on the buttons attached to the sides multiple times. Either something tampered with this or, the warp demolator appeared there, Gustav muttered with a suspicious look. Big brother, I don't understand what this warp demolator thing is supposed to be. Endrick had a look of confusion on his face. It's a long story. I'll just insert the information into your mind, Gustav voiced while getting to his feet. Mental manipulation has been activated. Gustav placed his index finger on Endrick's forehead and information began to flow into his mind. After a couple of seconds, Gustav retracted his finger and took a seat back on the ground. So, besides the current predicament of the one who shall not be named and Falco, there is still a situation that is currently brewing which could potentially cause havoc in the universe and nobody is aware. Endrick questioned with a dumbstruck expression. Scientist Zill is aware and maybe a few others, but the ones in leadership don't really care. They didn't take it seriously, Gustav replied. This makes me question everything. According to what you have discovered so far, if planet Humbad was never destroyed, why did the Slarkovs lie? Where did the meteors come from? The energies formed that caused the evolution of Earth did not come from planet Humbad's destruction, so where did they come from? Endrick couldn't stop himself from yapping away. That's what I am trying to figure out. That's why I am looking for planet Humbad since it got moved from its original location in space. There is a place called Dimension 6 on it that I need to locate and I only have a little over a year left to find it. I still don't know what the warp demolator is and why it has the capacity to swallow up entire orbital bodies and cough them out in an entirely different location. It is super unpredictable and stealthy since the Alliance isn't aware of it. Gustav paused as he raised the device in his grasp. This machine would have helped me understand it a little better and predict its appearance to an extent, but... Gustav shook his head as he stared at the part of the device that had a missing piece. Can you rebuild it? Endrick inquired. It took me months to create it and the resources needed are on Earth. I don't have months to spare. Gustav shook his head while recalling all of the things they needed to do. He was also worried that things would end up the same way should he dedicate another couple of months to building it. The chip is gone. It would have given me the information I needed, Gustav voiced before letting go of the device. Who knows why the Slarkovs kept this a secret from the start? If only there was a way to question the old Slarkovs on this. They would have known something about it, but it's been millennia. They're all long gone. Endrick shook his head. Silence ensued for a few seconds as Gustav tapped the incomplete device twice. Someone did this. He broke the silence. How do you know? And what would their objective be? Endrick inquired. I created this machine to be anti-warp demolator resistant. Even if it was swallowed up, which it wasn't, The chip was built to escape. Someone did this, Gustav stated. How do we find them? Endrik asked. How long have you had this in your possession? Gustav inquired while raising the incomplete device. It's been over 3 months, Endrik answered. SJ. Gustav called out. Zing tilde, a circular transparent object appeared before them. The surface of the object looked incredibly smooth like glass, but one could see a large fluorescent glow within. This fluorescent glow was as large as an adult fist and had a pair of hollow eyes within. Yes, master. Wordings appeared in mid-air, right above it. Did you keep tabs on where I sent this? Gustav questioned while holding up the incomplete device. Yes, I did, the jewel responded. Good. I need a playback from over 3 months ago. Can you show me? Gustav requested. Playback from over 3 months ago coming up. Gustav and Endrik watched with keen eyes as the body of the sacred jewel turned completely white as it began playing footage from a particular location in space. Earth within a large but dimly lit room, a group of 4 in silver-decorated MBO uniforms sat in a circle. 3 were present in holographic format, so their faces were darkened to the point where they couldn't be properly seen, but their uniforms were very visible. The one who seemed to be present physically seemed quite elderly and had a diamond-like shard embedded into his forehead. This is no joke. Countermeasures need to be put in place immediately, Grand Commander Shen declared urgently. Grand Commander Shen, I understand your claims, but could it be that you have gotten rusty? How does a random assailant blast an Alfranked mixed blood away easily? 2 of the other 4 Grand Generals questioned. Rusty? Might I remind you 2 of who you're calling Rusty? Grand Commander Shen voiced in a tone that caused the surroundings to tremble. Grand Commander Kim. Grand Commander Soraya. Let us not disrespect one another. Grand Commander Shen had been at the forefront for some time handling matters that should have been distributed properly amongst the 4 of us. The other Grand Commander cautioned the rest. Thank you, Grand Commander Light. That being said, when this person appeared, I felt like I was in the presence of someone almost as powerful as Jack and Mac, Grand Commander Shen revealed. Tier 1 and 2 privilege is now available for purchase. Chapter 1362 The Void Stepper. Thank you, Grand Commander Light. That being said, when this person appeared, I felt like I was in the presence of someone almost as powerful as Jack and Mac, Grand Commander Shen revealed. What? The 3 other Grand Commanders simultaneously voiced out in disbelief. Grand Commander Shen, are you certain of this? Grand Commander Light questioned. He looked completely baffled. I would not have called for this meeting if I wasn't. This could become a great threat if countermeasures are not put in place, Grand Commander Shen answered. You said almost as powerful as Jack and Mac, but almost still means their strength is not up to par. We shouldn't be too worried since Jack and Mac would be able to take care of them if needed. Grand Commander Soraya's feminine voice resonated unperturbed. Anyone on that level of power, which is beyond the strength of all 4 of us, is not to be underestimated. It seemed like they came for the Death Angel, and I can guarantee you, they would have gotten the creature if they didn't suddenly vanish. Its impromptu appearance is one that was most certainly unexpected. Considering how easily they broke into the underwater lab, under the nose of over 100 MBO officers and easily overpowered me, there is no stopping them from doing that again despite the change in location of where the creature is held, Grand Commander Shen voiced lengthily. This assailant you speak of. Any idea on who they are? Grand Commander Kim inquired. He sounded troubled. I don't know. But I don't believe that being of Earth. They didn't emit bloodline energy. There seemed to be a sort of chaotic energy mixed within what I sensed, some sort of instability, Grand Commander Shen added to this analysis. What does that even mean? Grand Commander Soraya questioned. I don't know, there is a lot that I don't understand. Grand Commander Shen rested his elbows on the floating transparent table in their midst and merged his fingers with a disturbed look. I can't tell them about the research progress on the other dimension just yet. They are prone to making decisions that I may not be suited to. It would be very unwise for us to finally succeed in cracking that dimension open, only to send MBO officers to their deaths. Grand Commander Shen recalled everything Dr. Markle told him. He figured that with the pride of the MBO, They wouldn't be willing to accept such claims about the pyramid of power within the other dimension and how they would not survive up to a minute in there. With the Death Angels considered to not be the highest on the hierarchy yet being 1,000 times more powerful than him who was supposed to be an alpha, everyone would surely find it ridiculous. Not even Jack was that powerful, and yet he was considered the top 5 strongest beings in the universe based on the New Age rankings of powerful beings under the Alliance that have been active for the last couple of centuries. Grand Commander Shen decided that he would not be informing them of the progress of this research yet till more information was discovered. From what you have mentioned, Grand Commander Shen, this being was after the Emir Death Angel? Grand Commander Light tried to confirm the current information he was passing. That is the best possible deduction for now. The timing, their pattern, and behavior were all pointing toward that, Grand Commander Shen responded. If there is a possibility that it may appear the second time, we should expect it to come for the Death Angel again. I suggest we call Jack back to Earth and have him guard the current research center where the creature is being kept, Grand Commander Light suggested logically. I agree with Grand Commander Light. If Jack returns, it would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Well, have him protect the research center so the scientists can keep making progress, and if that being was to ever appear again, he could capture them, Grand Commandeer Kim chimed in. What do you think, Grand Commander Soraya? Grand Commander Shen questioned. Why does it matter what I think, when you 3 already agreed with this course of action? Grand Commander Soraya sounded a little disgruntled. Then it is decided. Jack will be called to return to Earth with utmost urgency. Until his arrival, I will keep watch over the new research center where the Death Angel is kept, Grand Commander Shen stated. Agreed, do inform us of any progress, Grand Commander Shen understood. This meeting is adjourned, Grand Commander Shen announced. 3-3-3-3 The projection of the 3 other Grand Commanders vanished in the next instant, leaving only Grand Commander Shen sitting in place. He sat in silence within the dimly lit environment for a bit before standing to his feet. Why do I feel uneasy about asking Jack to return to Earth? He muttered with a disturbed look. We are really dealing with something that is beyond us here, but for the sake of our future generations, we need to handle it. Upon saying this, the image of a blonde-haired person appeared in his mind. I hope the kid is okay. The Trachea War Star so we are going back to Earth? Endrick questioned with a slightly disturbed look. Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice here, Gustav said while reaching out to grab the sacred jewel which had just finished showing a long playback that lasted for nearly 12 hours. Fortunately, the 12 hours of playback was sped up so it packed up to 2 months of footage within, and now the problem had been revealed to Gustav. It was something he never expected to see. He saw himself appear in the footage and tamper with the device. Same hair, same face, same height, same skin color, a literal copy of himself. At first, Gustav suspected it could be a shapeshifter. While shapeshifters were extremely rare, he knew he couldn't be the only shapeshifter in the universe. However, he realized something. Which shapeshifter will be aware of the exact location in space where he kept the warp demolator reading machine? Which shapeshifter would display his exact facial expressions and demeanor to such perfection? And more importantly, which shapeshifter would be capable of using his atomic manipulation abilities to dismantle the device and take the chip? There is only one person I suspect could be capable of this. Scientist Zill, Gustav said with a tone of certainty. The scientist who helped you with the planetary placement dimensional theory? Endrick asked. Yes, Gustav answered. How? Endrick looked confounded as he further questioned Gustav. Well, I let him stick his needle in me for the betterment of humanity. I guess I shouldn't have done that. Gustav shook his head in disappointment. He really trusted scientist Zill during the period they worked together, which prompted him to help in creating the Arkham serum using his cells. Gustav didn't expect something like this to happen and secretly hoped his speculations were wrong. Because if they weren't, he would have to deal with scientist Zill. Endrick could half understand what Gustav was hinting at, so he stopped asking about scientist Zill, but still, he worried. Then, what do we do about the information we were supposed to exchange for 8 tartan hearts? The location of the Zelios Tower is literally in the opposite direction of Earth, Endrick said, feeling conflicted. Let us head to the Zelios Tower first. It shouldn't take us a lot of time to conclude our business there. We could double back to Earth with my dimensional bracelet. 2 stop spatial points should get us to Earth very quickly, but it will run out of energy when we arrive back there, so we will need to be careful and try as much as possible not to get ourselves into a situation where we need the dimensional bracelet to escape, Gustav explained lengthily. It will take us approximately a month of travel to get to Zelios Tower. Which means in a month and a few days we should be back on Earth. Endrik calculated. Yes. With the dimensional bracelet, our journey back should only take a couple of moments. So long as we conclude our business in the Zelios Tower quickly, we can get back to Earth almost immediately. Gustav answered with a tone of certainty. To Zelios Tower it is then, Endrik voiced while his body levitated above the ground. Gustav nodded and levitated as well. I almost forgot. Endrik landed on his feet and snapped his finger. Zing tilde, a pair of green and gold glowing battle boots appeared in Endrik's grasp. The Void Stepper, he said while handing the boots over to Gustav. The boots emitted such an ancient aura of energy that the entirety of the Trachea War Star began quaking. It felt like space was contracting around the boots, causing orbital body Esto draw closer. Chapter 1363 The Zelios Tower. It emitted a great attraction energy that Gustav couldn't quite fathom. Damn, this color is going to make my outfit look bad. Gustav broke the initial silence that plagued the environment after accepting the Void Stepper. There was no doubt that this sacred item was very powerful, but Gustav still didn't know what it could do. Just put it on. You should be powerful enough to use it at your current level of strength, Endrik said to Gustav. I haven't received any information about it in my mind, unlike how it went with the ancient hourglass. Gustav took off his current black designer shoes and proceeded to wear the Void Stepper. Dehinen tilde the moment he took a casual step forward, a blast of energy was channeled from the battle boots. Boom. Ah! Cersei watched the Trachea War Star suddenly explode through the holographic projection within the spacecraft above. She dashed towards the control room in horror. Father? Her eyes widened after noticing that the Trachea War Star was completely gone. It had vanished from space after getting obliterated. Father! Cersei yelled once more in pain, but in the next moment heard a voice ring out behind her. When did you birth a daughter? Ah! Cersei turned around to spot a 6-foot-tall young man with curly black hair standing beside Gustav with a look of confusion. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention her. This is Cersei, a kid I freed from planet Vesper. It's a long story, but she decided to come with me, Gustav said to Endrik. You took her without her consent. The system suddenly appeared in physical form. Only at first, Gustav said with a wry tone. Endrik already knew who the system was, so he had no questions about her presence here. You kidnapped her? Damn, big brother, I forgot you had it in you. Endrik shook his head. I did. Gustav did not get the chance to clear up the misunderstanding before Cersei galloped forward and grabbed Endrik's hand. You must be uncle, she said with a tone of excitement the moment she pieced things together about Endrik being the little brother Gustav referred to in the past. Uncle? Girl, you're older than me. Endrik's face dropped as he pulled his arm from her grasp. The spacecraft soon turned noisy as they began arguing. Cersei kept claiming that Endrik was her uncle while Endrik refused the title, saying she was older. In actuality, Endrik was supposed to be around 14 to 15 years of age, but due to the time he spent in another dimension, he was currently 17 years of age. Nevertheless, Cersei was 18 years old, so she truly was older than him. Gustav shook his head in frustration before reaching out to take the Void Stepper boots off. This is currently too difficult to control. I will have to find somewhere to train with it before I destroy planets by mistake, Gustav said while keeping the battle boots in his spatial store. Information about the Void Pisser had drifted into his mind, and now that he knew more of its capabilities, he was even more worried. The Void Stepper could take him anywhere. He could walk on the air with it, step into another galaxy with it in an instant, step into another dimension. All he had to do was step and there was nowhere he couldn't go. The only problem with it was the energy it gave off. With this sacred item, he could really destroy planets and orbital bodies by accident if he didn't learn how to use it properly. Just one casual step he took earlier destroyed the entire Trachea star. A star that had different rare beastly alien species on it. A star that had existed for millenniums, just gone in a single step. Not to mention that he could also get himself killed using it. Taking a step forward and arriving in another galaxy was possible with the Void Stepper, but using that type of ability was like breaking through time and space. If it was only over a small distance, it wouldn't have much of an adverse effect, but walking into another galaxy billions of light years away, his body could get blasted to pieces. It was just like driving a car at very high speed and suddenly clamping the brakes for the vehicle to come to a stop. There were bound to be repercussions, which is why seat belts were available for passengers. But in this case, there were no safety measures to keep Gustav safe. His strength wouldn't be enough to do that without suffering dire consequences. His legs would be safe due to the boots, but the rest of his body would bear the full brunt of moving at that type of speed, which was thousands, if not millions of times faster than the speed of light. There was only one way Gustav knew it would be possible to use the Void Stepper without negative effects. How long till I can use the vest? Gustav questioned. You need to get close to the third step of beta ranked at least. You can use Cohelia power already, but for the vest you still need to be a bit stronger, the system replied from the side. Gustav raised his left palm and stared at the rhombus-shaped marking in the middle. It wasn't visible to the normal eye, but he could see the multicolored rings within twisting anti-clockwise and repeatedly merging as well as separating. I didn't even notice that Cohelia has been unsealed, Gustav voiced with a tone of astonishment. You don't feel its power taking a toll on your body? That means you're truly strong enough to use it now, the system pointed out. Anyways, I can't use the Void Stepper till I can equip the vest. Gustav lowered his hand before stepping forward. 4 sacred items acquired. 3 more to go, Gustav said while taking a seat before the control panels. You have a year and 3 months left to complete the 5-year quests, the system reminded. Yeah, not much time left, especially when the third premonition can occur at any time from now. Gustav's head rang a little due to how much work he had to do. However, when he recalled all of his loved ones, especially the one with pretty silver and pink-colored hair, he decided that it was all worth it. Now, let's head to the Zelios Tower. 3 months ago in an unknown galaxy, a massive ring could be spotted circulating like an orbital body in space. The ring had an icy color and almost looked like it was made out of gas, but this wasn't the case. It was composed of physical matter and was half the size of Earth. Just like a planet would, it also had an outer and inner atmosphere. A civilization of alien species existed on the surface of these circulating rings. Within one of the triangular structures on the surface of this ring, a meeting was ongoing. The Alliance has truly kicked us out of our seat and are taking a long time to respond to our requests. A being clad in flowing silky garments spoke in the midst of the gathering. Every single one of the beings present there had rough, brownish heads with a pair of long antennas protruding from the top of their heads. The antennas had green eyeballs planted at their tips, which was no doubt responsible for their sense of sight. Their brownish faces only had a little mouth in the middle. They had humanoid structures but insect-like body parts. This was to be expected since our great planet was destroyed. We lost many, but fortunately, some of us survived. We shall not soil the names of the many that were lost and bring the culprit, Gustav Crimson, to justice, Handler 3 spoke with a dignified tone. Yes. The entire place rumbled from the response of the other Osis in the vicinity. They began chanting vibrantly while Handler 3 kept quiet for a bit. It turned out that the location was an artificial home created by the leaders of planet Osius a long time ago. Since planet Osius' destruction caused the death of billions, many of the millions of Osis survivors made their way to this place for refuge. The Osis that were helped by other species to escape were later brought here, including those rescued by Gustav and the others. The Alliance delays in capturing the fugitive, but some of our people are still out there. We cannot leave everything in the hands of the disappointing Alliance, so we shall take the retrieval of our kin into our hand. Handler 3 announced loudly. How do we do that? One of the handlers within the establishment questioned. Since we can't do it through conventional means, we will have to try another. Handler 3 paused briefly before finally revealing what he had in mind. The Zelios Tower, December goals. 500 golden tickets equals 4 chapters mass release. 1000 golden tickets equals 8 chapters mass release. 1000 privilege unlocks equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 privilege unlocks equals 10 extra chapters. 1 magic castle equals 1 extra chapter. 1 spacecraft equals 2 extra chapters. Golden gachapan equals 4 extra chapters. And special shootout. Chapter 1364 The Mysterious Gift. The Zelios Tower. Chatter, chatter, chatter. The place instantly turned noisy upon this revelation. It looked like a lot of them became skeptical the moment the place was mentioned. Don't they have extreme requirements for dishing out information? One of the handlers in the vicinity retorted. He sounded concerned. Handler 237. With our current predicament, do we really have the option to be picky? Another handler voiced from the sidelines. I'm not sure this is a good idea, another handler spoke. Fellow handlers. Handler 3 called out, causing the place to quieten. I very well understand the skepticism. The Erams in Zelios Tower are known for their unreasonable demands, but one thing that cannot be disputed is their ability to source information. Their ability to see things that cannot be seen. Should we employ their help, we will be able to find the rest of our kin, Handler 3 analyzed logically. Low mumbles were heard around, but it would seem the other handlers were considering this suggestion. How do we know their requirement won't go beyond our capabilities? One of the handlers voiced. To them, discovering the location of the rest of our kin is not an extremely difficult task. According to the laws of the tower, the higher the difficulty of the request, the more cumbersome the requirement to fulfill it. We just need to pick a capable team and send them to the tower, Handler 3 answered. With this, the Osis began plotting how they'd go about this situation and who to send. Hours later outside the establishment where the meeting was held, an Osis shook his head in disappointment while staring at the distant stars. It is such a pity that my people label Gustav Crimson as a culprit like the rest of the Alliance. He saved a lot of us during the disaster, the Osis stated. You are still advocating for Gustav Crimson? A voice was heard from behind, causing the Osis to turn around. Father. The Osis called out. Vilax. The Osis that had just arrived before him stared at him menacingly. Do not let the other handlers hear of the nonsense spewing from that mouth of yours, he stated strongly. Gustav Crimson is innocent. You all should be pointing fingers in the direction of the beings we fought during our escape, not him, Vilax voiced with a tone of certainty. He attracted those creatures. If it wasn't for him they would have never come there. Gustav is to blame, Handler 3 said with a grudge-filled tone. He is not to blame. Even with his absence, what happened would have still happened. Vilax shook his head once more. How do you know that? How? Handler 3 shouted. I just do. Enough of this rubbish. Enough. We lost billions of our people. We lost Handler 1. Do you even care about the grieving ones who have lost their children, spouse, parents, or relatives? All you care about is that damn Earthling who put us all in this situation. Handler 3 yelled in anguish. His voice got louder with each sentence, indicating his rise in anger towards the one who made them lose everything they had. Vilax wanted to respond, but seeing how his father's temper was rising, he decided to keep the rest of his words to himself. A team has been put together. This team will be sent to the Zelios Tower to get information on the location of the rest of our kin. You are joining them, Handler 3 finally revealed the reason for his approach. Do I have to join them? I was thinking of becoming a part of the AUA. I feel I can better help our people this way, Vilax said while raising his hand. It isn't up for debate. You are joining them, Handler 3 responded coldly before turning around to leave. Vilax let out a low sigh before looking up at the stars again. Present time planet Earth. Man, that's the only thing we got going on right now. Within a fairly luxuriously furnished apartment, a dark-skinned male with bushy afro hair sat before a large desk with a piece of equipment positioned on it. Is that all he mentioned? A familiar masculine voice was coming from the device. Yeah. The weird gift which he didn't think much of because his wife was having a baby. As the leader of the Tristan Empire, It was normal for people all across the world to send gifts since his wife was pregnant. Everyone wanted to bootlick to be in his good graces, EE responded. And he mentioned his wife reacting oddly after touching that gift, right? The familiar masculine voice questioned once more. Yes, but he thought that was a normal pregnant woman's reaction and just took her to the hospital where she was said to have gotten a bit of heart congestion due to the pregnancy, so it confirmed his suspicion as it being a pregnancy issue. However, he mentioned that nothing of that sort ever happened again throughout the duration she had Falco in her belly, EE explained. It's not much to hold on to, but this is something we can't ignore. Did you get the gift? No. He can't even recall what it was. He just remembers that it was a gift, EE replied. That is very concerning, a mysterious gift of which he has no recollection of its actual identity or content. I need you to dig more. Try to find out what that gift is and retrieve it. I know it has been 20 years, so that is an almost impossible task, but try. You already said it yourself, man, but definitely very suspicious. Whatever that gift is, EE placed his hand on the desk with a troubled expression. I'll take care of the rest when I get back. Why do you sound like you're returning soon? EE's face suddenly lit up with a look of suspicion. That is because I am. Evo. Hold on, you're coming back to Earth soon? EE questioned with a tone of concern mixed with excitement. In a month, yes. I just need to get information from the Zelios Tower first. Currently on my way there. Once I finish, I need to head back to Earth to deal with a disturbing situation. Man, as much as I am excited to hear this, it also bothers me. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? EE said with a tone of concern. I wouldn't have returned this soon if it wasn't important. This is something I need to take care of personally. I get it. There is a lot to catch you up on when you finally return. Something happened recently at an underwater research center, or rather a former underwater research center where a death angel was being kept. They are trying to keep the information under lock and key, but with the number of scientists involved in that incident, it is bound to spread soon, EE revealed. The Death Angel Grand Commander Shen was captured. Yes, I will uncover information about what happened between tomorrow and the next few days. Once you do, make sure you tell me everything. Sure thing, man. It has already been 5 minutes. Time to end this transmission before we get traced. Yeah, stay safe out there, man. You too, see you soon, brother. The transmission from the device on the desk ended in the next instant. An aura of loneliness and silence filled the apartment for a couple of seconds as EE stared into space. He stood up after some minutes and walked towards the balcony area of his apartment. The view of the night city came into his line of sight and he breathed in a wind that brought a smell of nostalgia to his nostrils. Wow, Gus is coming back soon. How long has it been? It's going to be 10 months by the time he returns. A faint smile appeared on EE's face at this moment. Head better wife Angie up when we get her back. EE chuckled as he pictured a reunion in his mind. Speaking of getting wifed up. What do I say to this? EE had a look of confusion as he brought out a small triangular device. This makes me feel feminine. Feels like she tryna wife me. Shouldn't it be the other way around? EE stared at the message on the screen before him while lightly scratching his bushy hair. If anyone could see him right now, Thed burst into laughter because EE wasn't usually the type to get shy. However, at that moment, he looked very shy and slightly embarrassed. She really beat me to it. Well, with everything going on now, maybe I need a little break, EE muttered while typing words on the device. He proceeded to send after typing and turned around to head back into his apartment. I wonder what Eldris is up to these days. Within a massive abode with lots of greenery in the surroundings, a bunch of butlers, maids, and guards could be spotted moving across the surroundings. All sorts of exotic vehicles could be spotted in the vicinity, as well as a massive stadium-sized building in the middle of it all. Chapter 1365 I refuses. The structure was one of the most exquisite-looking homes in the entirety of Plankton City, and its smoothened walls looked almost reflective. In one of the largest rooms within this structure, a meeting was ongoing. We don't want you affiliating yourself with that universally known fugitive. If you leave this building now, You can forget about your title as the next head of the family. 2 out of the 7 people gathered there spoke in reprimanding tones. All 7 of them were clad in different but expensive-looking outfits. One similarity they all bore was their silver-colored hair. In their midst was a 76-inch tall young man who also had very long silver hair that reached his calves. He was clad in a very simple white t-shirt and brown pants. Both his eyes were completely shut as he stood in place with a calm expression while listening to the rants of his relatives. You must denounce all ties with Gustav Crimson. One of the 2 middle-aged-looking females sitting at the east corner spoke with a shrill tone. Ha 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 ha. The silver-haired young man began laughing hysterically. Ha 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 ha. This sudden unexpected laughter took every one of them by surprise. They couldn't help but stare at one another as they wondered if the young man had a screw loose. Ha 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 ha. For 20 seconds, the young man kept laughing, causing the worry on the faces of the people around to increase. Eldris. One of them finally called out to him with a tone of immense concern. The silver-haired young man stopped the moment he heard his name and proceeded to adopt a complete poker face as though he wasn't just laughing uncontrollably moments ago. You wanted me to learn to control my bloodline. I agreed. You wanted me to be homeschooled. I agreed. You wanted me to start training at the age of 6 to become the best mixed blood amongst my peers. I agreed. You wanted me to get betrothed to the second daughter of the Ermist family. I agreed. You wanted me to join the MBO. I agreed. And now you want me to denounce a person I consider to be a brother. Eldris paused as he got to this point. Not this time. I refuse. Eldris declared with a tone of severity, causing an invisible pressure to mount the surroundings. The relatives in the large room all had visible expressions of fear as they stared at the silver-haired young man standing in their midst with an overbearing aura. When did he become this powerful? This is the energy of a peak delta mixed blood, one of the male relatives mused with widened eyes. I am leaving, Eldris stated before turning around and walking out of their midst. If you leave now, you forfeit your right to become the next family head. Do not sully Retoris' name, one of the middle-aged-looking men with a scowl and burn mark on his chin voiced. Do not speak of my late father. You never knew him. Eldris paused his footsteps as he spoke without turning around. If you did, you would know that he would never have wanted me to turn my back on a friend who needs my help. Immediately after saying this, Eldris' figure integrated with the colors in the surroundings and vanished. He left, one of the middle-aged women in the room voiced out. Obviously. I think we may have pushed him too hard, one of the men spoke with a distraught expression. No matter, we can pass the title of the family head to my son now, the one with a burn mark on his chin stated with an unbothered tone. 1 week later were getting close to the Arthrimid wormhole. Within a massive, inverted, cross-shaped spacecraft, a voice rang out. Which means we're close to the Tark's territory, Endrick said with a tone of understanding. Yeah, we can restock and fix my spacecraft on the Gohertark planet. Maybe even sell this large thing and get some extra cash even if its weapons are busted, Gustav responded while tapping on a few controls positioned on the panel before him. They are not under the Alliance, so it's really a good place to trade, but we still have to be careful, Endrick pointed out. Yeah, I'll be using a disguise regardless. How do you even know so much about different places in the universe? Gustav questioned, looking confounded. Husarus is like an encyclopedia. He knows almost everything, Endrick answered while tapping the green dot on his forehead. That's like the system, except the fact that it doesn't actually tell me anything. Gustav squinted his eyes and threw the system a distasteful glance. At least I revealed what I promised I would after Aesop. The system shot a distasteful glance back at him as she responded internally. That might be the only time you've ever given me the information I've been meaning to know, Gustav replied while his mind took a trip down memory lane. Underscore 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 tilde 8 months ago tilde tilde fui high tilde tilde fui high tilde in deep space. A spacecraft navigated a star path filled with all sorts of powerful beams fired from 20 similarly built spacecraft. The spacecraft evading fire was shaped like a sphere and moved with incredible speed while dodging with precision. The 20 spacecraft giving chase from behind weren't any worse in terms of speed as they closed in on the sphere-shaped spacecraft easily. These spacecraft were all shaped like two rhombuses joined side by side. Each one was as large as a 10-story building, all packing heavy artillery that would easily rip a hole through a planet and destroy orbital bodies. One prominent design that could be noticed on these spacecraft was the mixture of fine red and blue with a massive emblem that displayed a drop of blood. Remember I said I was going to reveal something to you after ISOP, the system voiced in Gustav's mind while he was trying to evade the plethora of MBO spacecraft chasing after him. You couldn't find a better time to do this. Gustav yelled as he yanked the lever like steering before him towards the left. Tweehish. One of the beams grazed past the right surface area of their spacecraft, causing it to quake intensely from the sheer residual energy of the attack. Things are getting kinda dangerous. Gustav mumbled. So about what I wanted to tell you, will you fucking hold on till we're out of danger? Gustav cussed with a tone of annoyance. You could really just blast them all away. I don't know what you're waiting for, the system responded with an unbothered tone. I would have done that but then, they're just following orders. A lot of them are innocent and can't refuse the command of their superiors, Gustav said as he regained his calmness despite being in the line of fire. You really went soft. Meh. Also, as far as humanity is concerned, no one is innocent. If the people wanted to, they could cooperate to refuse to get a mission like this shoved down their throats. They could refuse the words of the Alliance and fight to protect the image of the person who not once but on multiple occasions had saved their lives. They don't just want to, and for that reason, they do not deserve your mercy. The system sounded like a demon who only wanted to see chaos and destruction. You may be right but still, no. An uprising isn't something so easy to start. Not to mention that it would be weird to slaughter all of them while claiming that I plan to save the universe. Gustav lightly shook his head. You're only trying to save the universe because of your loved ones. Last I checked, they are not amongst the assailants pursuing, the system pointed out. Nah. If the situation ever gets to a point where I can't escape without constituting slaughter, then, I won't shy away. Gustav said while tapping on his dimensional bracelet. A bright blue glow engulfed the entirety of the sphere-shaped spacecraft and it vanished in the next instant. 3 red beams phased through emptiness as they tore through the spacecraft's initial location in space. The sphere-shaped spacecraft reappeared in a completely different location in space, void of light constellations and planets. Gustav stared at the dimensional bracelet surface and noticed the display of 50% energy left. It's only good for one more jump. I'll have to recharge this later, Gustav muttered. One day you will have to let go of this sentimentality you built up, and on that day, you'll go on a slaughter rampage, the system voiced inwardly. Stop with the crap and tell me what you were about to reveal earlier, Gustav stated with a tone of indifference. He decided he wasn't going to let the system nag him this time. Did I tell you what the 5 premonitions are? The system questioned. Aren't they as you call them, premonitions? To some universal misfortune or something, Gustav answered warily. Chapter 1366 Becoming Unbound's Aren't they as you call them, premonitions? To some universal misfortune or something, Gustav answered warily. Yes and no, there is more to it, the system stated. Then don't keep me on the line. Tell me, Gustav responded with a tone of curiosity. The 5 premonitions are actually the body parts of 5 separate entities known as the Ancient Executioners, the system revealed. The Ancient Executioners? Wait, are you telling me that the eye which was at least 12 times larger than the entire Earth belonged to one of these beings known as the Ancient Executioners? Gustav's voice grew with astonishment as he questioned. Yes. I can't mention their real names because it would cause issues, but there is no problem with mentioning their title. The second premonition was the mouth of one of them, the system continued spilling. So you're telling me that each premonition would be the appearance of a body part of different ancient executioners? Gustav stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. They are 5 in total, so yes. All 5 of them equate 5 premonitions with 5 different body parts, the system replied. But why? I still don't get the point of any of this. What is their aim? Gustav inquired, confounded. If you recalled who you were, you'd understand, eh? But since you don't, I'll tell you what exactly the premonitions are to them. The system paused for a bit before resuming. They are sacrifices, Gustav stated before the system could reveal what it had to say. I was just about to say that. How did you figure it out? The system questioned in a bewildered tone. I just did. Gustav couldn't explain why, but that information came to him on its own. You're becoming unbound. You're slowly starting to achieve the state of truths. Gustav could almost sense a hint of respect in the system's tone as it spoke. The state of what now? Gustav said with a confused expression. Your mind will randomly begin to unravel things on its own even if I choose not to tell you anything in the future. But it is still in its initial stage, so expect information about stuff to troop in from time to time. Which also means that when you make contact with the sacred items, you will automatically understand how to wield them and maybe retrieve memories of how they were used in the past, the system explained gently. Okay. I don't know how we went from the ancient executioners to this, Gustav said while leaning backward to take a seat. As you already know, the premonitions are actually sacrifices the ancient executioners are making to unbind the seal and appear in this dimension in full without consequences. The 5th premonition would also signal the end, the system stated. If just a body part can be that large, I can only imagine just how massive their full bodies are. Gustav felt like the future was perilous. How can I stop the premonitions? Gustav suddenly inquired. You can't. It is set in stone. You just have to prepare for the aftermath, the system replied. Hence the 5 years quests. It's starting to align, Gustav mumbled, although he still couldn't understand why finding Planet Humbad was one of them at this time. I do hope you are aware that the ancient executioners are not your main enemies, the system pointed out. What? How is? Gustav had a conflicted look as he retorted. Yeah, according to the hierarchy of power, they are in 3rd place. The system had dropped too many bombs on Gustav in the last few minutes, but this was the largest of all. 3rd place. The body part of an entity ranked 3rd place in the hierarchy of power, destroyed a planet amongst the leaders of the Alliance. Gustav questioned in bewilderment. Yes. The system answered bluntly. Such entities were already monstrosities the entire world would have struggled to face, and now the system confirmed the existence of 2 others on a higher level of power. No one had to tell Gustav that such beings would be impossible to defeat. I must find a way to prevent the premonitions from completing, Gustav decided. It is impossible, the system said dryly. I will make it possible, Gustav adamantly stated. You can only prepare for it, the system added. No. I will find a method of prevention, Gustav elucidated. There is only one way that might be possible, but even at that it remains impossible. Tell me. Underscore 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 tilde present tilde. Well, it's not like my suicidal ass wasn't already plotting something like that, Gustav said internally as he stared at the projection of outer space before him. Big brother. Endrik's call pulled Gustav out of his reverie. He turned to the side and noticed Endrik pointing at a small swirling dot in the distance. Our Thrimid wormhole, Gustav muttered. Strap in, things are about to get rough, Gustav announced to the 2 behind. Circe, who was initially playing with the system's blood-red hair and giggling, paused as she heard Gustav's announcement. She slowly lowered the system's scarlet hair and moved toward her sitting position. Immediately after strapping herself in, she peered forward and noticed the small dot in the distance was now extremely large. As they closed in on the swirling white light, they became like a dot due to their massiveness in deep space. An incredibly overpowered force of attraction suddenly tugged at the spacecraft the moment they were 1 light-year away. Despite their distance from it being more than 10 trillion kilometers away, it pulled them forward with aggressiveness towards its center at an unexpected speed. The spacecraft quaked intensely as Gustav activated the spacecraft defense systems while they got dragged into the wormhole. Din. 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 Alarms were blaring as they drifted into a chaotic white world with visible waves of violent energy sweeping across the place. Despite how scary their current position in space seemed, Circe did not have a notion of fear on her face. For her, Gustav's presence was reassurance enough that everything would be fine. Endrik twirled his middle finger around his index, causing a tranquil wave of telekinesis to phase out of him and wrap around the spacecraft. In the next moment, the entire spacecraft stopped rattling. It continuously drifted forward for the next 1 minute, before arriving at the end. The spacecraft reappeared in another location in outer space and began blazing forward at its initial original speed. "We're in the Tark's territory now," Gustav announced. "Which means we should arrive at Gohatark planet in half a day. Big brother, have you?" Endrik was about to ask Gustav about disguising when he noticed the person sitting by his side was a completely different figure. "You were saying?" A voice that sounded like the bubbling of saliva rang out. "You look gross," Endrik pointed out. "And you're about to look the exact way, little brother," Gustav voiced with a glint of mischief in his eyes before reaching out to touch Endrik. "No, no, no." Before Endrik could pull away, Gustav's hand wrapped around his. Flesh warping has been activated. Endrik's appearance rapidly changed as fins grew out of his neck and shoulder. His skin turned grey and multiple holes appeared on his cheeks. His eyes became icy blue and his figure became a little obese. "Now you look like me," Gustav said with a light chuckle. "My good looks are gone," Endrik murmured inwardly. He wanted to yell out in injustice, but he just sat in place with a defeated expression. "Couldn't Big Brother have picked any better-looking species?" Endrik muttered. "The rehumans are good-looking enough. Besides, it's better to have a less physically appealing look so as not to attract attention to ourselves," Gustav responded while returning his focus to the outer space view before them. "What about them?" Endrik asked while pointing at the two behind. "There won't be a need to alter their appearance. They will mostly remain on the ship throughout our duration on Gohatark planet. 2 of us will deal with everything that needs to be taken care of and leave immediately afterward," Gustav explained. Endrik nodded in understanding as their spacecraft sped past 2 massive chest-shaped structures floating in space. "First checkpoint passed. No issues so far," Gustav said as they kept speeding into the distance, but it would seem he had spoken too soon. Fuhai 2 dark spacecraft suddenly appeared on both sides of their rear views. Travel inspectors, Gustav immediately recognized the designs of both spacecraft. KKRLL, a static sound suddenly rang out within the spacecraft. "Unregistered space strip, slow down for in-transit inspection. Urkalo greets the travel inspectors. As requested, we shall slow down," Gustav answered through the communication panel. In a few seconds, humanoid-shaped creatures in all-black spacesuits could be spotted stepping onto Gustav's spacecraft from the 2 which were positioned in their rear-view area. "Let's do this," Endrik muttered under his breath. They couldn't afford to mess things up. Gustav and Endrik in their disguised form welcomed the group of 4 onto the spacecraft respectfully. The travel inspectors began to scan around and asked a couple of questions when they noticed the sphere-shaped spacecraft resting in the storage area. "We were told to be on the lookout for any spacecraft that looks similar to this." Chapter 1367 The Tark's Territory. "We were informed by our superiors to be on the lookout for any spacecraft that looks similar to this," one of them suddenly voiced out. Gustav maintained his bubbly tone as he replied, "Is your superior looking to buy one of these space birds? I'm selling at a discount." Where did you get this?" one of the space travel inspectors asked while another held onto a device that scanned the sphere-shaped spacecraft. "Off the Indran glacial star, abandoned," Gustav responded once more. "Nothing sweeter than hauling a free loot and getting rich off of it." Ha ha ha, the tension reduced as Gustav kept up with his weird personality. "Oh Harkill, it's not the same," the one who was scanning voiced from the side. A projection beamed forth from the device in his hand and it displayed a sphere-shaped spacecraft as well. This sphere-shaped spacecraft was silver in color with an X-shaped design around it that connected like belts. This was Gustav's exact spacecraft. However, the one currently in the storage area with them was green and missing the X-shaped belt-like outline. It also seemed to have a few dents, making it appear rougher in comparison. "Oh, we apologize for the intrusion then," O'Harkill said while withdrawing. "No problem, but do let me know if your superior is looking to buy one." "Ha ha ha," Gustav maintained the fake personality and laughed while tapping the travel inspector like he was an old-time friend. The inspectors left the spacecraft and let Gustav and the others continue with their journey. In a few minutes, they were back on track, heading towards the Gohatark planet. In this galaxy, the Tarks were the prominent species. If one were to count, they would have the highest populace in the universe. This was because every single planet within the galaxy was domesticated by this species. Tarks existed on every single planet and this made their numbers exponentially high. It was another reason why they were a standalone species that felt it was beneath them to be under the Alliance. Amongst all the planets that existed in their galaxy which they named Tark's territory, Gohatark happened to be the largest. While the Tark's territory was open to all kinds of species and races, regardless of status and infamy, Gohatark was the planet most outer galactic species always chose to visit and trade. Gohatark was truly a place of business and wasn't bad for tourist attractions too. Other species in the millions would always be found on the planet trying to trade or on the run from being caught as a wanted criminal from the Alliance. The Tark's territory was a place that the Alliance didn't have their clutches on and couldn't visit to exert their outer space authority. This was another reason Gustav was confused about why they happened to be on the lookout for his spacecraft. "If I hadn't disguised my spacecraft before we got here, they would have figured it out," Gustav stated as their travels continued. "Which means their superior must be under the payroll of someone who is out to get you," Endrick analyzed from the side. "The Tark's territory is supposed to be a free place. When did they start caring about bounties and wanted folks?" "That is very odd," Gustav mumbled with a slight look of concern. "That's why we have to be careful. We may have deterred them, but we need to be quick with whatever we have to do on Gohatark and continue with our travel to the Zelios Tower," Endrick stated. "Yeah. I initially wanted to sell this spacecraft since I got it from those space bandits, but it would be better if I sold mine instead and continued with this," Gustav contemplated. "We just need to fix a couple of things on this and it will be good to go," Gustav added. "A couple of things you destroyed with your own hands," the system chimed in. Asterisk cough cough asterisk "It's not like I had a choice," Gustav replied. Gustav still felt conflicted about having to sell his custom-made spacecraft, but it didn't seem like he had much of a choice. Had the travel inspectors been aware that it was a custom-made spacecraft and not a common type that had variations on sale in markets, they would have easily caught onto his deceit. Fortunately, they had no idea and that was to be expected since Gustav was careful enough. As they continued their journey through space for the next 2 hours, they passed by a bunch of spherical-shaped planets which became a common sight in that part of outer space. "We're here," Gustav announced as another spherical-shaped planet with a green and yellow-looking surface came into view. It had 3 layers of rings surrounding it and another 2 positioned in a kind of diagonal format around the planet. From their angle, it looked like one part of the rings was blazing due to the circulation of hot space rocks around them while another part looked completely chilly. Glacial-looking space rocks orbited around the sphere-shaped planet around that side. The speed of their spacecraft reduced as they descended towards an opening on the planet. In a metropolitan city, carriages joined together as trains whizzed across the air at great speed. Only a single line of railing could be spotted and it was constructed in such a way that it twirled across the city skies into the distance. The carriages filled with loads of people moved at incredible speeds, following the twirling rail as it seemed very flexible. Buildings were structured in such a mechanical way that they occasionally changed their positions on the land since they could move. Rectangular-shaped vehicles emitted rocket-like flames beneath them as they streaked across the skies. Jet-like vehicles could also be sighted blazing across the city. It was truly a center that displayed its technological advancements distinctly. Gustav and Endrik continued to feed their eyes as they made their way through the crowds. Gustav and Endrik watched as many structures were positioned atop impossible-looking terrains and glowing lined roads filled with all sorts of species. The beautiful view of the rings in outer space from within the planet was truly a sight for sore eyes. In this particular city, the visible rings in the sky were icy blue. It was unknown if the city's chilly state was due to it or not. The streets were filled with hundreds of thousands of different outer planetary species, some of whom sped across the place on floating square-shaped boards. Despite the number of different species around there, one prominent-looking species was the large, bear-shaped-faced beings. They were truly large, but their body structure bore similarities with humans. Furs covered their bodies, but they still had cool-looking clothes on and rather muscular looks for men. Some of them even had shades on. This particular species occupied a lot of the business spots around there. They were none other than the Tarks. At a particular location in the city, a double cone-headed structure could be sighted. The crowd that entered and exited that area were numbered in the hundreds of thousands. It seemed like a really busy place. The building was referred to as a trade center. Lots of stalls could be spotted with signs that displayed what type of business they were into. Amongst the passers-by, two obese figures with grey faces and gills protruding from multiple parts of their bodies were on the lookout since they also had business there. "Are you sure we shouldn't have tried the trade centers in Garkle City instead?" Endrik, who was still shorter than Gustav in this form, questioned. "My perception already swept through the entire planet. They have double the crowd here in Webble City, and since we're trying to speed things up, we should use the place with the least amount of folks," Gustav answered while looking around. A lot of the stalls around there had a buttload of people in front, which also meant that it would take a lot of time to get attended to based on which of the stalls they decided to pick. "I don't think we will be able to easily get what we need out here. Wouldn't it be better if we entered the building? Things would automatically become 10 times faster." Endrik rubbed the gill on his face with a slightly disgusted look as he spoke. "I know, but then the fee to get in is pretty high. We can afford it, but you know what it means if we decide to go down that route," Gustav responded with a cryptic tone. "Oh, because we are trying to avoid dragging any form of attention to ourselves, so it's best to mingle with the normal people." Endrik finally got Gustav's point. The building in the middle of the trade center had everything that was needed, but there was a fee to get in and an even higher fee to pay if you needed to head further up the floors. No normal person would be able to afford the fee, especially since it could potentially be close to the amount of profit you might make if you're trying to sell something. Chapter 1368 Send the Tarks Force. Even if you were looking to purchase an item, it would still be considered a high cost to get in based on the floor you need to head to get it. Only people considered rich headed in, and Gustav wouldn't want them attracting any sort of attention. After a few hours of moving around and getting necessary rations along the way, they finally arrived at a semi-large stall on the outskirts. Two feminine structured bots voiced loudly as people trooped into the stall. There were still a lot of people going in and out, but compared to a lot of other places, this was less crowded. Gustav and Endrik proceeded to get into the establishment, which was even bigger on the inside than it looked on the outside. It wasn't your typical stall. Lots of mechanical and technological-looking pieces of equipment could be sighted arranged in rows and columns that extended as far as the normal eye could see. Gustav felt that this location would be considered a haven for engineers. He would have been clueless as to what to check for if he didn't study well on his own despite the MBO training. Endrik joined him in moving around to acquire the necessary mechanical pieces he needed. "We're looking to sell a space bird," Gustav revealed to one of the workers after buying everything he needed for the rest of their trip to Zelio's tower. The bear-shaped creature with a brown, tight-fitted, armless jacket stared at Gustav and then Endrik with an expression of fatigue before responding. "Fill out the name and brand," he said to Gustav while a holographic monitor appeared. "It is custom-made, so no brand." Gustav replied. "Do you have a name for it?" The Tark behind the counter questioned. Silver Hulk." Gustav answered with a lone tone, causing the Tark to throw him a glance that said, "Are you serious, man?" "Haha, I am bad at coming up with names, my friend," Gustav added jovially. He is good at playing a different character. Endrik wondered if Gustav ever took acting lessons. The Tark proceeded to input the name of the spacecraft as SH and went on to type a few more things before forming a purchase ticket. He asked Gustav and Endrik to follow him to a testing area to try out the functionality of the spacecraft so they could determine a price range. Within the large testing area were a bunch of other species also testing spacecraft functions. It was rather spacious. Larger than the size of 12 football pitches merged. Swee tilde the sound of one spacecraft engine or the other echoed vibrantly across the environment, and some even flew about the place. Gustav could see a lining of sorts on the ceiling area, so he could tell that it could be opened up if it was required to test the full speed of the spacecraft, which couldn't be done in the testing area. Zing tilde the sphere-shaped spacecraft appeared before the Tark who had brought them there. He was a bit surprised as he noticed the appearance of the spacecraft, which was the size of a building. However, he wasn't surprised due to its size. He was surprised because he was going to ask them to fly the spacecraft here so it could get tested. He didn't think they would possess a spatial storage that could hold an entire spacecraft. With the size of the spacecraft, getting a spatial device that could store it would be incredibly expensive. He had no idea that Gustav and Endrik no longer made use of spatial devices. They could store any non-living thing in their spatial storage, which came from both their supernatural abilities. The Tark tried not to think much of it, but he wondered why they weren't in the trade center building if they were that rich. "Sirs, I will now test the functionality of your spacecraft," the Tark remarked respectfully. "Hey, where did the newfound respect come from?" Gustav wondered inwardly. He had no idea that the Tark workers' change in demeanor stemmed from the fact that he thought Gustav and Endrik were rich. It would seem that higher status resulted in respect and bootlicking not just on Earth. It was a universal phenomenon. "You fool. Why didn't you inform me immediately?" A loud yell rang out within a building floating above Gohatark planet. "Sorry, sir. It was an entirely different color and pattern. We didn't think." A Tark in a black spacesuit replied fearfully but was cut short before he could complete his sentence. "Shut up. Where are they now?" The massive 12-foot-tall superior questioned with an authoritative tone. He was wearing a long, white, robe-like jacket that had circular engravings behind it. "They are believed to have landed on Gohatark a few hours ago." The Tark in the black spacesuit shuddered while responding. "Send the Tark's force and find them, or I will have your head on my plate for my next breakfast," the 12-foot-tall superior stated with a bloodthirst. "Wywius, Sir Livat." The Tark in the black spacesuit instantly turned around to escape the environment in fear. "Testing is completed and the estimated cost for the spacecraft is..." The Tark worker paused for a bit with a look of disbelief before continuing. 337,000 mineral rocks, ha ha ha, what a good haul. "The gods of fortune must be in my favor," Gustav said with a tone of excitement. The Tark worked and gulped down saliva. He had never dealt with a spacecraft on this level of value before. Usually, people would sell such a valuable spacecraft within the building in the trade center, so this was baffling. It was to be expected since no spacecraft undergoing testing here looked anything remotely as exquisite as this. A lot of them were mostly craps and old spacecraft that could be taken apart to use for other purposes. The Tark worker couldn't believe his eyes because the highest they had ever gotten a spacecraft here was around 20,000 mineral rocks, and this was valued at over 300,000. This meant they could make the highest profit from this exchange, and he couldn't just imagine the tip he'd get from it. He was already lost in thought, picturing a promotion when, "So, my payment," Gustav's reminder pulled him out of his reverie. "Yes, sir, please wait here," he answered respectfully before turning around to head out. "Looks like we have to wait for a bit," Endrik said from the side. "We've already spent a lot of time here. Once he returns with the payment, we'll leave," Gustav stated in his original voice. He was a little bothered about having to sell his spacecraft since he joined in its creation at the time. However, he was still a bit glad that he got to sell it for this price. The 300,000 mineral stones they offered were enough to sustain them for years even if they decided to keep traveling across space. It could be exchanged almost anywhere across galaxies for other commodities. Gustav mumbled suspiciously after waiting for a few minutes. "Is something wrong?" Endrik questioned. "The Tark's force, they're moving around the trade center. My perception picked up on them," Gustav answered. I thought that was supposed to be normal. Hendrik said with a contemplative expression. Not this time, it's not. They are starting to gather in large numbers and are combing through, Gustav answered while making an analysis. They're looking for us, Hendrik said with a tone of certainty. How did you figure? This time it was Gustav's turn to question. I just saw it. If we leave any later than 2 minutes, we'll bump into them, Hendrik announced. Your premonition sure comes in handy, but why is it so unpredictable? Gustav wondered out loud. Hendrik shrugged his shoulders in response. Gustav initially thought that even if there was a problem, the cover of the millions of people in the vicinity would prevent them from getting discovered. However, with Hendrik's premonition, he realized they probably had some way to find them. It's time for us to leave, Gustav voiced while snapping his finger. Zing tilde, the spherical building-sized spacecraft instantly vanished. We should still be able to survive on the supplies we have acquired today, he said while stepping forward. They arrived above, in the stall's original space for mechanical items. Sirs, where are you going? The TARC worker noticed them leaving and quickly ran towards them. Is the payment ready? Gustav asked him. No, the manager is preparing it, the TARC worker answered. I am no longer interested in selling, Gustav stated before walking out with Hendrik. But sirs, it is almost ready. The TARC worker yelled while running after them. He couldn't just give up like that. However, he noticed that Gustav and Hendrik had vanished from sight. He stood there with a lifeless look on his face as his outstretched arm lowered. He couldn't believe his promotion and the high tip had just slipped from his fingers. Chapter 1369. Is this the hospitality you show your guests? Today was supposed to be the best day of his life, but now he felt miserable. Gustav and Hendrik had stayed together to escape the radar of the TARCs in blue tight-fitting costumes and helmets flying across the air. They all had powerful technological firearms and their entire bodywear served as armor that could protect them from very destructive attacks. These were the TARC's force. Gustav knew that if they had waited to sell the spacecraft, confrontation would be impossible to avoid. They had scanners that particularly scoured the place for Gustav's and Hendrik current look, but unfortunately for them, Gustav had hidden both their presences. They were further concealed with the invisibility buttons. With their current speed, it took them less than 10 seconds to get to the area they touched down with the other spacecraft from the trade center. At that moment, Gustav and Hendrik arrived at a secluded location. One could see upside-down triangular-shaped plants that were as lengthy as skyscrapers. Some were the width of an adult human body while others were even wider. Their violet colors made the environment look very dim and gloomy. One wouldn't notice anything around there if they didn't look properly, since the spacecraft parked up ahead was camouflaged to blend in with the plants in the surroundings. To Gustav's and Hendrik's surprise, a group of Turks could be spotted encircling the spacecraft. TARC's force. Gustav communicated directly with Hendrik through their minds. How did they find it? Hendrik was just as surprised as they closed in on the inverted cross-shaped spacecraft. Gustav furrowed his eyebrows as they stepped forward. Hendrik drifted across the air without saying a word and swept his right hand forward. A telekinetic energy surged forth, blasting every single TARC force member on the spacecraft away. Ah! Screams rang out as Hendrik and Gustav arrived at the entry point of the spacecraft and it opened up for them. At this point, the 1-minute timer was up, so they regained visibility. Gustav didn't mind since they were about to leave anyway. One of the TARC's force members, who had a rather gentle landing compared to the others, swiftly picked up a blaster and fired a shot at Gustav and Hendrik, who had their backs facing them. 3H tilde the shot from the blaster gave off a high volume of illumination as blistering heat encompassed the vicinity. If the shot were to hit, a quarter of their spacecraft would no doubt have been blasted off. Gustav turned around with a demeanor of casualty while flicking his finger forward. Tushoosh. A powerful force from sheer strength ripped forward and collided with the shot from the blaster. Boom. A loud crash akin to a nuke explosion rang out, causing a deafening surge of energy to sweep across the surroundings. The plants and every other thing in the vicinity were obliterated in an instant. In the next few seconds, The vicinity had become an empty location within the former sea of plants. So much for camouflaging, Gustav mumbled. The spacecraft was now very much visible in space. Endrik had covered them with a layer of telekinetic barrier, so the spacecraft didn't have as much as a scratch on it despite the powerful blast. Fortunately, none of the members of the task force that were around suffered casualties. Their armor had protected them from serious damage. Gustav and Endrik moved into the spacecraft and started the engine instantly. "Are you good?" Gustav asked Cersei the moment he got in. She nodded in response. "They were trying to get in but didn't succeed," she added. "Good." Gustav sat in his usual place before the control panel and Endrik took a seat beside him. "We're leaving now." Gustav powered the engine as the igniters sent fiery fumes into the surroundings while the spacecraft began to levitate. All of a sudden a beam of circular, white, rings descended upon the spacecraft from the sky, causing it to remain stationary. "What is it again?" Gustav mumbled with a slightly disturbed tone as he noticed that the spacecraft was unable to move. Tweehui tilde tweehui tilde tweehui tilde tweehui tilde. Tens of task force members suddenly descended and landed upon different parts of the spacecraft. "Fire!" One of them yelled, and in the next instant, shots were rained upon the spacecraft. "Warning, East Wing has taken damage. Warning, West Wing at 67% integrity. Warning, engine taking damage." Loud alarms began to blare as the task force members kept raining shots on the spacecraft. It looked like the whole thing would come apart soon. Before Gustav and Endrik could take action, the AI in the spacecraft systems went offline due to the damage. "We can't use this spacecraft anymore." Gustav reached out and grabbed Cersei. Before Cersei could react, they were outside the spacecraft. The burst of wind that rocked her in the next moment nearly sent her flying. She couldn't fathom Gustav's speed. Not to mention that Endrik kept up and had arrived outside as well. Endrik raised his hand and swung it downwards. An invisible and unprecedented force descended upon the spacecraft in the next instant and it got flattened. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out as the ground caved in and the newly arrived task force members were sent flying in diverse directions. Gustav stared at the rings of white beams ahead and looked into the sky. More task force members had filled the skies and this time they weren't in the tens. No, this time, they were in the hundreds. They all pointed their weapons in Gustav, Cersei, and Endrik's direction as they prepared to fire. Gustav let out a low sigh. "Maybe I should get a little more serious," he muttered while raising his right hand slightly. Fuiowim tilde. A mixture of gold and crimson aura swirled around him as the surroundings began to quake intensely as he slowly released his energy. Massive, weird-looking birds fled in the opposite direction across the skies as they sensed the domineering and unfathomable energy that seemed to have spread across the entire city. Reverence and fear, they were all the task force members could feel at that point as they continuously fought the urge to get on their knees. At that defining moment, a 10-foot-tall figure in white jacket-like robes descended from the air. "Gustav Crimson. It's you, isn't it?" The figure, who also had a bear-shaped face with 3-inch-long canines, voiced while stepping forward. Gustav, who was still in the form of a rehumans, squinted his eyes as he peered forward at the incoming Tark. "Who is this person you speak of, and why have the Tark's force attacked a tourist and destroyed their spacecraft out of nowhere? Is this the hospitality you show guests?" Gustav questioned with a look of cluelessness. "They were not attacking out for nefarious intents, they were attacking to stop you from leaving before my arrival," the newly arrived 10-foot-tall Tark with greenish fur, voiced while approaching. "The flattened spacecraft up ahead says otherwise," Gustav answered in response, but within him he had doubts. He truly couldn't sense any nefarious intent behind the approach of this newly arrived Tark. He had no intention of fighting or hint of dubiousness in his eyes. Which begged the question of what all of this was about. No ordinary person would be able to stop the attack and even come out of that spacecraft unscathed. "I needed to confirm that you are indeed Gustav Crimson," the Tark stated. "Are you willing to lay your life down for the truth?" Gustav questioned while the energy around him grew. "Choose your next words carefully or it might very well be your last," he added. "If you would let me. I am Commander Egril Livat and I only require a brief conversation." I do not side with the Alliance, neither do I intend to hand you over to them. Not like I could do so even if I wanted to, but that is not my intention, Commander Egril Livat pointed out. I have been looking for you since the whole ordeal with the Alliance began. Outworldly, Commander Egril took to his knees after speaking with a profound tone of respect. Gustav was immediately taken aback as he began to retract his energy. The Turks' force floating above descended as well and fell to their knees in reverence. We greet the Outworldly, they voiced respectfully as well. Gustav turned to stare at Endrik in confusion briefly before turning to face them once more. How do you all know that term? He asked with a tone of suspicion. If you will allow me 5 minutes of your time, I will explain everything to you. If you don't find my explanation to your liking, you're free to take my life, Commander Egril Livat voiced while still lowering his head. You would forfeit your life so easily? Gustav questioned while slowly transitioning into his original look. It would be a pleasure if I met my end at your glorious hands, Commander Egril stated in response. Month goals: 500 golden tickets equals 4 chapters mass release. 1000 golden tickets equals 8 chapters mass release. 1000 privilege unlocks equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 privilege unlocks equals 10 extra chapters. 1 magic castle equals 1 extra chapter. 1 spacecraft equals 2 extra chapters. Golden gachapan equals 4 extra chapters. And special shootout. Chapter 1370 The Divine Tablet. It would be a pleasure if I met my end at your glorious hands, Commander Egril stated in response. Gustav still couldn't understand what the whole thing was about, but he decided to hear Commander Egril Livat out. Nothing could have prepared him for what was coming. Within a large birdface structure situated at the top of a massive V-shaped building, Gustav sat before Commander Egril alongside Endrik. Both of them listened attentively as Commander Egril narrated a tale as old as the start of the Tarks Empire. Our first ancestors were given this tablet by an unknown entity which went on to prophesy things to come. In the beginning, the first ancestors were just a motley crew who knew nothing and believed nothing. Until the first prophecy came to pass, Commander Egril paused for a while to show a holographic image of a large double-faced tablet. It looked like 2 merged smoothened rocks with weird glowing engravings on them. The drought appeared on our planet of origin that wiped out major of our species. The tablet had informed our first ancestors that they needed to move to another place entirely for our species to flourish, but they chose not to listen until they had no other choice but to move. When they moved to the instructed location, things began to change. Our species underwent what we called the first evolution. We became faster, smarter, and better. We began to recognize the minerals around us as valuable resources that could be further used for our advancement. The tablet soon predicted something else, and this time our ancestors chose to listen. This action once more benefited our species, and our ancestors worshipped the tablet as our god. A lot of the things you see today would not have existed if not for the divine tablet. It taught our species a lot, and we are the only species in the universe with the technology to replicate planets and increase resources. That is also why our species never suffers the usual hunger that exists in other galaxies. The average Tark lives well enough their entire lifetime. We long eliminated the concept of world hunger and suffering in our territory. Commander Egril Livat kept speaking with a tone of adoration. Good for y'all, but what does this have to do with me? Gustav questioned with a weird look. It has everything to do with you, Commander Egril Livat stated. How? Endrik inquired from the side. During our ancestors' time of worshipping the divine tablet as God, it revealed something. It revealed that the one who handed it to them is a henchman of the Great One known as the Outworldly, Commander Egril Livat stated. Even at that it doesn't prove anything. Anyone could be the Outworldly. It could be any Tom, Dick, and Harry. Gustav shook his head from side to side with an unconvinced look. As much as I would like to indulge, you are wrong. The tablet foretold of events before they occurred. It foretold the first premonition and the location of its appearance long before it happened. It foretold of the Alliance Aesop and how the Outworldly would appear as a being with blonde hair and dominate his opponents. It also foretold the destruction of Osius long before it happened, as well as the Alliance coming after you. As you may well be aware, we the Tarks are not under a part of the Alliance. Did it ever occur to you why a search was being conducted to find the spacecraft that helped you in journeying across galaxies? The moment Commander Urgril voiced out the last question, Gustav's mind traveled back to their first appearance in the Tark's territory. He recalled how he mentioned to Endrik that it was odd for the travel inspectors to check for his spacecraft since they weren't under the Alliance. There was no need for them to also join in the search for him, but now he was starting to understand. "Are you saying, this is the reason you lots were looking for me?" Gustav asked, despite already starting to see reason in Commander Urgril Livot's explanation. "The tablet long foretold of your return and how you would visit Gohatark looking exactly like you did. This is why we knew exactly where to search. You are our benefactor, our god, we mean you no harm. The tablet mentioned that should you return, it would mean the salvation of our species and we must do everything in our power to stand by you," Commander Urgil added with a tone of sincerity. "Is this tablet one of the sacred items?" Gustav communicated with Endrik mentally. "No, this is the first I am hearing about any of these," Endrik replied. "I want to see the tablet, show it to me. Then I'll believe your claims," Gustav demanded with a strong tone. "That might be difficult." Commander Urgril Livat answered with a disturbed expression. "Then I cannot believe your claims. For all I know, this might be an elaborate scheme so I can let my guard down and then get stabbed in the back," Gustav retorted while getting to his feet. "This discussion is over. I will slaughter anyone who tries to stop me from leaving," Gustav spoke with an overbearing tone. "Wait, the reason why I said I cannot show it to you is because it isn't on this planet," Commander Urgril quickly yelled out. Gustav paused his footsteps and slowly turned his face to the side. "I cannot believe your claims without visual evidence," he stated. Commander Urgril swiftly moved and stood before Gustav with a small circular device in his grasp. This device shot forth rays that formed a projection of an unknown place. Within this place, an altar with a 3-foot large item, which was exactly what Commander Urgril described as the divine tablet, could be spotted. A figure whose face wasn't visible due to the cloak draped around his figure appeared in view, emitting a greenish aura as they walked toward the divine tablet on the altar. He proceeded to pick it up and the tablet exuded a golden glow that encompassed the entire vicinity before they both vanished. It got stolen?" Gustav questioned with a tone of curiosity. "Not stolen. The person who touched the divine tablet in that footage is the first Tovan," Commander Urgril voiced in response. "Why would a leader of the Tarks steal your precious divine tablet?" Gustav inquired once more, confounded. "Like I said, great outworldly, not stolen. First Trovan is one of the 3-time candidates just like the one beside you. He journeyed somewhere far with the divine tablet on a necessary mission for the future," Commander Urgril explained. "How do you know that term?" This time it was Endrik's turn to ask. "Like I mentioned times without number, the divine tablet informed us. Your coming had been prophesied thousands of years ago and the divine tablet made it known that one of the 3-time candidates would be your companion," Commander Urgril explained once more. "Does anyone know about the existence of time candidates?" Gustav asked Endrik mentally. "No. That is a term that should be known only by you, Husarius, that computer inside of you, and myself. No one else should be aware of our existence or even have an idea of our purpose," Endrik answered. "So, do you believe they are telling us the truth?" Gustav followed up with this question. "I sense the power of the time candidate through the footage. It is real," Endrik answered. Gustav recalled Endrik mentioning the time candidates were capable of perceiving one another despite having never met. At this point, he was inclined to believe that everything Commander Urgril Livat had mentioned there that day was the truth. Gustav had a conflicted expression on his face as he slowly turned around and took a seat. "Tell me more about the divine tablet and the being who brought it to your ancestors," Gustav demanded. Hours later, Gustav and Endrik had settled in a luxurious living space they had been provided by Commander Urgril Livat. Commander Urgril Livat had wanted to make a live announcement to the general public all across Gohatark planet about the appearance of the outworldly, but Gustav stopped him. Commander Urgril mentioned that should the inhabitants of the Tark territory be aware of his visit, the whole city would be flooded with both Tarks within the planet and outside of it, coming to worship his arrival. The Tarks were strong believers who saw the outworldly as the current reason for their existence. Gustav had stopped him from spreading the word because things were already very dangerous. Even though the Tarks had good intentions, a lot of other species from outside the planet who were only visiting for a little while might have nefarious intentions. He was still considered a fugitive outside of the Tarks' territory, so who knew what they might try? He knew the Tarks could prevent the Alliance from exerting their dominance within their territory, but what about when he left here? Chapter 1371. Optimistic geezer Gustav sat on one of the beds in the vicinity and thought about everything Commander Urgrel mentioned. All these still don't feel real, he said internally. What part? The henchman or the divine tablet? The system inquired. Everything. It's not like they had much to tell me about the henchman anyway. Except for the fact that he appeared to their ancestors nearly 8 years ago and handed them the tablet, I know nothing else of this henchman. This would have definitely been a good time to remember something, Gustav responded internally. You're still in the process of becoming unbound. Just because you have no further information about it right now doesn't mean you won't in the future, the system stated. Yeah. One thing that stuck with me is how the divine tablet didn't seem sure of my coming at first. Commander Urgrel said the tablet mentions that if I come, they need to show their support for the salvation of their species. That if bothers me, Gustav held his chin with a bothered expression. What do you plan to do now? The system inquired. Leave here first thing tomorrow. Although they have offered us shelter and protection from the Alliance, I still have my work cut out for me. The Zelio's tower awaits, Gustav stated with a decisive tone. Gustav spent the rest of his night channeling his bloodline while Endrik was busy looking into the fates with Husarius. Circe slept like a baby in their cozy shelter. The next morning they were ready to leave the Tarks' territory. Great outworldly, are you sure you cannot stay? We could provide you with as much support as you need from all corners of our 27 planets, Commander Urgrel Livat said with a tone of reverence. No. I still have a lot to do. If I need any assistance in the future, I'll find you, Gustav said while stepping into the new spacecraft that was provided for them. I cannot assure you that news of your visit won't eventually spread, but one thing I can assure is the Tarks are at your command, anytime, Commander Urgrel voiced while getting to his knees. I don't think I'll ever get used to a scene like this, Gustav said internally before turning around and waving. Bye, he said flatly. Commander Urgrel remained in place as Endrik and Circe, along with a red-haired young girl he hadn't noticed before, stepped into the spacecraft as well. This spacecraft was the same size as their previous one but with many more differences. It had the emblem of the Tarks and was shaped like a pentagon. It was a standard military-issued spacecraft with high speed, tenacity, defense, and attack capabilities. The spacecraft was much better than anything Gustav gave birth to before this. One thing known about a lot of space pirates was how most of them tended to avoid spacecraft with the Tarks emblem. The Tarks were just as feared as the leading planets of the Alliance. Commander Urgrel knew this would definitely deter the approach of assailants with nefarious intent. Surprisingly, Commander Urgrel didn't do it out of concern for Gustav, he did it for the sake of the others who wouldn't be spared if they crossed his path. One last thing, great outworldly. I almost forgot, Commander Urgrel appeared within the spacecraft like a phantom. Gustav wanted to ask how he got in here just like that but was more curious about what he had to say. Go left. Commander Urgrel stated. What do you mean? Gustav asked. That was the last message the time candidate from our planet had for you, Commander Urgrel responded. But go left where? Gustav questioned with a confused expression. I don't know. I asked him at the time but that was all he had to say and that was all he told me to tell you. He said you would understand when the time comes, Commander Urgrel voiced out. Gustav squinted his eyes for a bit before responding, all right. Commander Urgrel proceeded to get off the spacecraft after they bid their final goodbyes. Fuuhai tilde the spacecraft lifted into the air and disappeared into the morning sky. Earth, within an unknown MBO research center, Grand Commander Shen stood beside Dr. Markle as they engaged in a conversation. They asked me personally about the progress of the research. I am not sure we can continue to keep things from them, Dr. Markle said to Grand Commander Shun, who was seated before a large screen that displayed one of the Death Angels in captivity. You have to keep stalling them till we find an alternative, Grand Commander Shun responded with a tone of seriousness. For how long, Grand Commander? What you are asking of me and the team right now is almost impossible. Dr. Markle rubbed his eyebrows with a fatigued look while speaking. Almost, but not quite impossible, is it? Grand Commander Shun stated with a hint of hope in his voice. You are being a little too optimistic for an old man who has seen countless battles and deaths. Even if we were to succeed, who knows how long it would take? Do you think we can keep stalling the rest of the Grand Commanders for that long? Dr. Markle questioned, feeling as though the Grand Commander was getting a bit delusional. And do you know how long it would take to create an army that could be 10 times more powerful than Jack and Mark if we were to go through conventional means? It could take centuries or millenniums. Do you think we have that much time? Grand Commander Cheyenne's response caused the room to descend into quietness for a bit. I cannot guarantee anything. Dr. Markle finally broke the silence. Try everything you can to make this experiment a success. No matter how high the funding needed, everything will be provided, Grand Commander Shun said with an assuring tone. You should have led with that here. Now I am more motivated than before. The middle-aged-looking man in a laboratory coat had a newfound zeal after Grand Commander Cheyenne's assurance. Just make sure you don't take it too far. Grand Commander Shun suddenly had a bad feeling as he cautioned. Hey! I can't hear you. Dr. Markle put one of his fingers in his left ear and rubbed it with a straight look while walking away. The only thing I heard was to try everything. Your wish is my command, Grand Commander Shun. The doctor soon vanished out of sight. Dr. Markle was one of the very few people who could speak to Grand Commander Shun that way, since he was a leading scientist with numerous scientific breakthroughs that had helped the MBO in so many ways. He was one of the top scientists under the MBO, and now more than ever his expertise was needed. If not for his continuous research on the Death Angel, Grand Commander Shun would not have been aware of the information that was currently at his disposal. He could only hope that Dr. Markle wouldn't do anything too crazy while trying to achieve the objective he was given. Plankton City, EE sat within a boardroom of sorts, amid a couple of officers. They seemed to be holding a meeting, and all eyes rested on the man that seemed to have all the answers they needed. If you doubt the credibility of my information, then you could send some spies over there to gather information, EE suggested with a look of certainty. That is not it, Officer EE. I am astounded by how you came to this conclusion just from calculating Gustav Crimson's personality and what you assume he would do next, one of the generals within the room stated. Gustav had always been the type to put his loved ones first, so if my guess is right, he must be heading there now. He won't get there in one full swing, so I assume he made a pit stop at the Tark's territory, EE responded calculatively. The problem that lies here is the inability to exert MBO authority in Tark's territory. Even if we were to come into contact with a full-blooded criminal there, we wouldn't even be able to touch them, or we would be immediately kicked out, a commander voiced from the side. Which is why it is truly the most perfect place for him to hide out, just as Officer EE has stated, the general said once more. What do we do, sir? Another commander questioned. We can only send spies there to keep tabs on him and inform of the moment he leaves Tark's territory so we can finally catch him, the general stated. Then let us not waste any more time and make use of the information we have. Within one of the silent hallways in the MBO tower, EE stood before General Dijkstraat. They seemed to be in the middle of a conversation. I am just concerned like any other person would be. We faced these creatures firsthand, so we know just how dangerous they are, EE said with a look of interest. Chapter 1372 Transmission failed. I am just concerned like any other person would be. We faced these creatures firsthand, so we know just how dangerous they are, EE declared. I understand, but there is nothing to worry about. The creature wasn't freed and it will remain that way, especially now that Jack and Mac are returning to Earth, General Dijkstraat retorted before tapping EE's shoulder twice to bid him farewell as he walked away. Jack and Mac are returning. EES muttered. He sounded very troubled. I need to inform Gus about this, EE said internally while a violet-colored vortex appeared in his line of sight. EE proceeded to walk through the vortex and arrived directly inside of his apartment, which was more than 20 miles away from the MBO tower. He stood before his desk and reached out to touch a device positioned atop. TZZZ. The device vibrated a couple of times while displaying a couple of words on its surface. Transmitting, 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 transmission failed. EE's eyebrows furrowed as he spotted the feedback from the device. What's up with this thing? He wondered out loud before tapping the device again. Transmitting, 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 transmission failed. The same occurrence played out again, causing an expression of confusion and slight frustration to appear on EE's face. He tried multiple times and it remained the same. EE couldn't understand why the device wasn't working at the moment. It has never done this before. EE was in a dilemma. Just as he wanted to try again, a call came in from the communication button attached to the side of his left ear. Officer EE, we need you to come in at the second base, a feminine voice called out from the other end. By we, who do you mean? EE asked cluelessly. In outer space, a pentagon-shaped spacecraft navigated through a sea of ambient waves of blue lines. The spacecraft seemed to be having trouble moving through this area of outer space as it quaked repeatedly and found itself being forced to slow down. Because of the sonic waves, a lot of functions are offline within the spacecraft, Gustav complained as they continuously moved forward. Communication systems are down as well. Good thing we don't need to get into emergency contact with anyone, Endrik voiced from the side. Although it is starting to get a little hot in here, Endrik added as he noticed the air conditioning within the spacecraft had gone offline as well. Space was usually cold, but not this part. If oxygen suits were not a thing, normal people wouldn't be able to survive around here since the supply of air had been cut short. A ball of ice materialized in the middle of the control room. The surroundings instantly became chilly. Endrik and Gustav turned around and, as suspected, the one responsible for this was Cersei. She noticed their stares from behind and displayed a clueless look. What? Uncle Endrik said it was hot. For the millionth time, I am not your uncle. You're older than me. Endrik yelled in frustration. Gustav shook his head in pity. From what he knew about Cersei, she wouldn't stop. It was just like how he wanted her to stop calling him daddy but decided not to stress himself over the title since she would not stop no matter how many times he told her not to. But you're daddy's brother. I am, but that makes you uncle. You are not his daughter. I am too. You are not. Just like I am not your uncle. Okay, Uncle Endrik. You little, big. Gustav decided to focus on the journey ahead, leaving them to their argument. It would take at least another day before we get out of the sonic waves region. Gustav analyzed. You are lucky you practically traded the former spacecraft for a better one, or the journey would have been slower than this, the system voiced within Gustav's mind despite being seated behind Cersei. Yeah, this one has the techno jump. We'll get to Zelio's tower 1 week earlier than planned. Which also means we can get back to Earth faster, Gustav responded internally in anticipation. Time went by very quickly and soon, they got past the sonic waves. Everything within the spacecraft became fully functional again. At that point, Gustav didn't have to manually navigate the spacecraft anymore. The trajectory was inputted into the navigation system and the spacecraft resumed flying across space on its own. Gustav calculated that if there were no mishaps, they would arrive at the Zelio's tower in 6 days. Might as well spend this time channeling my bloodline, Gustav decided while getting up from the first seat in the control room. Theirs was a very high-grade spacecraft, so it was pretty much like being the landlord of a 4-story building. There were many rooms within, so Gustav could pick any one of them. Thanks to the history he had with the Tarks, which he still couldn't recall, he had gotten a load of freebies. Besides the consumables, he also got a supply of weapons as well as a communication device that could transmit back to Commander Urgril if he ever needed any form of assistance. I guess being the outworldly is starting to pay off, Gustav said internally as he walked into one of the rooms. He squatted and took a cross-legged position in the middle of the room after shutting it from within. I could at least try to get close to the peak of the first step in the next 6 days. Gustav shut his eyes at this point and began channeling his bloodline. At this level of strength, channeling one's bloodline happens to be an automatic function. Mixed bloods at the beta rank could be walking, talking, eating, having fun, or even fighting, and they'd still subconsciously channel their bloodlines. Improvement was automatic but incredibly slow at this level of strength. It was a miracle that Gustav was able to go from delta to beta ranked in just 8 months' duration. No one had successfully channeled at a speed like this in the history of mixed bloods, and now, he was already aiming for the peak of beta's first step. Beta was a lot further from alpha ranked than anyone thought. The difference between both levels of strength was like a pond to an entire ocean. Not even 100 bet-ranked mixed bloods would be able to defeat a single alpha. This was why the process of channeling one's bloodline through the beta rank was extremely long compared to any other bloodline rank. It was a process that no one besides Miss Amy had been able to complete in less than 10 years, since it was like trying to fill up a river by fetching cups of water. Gustav didn't care about any of the difficulties attached to this rank. All he cared about right now was making sure he achieved the third step of beta rank before a year went by. He already had the strength of an alpha without reaching its rank, so he knew if he continued, he would have the chance of completing the first 5-year quest. Gustav was at a point where he could channel every single bloodline at the same time, so he didn't have to worry about being unable to channel any bloodline properly. The sound of blood gurgling rang out within the room as Gustav's veins turned visible and reddish all across his body. He couldn't fly without the help of the system or partially taking the form of one of his beasts who had wings, because he hadn't truly become an alpha yet, but at this moment, Gustav's body levitated off the floor as steam erupted from his body. At this point, he had entered a deep state of meditation. His body completely focused on the channeling of his bloodline to increase its speed. Gustav suddenly found himself in an unknown dim space. His body was bare, but he was in ethereal form. "Hello!" Gustav called out in confusion. "Hello tilde hello tilde hello tilde." His voice echoed multiple times, giving the environment a sort of eerie vibe. "Where is this?" Gustav wondered out loud, and his voice echoed once more. A screen suddenly appeared towards the left. Gustav turned to the side and watched the footage being displayed on the screen. It showed a being of small stature and fluffy green hairs all over its body, standing in the middle of fleets upon fleets of spacecraft that had covered an entire vicinity in space. Upon the appearance of this being with its small stature, a burst of chromatic-colored energy surged forth from its position. It covered the entirety of that part of space, and every single person within the thousands of spacecraft fleets fell asleep. Another screen appeared on the right, and Gustav watched footage of a feminine-looking being with a serpentine tail and one eye in the middle of her arrow-shaped head. Chapter 1373. Arriving at the Zelios Tower, the feminine-looking being stood in between a purple valley with armies of rock-like monsters charging in her direction. She fearlessly stepped forward, and a surge of pink energy burst forth from her figure, dyeing the entire world pink. Every single living being in that vicinity fell to their knees subconsciously. In another screen up ahead, a being stood before a massively shooting star which was almost the size of the sun in the Milky Way. This being was the only thing standing between the destruction of a lineup of planets behind and the massive shooting star. With a burst of orange energy spreading from his being across that entire galaxy, the lineup of planets behind suddenly turned illusionary, and the star phased through them without causing any form of damage. Another screen appeared behind, and this time Gustav watched another species dominate a battlefield of millions without breaking as much as a sweat or physically engaging with them. More and more screens appeared, and Gustav noticed one common thing in all of these footage. The beings that appeared on the screens could dominate anything with a burst of their power, without having to move a muscle. It instantly struck a chord with him as he realized the type of power they had used. "Yaki, these are cosmic superior beings?" Gustav voiced out loud in astonishment. "Looks like we have a new addition." A loud voice suddenly rang out from behind as the unknown space suddenly lit up. Gustav turned around in confoundment as he stared at the group before him. "Big brother! Big brother!" Gustav's eyes sprang open after hearing his name called out multiple times. Endrik, how did you get in here?" Gustav inquired, looking confused. "You have not stepped out in the last 6 days, so I was getting worried," Endrik explained. "What do you mean?" "I was only gone for 2 hours," Gustav voiced in bafflement. No. We're close to the Zelios Tower. You've been in here for 6 days now, Endrik iterated. That cannot be right. Gustav got to his feet. Your chest, it's glowing. Endrik suddenly called Gustav's attention to his chest. Gustav, who seemed to have initially missed this, lowered his head and spotted the golden glow in the middle of his chest. Gustav exclaimed, looking further confused till he sensed something. My cosmic superiority just reached the transdimensional level, Gustav stated with realization in his eyes. How is that possible? You haven't even used your cosmic superior abilities in a long time. Endrik was also startled. I know. That is why I don't understand as well. I was only in that place for like 2 hours and now you tell me 6 days has gone by? Gustav didn't even know how to react to the entire situation. A loud automated voice rang out. I'll deal with this later, Gustav said before walking out of the room with Endrik. They approached the control room and projections of nothing appeared in their line of sight. Except for the endless dark expanse of outer space, nothing could be seen for light years. Gustav stood before one of the projections before activating God Eyes. God Eyes has been activated, it's there. Gustav pointed at nothing. Hey! Cersei peered forward cluelessly. The entrance to the Zelios Tower, Gustav muttered while keeping his finger pointed in the same direction. We can't go in with spacecraft since they are not allowed. Prepare to get off, Endrik said to Cersei. Yes, uncle. Her response caused Endrik's face to twitch repeatedly. I would have preferred we went in alone, but it is more dangerous to leave her out here by herself, Gustav voiced while passing a white and black spacesuit to Cersei. It was time for them to get off the spacecraft. Gustav and Endrik didn't need a spacesuit to stand in outer space. The cold was unable to affect them in the slightest and they could hold their breaths, so it was no issue even though they couldn't breathe in space. The moment they got out of the spacecraft, Gustav snapped his fingers. Space around them glitched and the entire building-sized spacecraft vanished. At that moment, it looked like they were floating around in the middle of nowhere, but that wasn't the case. The entrance to the Zelios Tower was somewhere around, but the ordinary eye would be unable to locate it. Gustav flew forward with Endrik and Cersei following closely beside him. After flying for about a minute, he stopped. Both of them stopped too and Gustav reached out his right arm, curving it towards the side and lowering it even more. It looked like there was a pattern to this, but Cersei didn't understand what she was looking at. Only Endrik was knowledgeable enough, especially since he had been there before. A bright glow suddenly engulfed Gustav's palm in the next few moments and a thick wavy magenta light engulfed their figures. All three of them instantly vanished from sight. Were here, in the blink of an eye, they had reappeared within an unknown space. A large piece of greenery occupied an expanse of 14 miles. Beyond the radius of 14 miles, nothing else was visible in the vicinity. It was like the world just ended there. A bright white sky illuminated the surroundings from above and a group of small unknown species of birds fluttered across. In the middle of this expanse of light was a lineup of dark, mysteriously tall towers. These towers are each brighter than the other according to their height, line up from the left to the far right. The towers were 7 in total. The first one from the left was around 70 feet tall, which was also the size of a 7-story building. The next one was 100 feet tall and the next one kept surpassing the size of the previous by around 30 feet till the 5th tower. The 5th tower reached an unexpected height of 400 feet, giving the previous ones a huge gap. The 6th tower on the other hand was up to 600 feet and the final tower, which was the 7th, was only a measly 30 feet tall. This whole dynamic was completely mystifying, but Gustav understood why this was so. The towers each represented the difficulty of tasks presented by visitors. If one visited the first tower and the task was too difficult for the Errams situated there, they would refer the visitor to the next tower. The next tower would also refer the visitor to the one after them if they were unable to accomplish the task, and so on. The 7th tower had the highest level of Errams who could uncover any information no matter how difficult, but there were only 3 of them, which was why the tower was very small compared to the others. The Zelios Tower was a dimension crafted by beings known as the Errams. The Errams were all-knowing beings who were said to be able to acquire any information required. Whether it was information about hidden locations in the universe or information about history lost to time, they could acquire it. One just needed to articulate their request at the hands of the Erum and they would know anything, so long as it existed in the present or past. As for information about the future, no one risked asking for knowledge about that due to the requirements needed to acquire such information. Also, the last time a visitor managed to acquire information based on the future, they ended up in a mental asylum. They got what they wanted, but the effects were something they were unable to handle. This tale was very popular and had deterred lots of visitors from asking about the future. Would they even be able to fulfill the requirements if they wanted such information? The problem with the Erums wasn't that their services had a cost attached to them, but the fact that their costs happened to be extreme 99.9% of the time. The Erums were like monks. Very peaceful yet chaotic and unreasonable. They would never agree to your request unless you fulfilled the requirements attached to getting the piece of information you desire. Endrick was the one who visited here months prior and made the request that pertained to uncovering how to get access to the dimension Falco and Angie vanished into. At that time, he had been referred to the fifth tower, which gave him the task of acquiring the hearts of 8 Tartan beasts on the Trachea War Star. The Trachea War Star was known for its movement across space, making it difficult to track down. It was also a war location millennia ago, which was where its odd name came from. The beasts located there were powerful enough to wreak havoc on any planet and wipe them out easily, which was why the requirement was considered an unreasonable one. Besides the difficulty of locating it since it was always drifting across space, there was also the fact that getting close to it would mean certain death. Check out my WPC December and Jan entry. I am just a member of the Sword Heroes party. Add to your library and support to help me win. Chapter 1374. I will show you what you need to do. Besides the difficulty of locating the Trachea War Star since it was always drifting across space, there was also the fact that getting close to it would mean certain death. Fortunately, Endrick was able to fulfill this crazy demand and managed to acquire way more than 8 Tartan hearts. Now all they had to do was trade it for the information that brought Endrick there in the first place. Gustav, Endrick, and Circe walked toward the fifth tower upon their arrival there. They weren't the only ones in the surroundings. Other alien species could be sighted as well. After all, information was a universal need. They arrived at the entry point of the fifth tower and inserted some pearl-like stones into the walls since no one could enter the tower through conventional means. They soon vanished and reappeared on a part of the 8th floor of the fifth tower. They appeared in the middle of an intersection that led to 6 different hallways. The floor had a large flower-patterned design that glowed slightly upon its appearance before getting dim. Just as Gustav suspected, the interior of the tower was much larger than it looked from the outside. The entire place was crowded with hundreds of different-looking species trotting about. Despite the numbers, the vicinity was still relatively quiet. This way, Endrick said to them and turned towards the northeast direction. They began walking towards the second hallway on the right until they disappeared into the crowd. Minutes later, Gustav, Endrick, and Circe had entered a large space with a bunch of people waiting by the sides. Endrick took bold steps forward until he arrived before the counter, where 2 beings with grey, scaly faces and long canines reaching their chin area could be spotted. These 2 were Erums who seemed to be apprentices due to the golden-striped gown-like outfit they were clad in. Requesting a presence with the mundane one, Endrick stated. "You will have to wait in line like the others," the one on the right responded. "I already have an appointment." "I have brought back the requirements," Endrick said with a straight look. There was no way they could wait in line for all of those people to be attended to first. It would take days. "Name?" the Erum's apprentice inquired. "Endrick Oslov." Endrick replied. The Erum apprentice proceeded to place its 3-fingered palm on a glowing orb positioned on the counter. Their eyes emitted the same color as the orb for a few moments before dimming. "Endrick Oslov, the mundane one is expecting you," the Erum's apprentice stated while gesturing for Endrick to take the path on the left towards another room. Gustav and Circe followed behind Endrick, but just as they arrived at the path, one of the Erum's apprentices spoke. "Only 2 can go in at a time." The trio paused for a bit before Gustav turned to stare at Circe. "Wait here," he instructed. Cersei nodded in understanding before turning around. Gustav and Endrik continued ahead without her and soon found themselves in a very large space. This space consisted of floating books in circular arrangements. "That's a lot of books," Gustav muttered with a slightly bewildered tone. Apparently being the most knowledgeable species in the universe also means they read a lot, Endrik voiced in response as they made their way forward. Each row and column had a circle of books that extended towards the ceiling above. They were each longer than 50 feet in length. The number of books that existed, there was no doubt more than 100,000 in number. "Endrik Oslov, you came with a visitor this time," a voice called out from up ahead. Gustav and Endrik looked upwards and spotted a creature similar to the ones that had attended to them outside. However, one noticeable difference was the completely golden gown he was clad in as well as the 5 stars outlined boldly on it. "He is my big brother. The one who originally sent me on this quest," Endrik answered while the being used a floating stairway by the side to descend. "Interesting, although I already knew that," the being answered as it closed in on the bottom of the stairs with a scrutinizing gaze. "Mundane one. I have acquired what you required of me," Endrik stated. "Our sweet, sweet rhymes," the mundane one said while walking towards them. "You wouldn't copulate with me, so you took the hard way out, eh?" The Erem known as the mundane one arrived before Endrik and reached out to stroke his left cheek. Gustav was immediately taken aback. "I thought it was a he and not a she," he hid his look of discomfort. However, the mundane one seemed to have noticed this and immediately turned to stare at Gustav. "The Erems bear no gender. We can copulate with any gender of any species. We will still bear an Erems regardless since our genes are supreme," the mundane one intoned. "I see," Gustav responded rather dryly. "I like this one. He seems to have quite the spunk and not to mention that he is a sight to behold," the mundane one said with a look of interest while walking towards Gustav. Gustav tried to hide his repression to no avail as he stared at the mundane one before him. "The good looks run in the family, I guess." The mundane one reached out to touch Gustav's face, but he caught their hand before they could make contact. "You seem to be the opposite of your name," Gustav stated with a tone of ridicule while lowering the mundane one's hand. "Oh you, he is quite the stern one. He is making my tentacles vibrate," the mundane one said while sticking out a thin green tongue with a Tundorn expression. "I can take you both but not in a fight," the mundane one added. "We are here on official business. Restrain your horniness," Endrik voiced from the side before snapping his fingers. Zing tilde 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 8 massive pieces of organs suddenly appeared all across the place. "You weren't supposed to put them here, you just soiled my floors," the mundane one yelled while staring at the organs which were still oozing blood. A very strong stench suddenly filled up the place. "I'll pardon you this once since I have a liking to you, but how are you able to use your abilities here?" the mundane one added, distraught. "You tell me. You're the one with all the knowledge in the universe," Endrik responded with a light shrug. "You flatter me, but not all the knowledge in the universe," the mundane one said with a smile. "I am guessing he can also use his abilities here," the mundane one said while pointing at Gustav. "We are not bound by whatever rules were set in this place. We have brought your requirements, now tell us what we wish to know without any further delay," Gustav stated while stepping forward with a tone of intimidation. "Now hold on there. This is a space that was built away from the construct of existence. No supernatural abilities except for that of the Erems are supposed to exist. It has existed this way for millennia and protected our species. The other Erems will not be happy to learn of this," the mundane one said with a tone of concern. "If I was here to wreak havoc, I would have already done so. Even the most powerful of beings in the universe would be ordinary people here, so who could stop me?" Gustav voiced menacingly. For the first time in centuries, the mundane one felt threatened. Within this tower, they were gods. Just as Gustav had mentioned, even the most prestigious beings in the universe would bow in their presence and do anything just for a glimpse of their power. It turned out that such rules didn't apply to the one before it. "Fortunately, I am not here for that. Just tell us what we need to know and we will be out of here immediately," Gustav said with a calm demeanor. "Follow me," the mundane one said with a serious tone. Endrik turned to stare at Gustav. I think you humbled him, he whispered. Are we calling him a he or she? Gustav asked with a slightly confused tone. You just called him a he before asking whether to call him a he or a she, Endrik pointed out. So are you two coming? The mundane one voiced from up ahead. Both of them immediately stopped quibbling and followed after the mundane one. They arrived before some desks of sorts and the mundane one gestured for them to take a seat. The moment all three of them took a seat, the surroundings around them changed. Everywhere turned dark in an instant, like a huge black ink had blotted the entire environment. The arrangement of books in the surroundings was still vaguely visible, but it was almost like they had entered another space. You wanted to know how to get into the otherworld dimension and save your friends. I will show you what you need to do. The mundane one eyes emitted a milky glow as their voices blared. Chapter 1375. Finding the mundane one. On another path within the tower, a group of 5 in yellow robes trekked forward with enthusiastic expressions. They were all half human and half insect in physique. 2 long antennae rested atop their brownish roughly shaped heads, and above the antennae were eyeballs. Their presence didn't attract any attention, since seeing species from different parts of the universe was a normal occurrence. Molox, are we even going the right way? One of them questioned in confusion. The mundane one was said to be on the right path. The largest one in their midst answered. I'm not so sure. I haven't noticed a design that I recall from the path we walked through the last time. Another one spoke from the side. No one asked you, Vilax, Molox said with contempt in his voice. But he is right. Maybe we should ask around, a feminine voice suggested from the side. More right, Ozark, Molox said with a contemplative tone. Vilax shot Molox a glance before shaking his head slightly. Don't take his attitude to heart, Ozark whispered from the side. Acting this childish because of my stance on the matter back home is ridiculous, Vilax voiced in response. Almost everyone believes he is responsible, so I can't entirely blame him. Only you and I know the truth, Ozark said with a comforting tone. Indeed, let's focus on recovering the rest of our people for now. Vilax didn't think much of the present predicament anymore. The group of 5 proceeded to ask around, and just as Vilax and the others suspected, they had truly been heading in the wrong direction the entire time. It was the other right, Molox said while turning around. Didn't I already mention we were headed in the wrong direction, Captain? Vilax retorted with a light scoff. Don't be petty, former captain, Molox responded with disdain, obviously looking to rile Vilax up. Vilax ignored his petty response and kept heading forward. Molox happened to be about 3 years older than him, which would be almost 20 years if converted to Earth's time. Since Molox was 3 years older than the required age, he was unable to participate in ISOP. Vilax became the captain of the ISOP due to this, and ever since then, Molox's attitude toward him had changed. Molox became the captain of the 5 Osis team sent to the Zelios Tower to bring back information on their missing kin, and now he was trying to give Vilax a hard time. Fortunately, Vilax didn't seem to care about the schematics. He just wanted to get what they needed and bring back the information. The group of 5 soon arrived in a space with a bunch of species waiting by the side. They spotted a human-looking figure in their midst with blue hair but didn't think much of her appearance. It was normal to see species from all across the universe around here. We're here for the mundane one, Molox stated. Wait in line if this is a first appointment, one of the 2 Eram's apprentices voiced. It is not a first appointment. We brought the required items, Molox answered. The mundane one is currently attending to visitors. Your group will have to wait till it is finished, the Eram apprentice stated. How long? Molox asked. Until the mundane one says it is finished, the Eram's apprentice said once. Can't he speed things up? Molox sounded impatient. Until the mundane one says it is finished, the Eram's apprentice repeated. Let's just wait till the mundane one is done, Vilax said from the side while turning around alongside the others. Molox grunted in discomfort before turning around as well. They found different places to sit since the surroundings were stacked up. Vilax sat beside the human-looking girl with beautiful blue hair and eyes. The place remained silent for a bit till the young girl passed a bubblegum to Vilax. Vilax stared at her hand in confusion. "Why are you giving me this?" he inquired. "It tastes sweet and gives fresher breath." She proceeded to place it in his insect-like hand. "I have a fresh breath," Vilax stated. "You are waiting just like I am. Chewing something sweet will help," she said with a smile. Vilax stared at the gum with wariness in his eyes. This wasn't a usual delicacy to Osis, and he couldn't even tell if it would suit his taste buds. He shot her a curious glance and noticed how she was chewing away non-stop without a care in the world. Vilax proceeded to put it in his mouth. He was immediately hit with flavors that traveled to his brain instantly. He subconsciously let out a hum that showed he was enjoying it. The girl noticed this and smiled. After what seemed like many minutes, he asked for another, and a conversation ensued between them. "So why are you here? I may be wrong, but you seem to be an Earthling girl," Vilax inquired. She shook her head before replying. "I am from planet Vesper and I am here with my father." "Oh, your father, I see. Where is he?" Vilax inquired with a slightly curious tone. "He is inside with that mundane person," she responded. "They said 3 couldn't go in at once, so I waited here," she added. "There is someone else with him? Is it your mother?" Vilax followed up with this. "No, it's uncle. They went in together," she answered. Vilax immediately understood that her father and uncle were currently inside with the mundane one, which was also the reason why they were still out here waiting. He decided to further question her so he would be able to calculate if they were going to be out there longer or not. "Why did they come here?" Vilax inquired. "Their friends got lost, so they're trying to find them," she responded once more. "Must have been quite the disappearance for them to need the help of an Aram in the 5th tower," Vilax replied in astonishment. "Your father must be very nice," he added. "Yes. He is the best and the most powerful too," she responded with a look of admiration. "Haha, no doubt he must be powerful to successfully fulfill a request from the 5th tower. It took all 5 of us to complete ours," Vilax stated in agreement. "Are you also looking for someone?" she asked with an inquisitively intense gaze. "A bunch of my people are missing. We came here to find them," Vilax answered. "Oh, you poor soul." She rubbed his head with a pitiful tone, causing Vilax to look a bit lost. "I hope you find all of them so you can be happy again." Vilax couldn't help but feel a little relieved after hearing this. The girl was truly pure and full of innocence. "What is your name?" he inquired. "I am Circe," she replied jovially. "So this is it?" Gustav asked as he stared at the outline of a dark planet projected before them, almost like they were floating in space and staring at it. "Yes," the mundane one responded. "But it is in the middle of nowhere." Endrik stared in confusion as he focused his gaze on the grayish dust-like cloud that encompassed the dark planet. The planet also seemed to have a very large hole in its center, giving off a magma glow. It was obviously half destroyed. "It is in the middle of nowhere, but I have already informed you of what to do to get to it," the mundane one responded. "In the end, everything still hinges on heading back to Earth," Gustav said with an exasperated tone. "Thanks for nothing," Gustav added. "If I did not tell you the rest of the items to collect, you would get lost forever. So it is not nothing." The mundane one almost felt annoyed by Gustav's statement. "I somehow feel as though I would have figured it out," Gustav said while standing to his feet. "You should know very well that in the cases of many scientists, it only takes a little change in the equation or a little acquisition of formerly unclear knowledge to get a breakthrough in research that they might have been working on for years. It is the same situation in this case." The mundane one made a low HMPH before standing as well. "Anyways, thanks for your help. We're leaving now," Endrik said while getting up too. The dark surroundings instantly lightened up the moment all 3 of them stood to their feet. The massive space with innumerable books returned to its tranquil state while Gustav turned around to leave with Endrik. "Not even a goodbye, too bad." The mundane one stared at Gustav's back with a look of longing as they made their way out. "Creep," Gustav mumbled. They soon walked out of the space and arrived at the waiting area once again. "Circe, we're leaving," he stated while stepping forward decisively. "Gustav crimson?" Loud yells suddenly rang out as the group of 5 sprang to their feet. Chapter 1376 My patience runs thin. Gustav Crimson? Loud yells suddenly rang out as a group of 5 sprang to their feet. The one responsible for the destruction of planet Osius? The universal fugitive? Voices rang out in the background as everyone stared in the direction of Gustav and Endrik. Gustav stared at the group of Osis who were approaching him with disdain in his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't know they were there initially. He just didn't care. He had gotten the information he needed and it was now time to get out of there. So you were the one in there all this time? Don't even think about leaving here in one piece, Moloch stated as he stood before Gustav while shooting him an intense glare. I will be the one to capture Gustav Crimson myself and be praised by everyone. I will ask the Alliance to rest. While his thoughts were chirping away, Gustav spoke. If I had a penny for every time someone said that to me, I'd be a billionaire. Gustav stated. Out of my way, he added with a stern tone. You're not going anywhere, Gustav Crimson. You will be coming with us today, Moloch voiced in response. Don't resist, just come back with us, Ozark stated as well. Could you all just calm down? Vilax chimed in as he moved to stand between Gustav and Moloch. No one asked for your opinion, Moloch said before violently shoving Vilax to the side. Vilax staggered and fell into Circe's embrace. Circe helped him regain balance before saying, You people know my father? He is the father you've been talking about. Vilax's 2 greenish eyeballs contrasted as he realized this. Gustav was the father and Endrik was the uncle she had been referring to the entire time and he had no idea. Why are they making trouble for father? Circe shook her head. It won't end well for them. I don't think it will end well for Gustav since abilities are restricted here. That is why I am trying to help. Vilax turned around to face them again. It wouldn't be a fair fight since it was technically 4 against 2 if they counted him out. He was just trying to see if they could find common ground and speak to one another instead of resorting to violence. The moment Vilax took a step forward, he understood why Circe said it wouldn't end well for them. My patience runs thin. Tuhush tilde a strange and unfathomable force sent every single one of them flying. Moloch slammed into the other end of the wall violently and spat out greenish blood. Gasp tilde is he using abilities within the tower? Every species in the environment couldn't believe their eyes. Even Vilax was instantly lost. He stared at Gustav in horror before looking around to see his teammates sprawled out across the place. He had expected this scenario to play out completely differently, but he had been left bewildered. Step tilde step tilde step tilde step tilde. Gustav paused his footsteps when he arrived beside Vilax. They get to keep their lives because of the respect I have for you. I have been chased halfway across the universe for nearly a year on baseless atrocities I hold no responsibility for. I have decided that heads will start rolling. Gustav placed his left hand on Vilax's shoulder. Stay safe. Gustav patted his shoulder twice before walking away with Endrik closely behind. The place had become eerily silent that even the sound of Gustav and Endrik's footsteps sounded like the footsteps of a giant. Not even the Aram's apprentices spoke because everything that had just played out in front of them had shocked them greatly. Stay safe. Vilax knew that was just a warning disguised with concern. A warning that depicted should the Osis join the rest of the universe in coming after him, it would not end well for them. Let's go, Circe, Gustav called out from up ahead. Vilax bye, Circe waved at him while heading towards Gustav. Vilax just stood in place with terror in his eyes. Even the little expulsion of energy he felt from Gustav had him deep in thought. Would they be able to face him even with their abilities active? The others struggled to get to their feet with indescribable expressions. That wench. I will strangle him to death, Moloch said with anguish as he wiped the blood from his face. That would not be sensible, Vilax shook his head. You just stood there and watched. Damn, traitor. Moloch shoved him away once more aggressively. He could have killed you all if he wanted to. That speaks more on his character, Vilax stated in response. Huh? Are you taking his side now? Moloch turned around with a fierce look. You should. The mundane one will see you now, one of Aram's apprentices chimed loudly. Both of them instantly stopped their confrontation and turned to stare at the counter area. Let's focus on saving our people first, Vilax said while stepping forward. Malox followed after him. It didn't take more than a few minutes before they arrived back outside with a scroll. What do we do? One of the Osis with a very large body frame was questioned after hearing the briefing from Vilax and Malox. Maybe we should split up. 2 could head back to inform everyone else back at the ring while 3 head to the location on the scroll, Ozark suggested. While this would have been a great idea, the mundane one said our chances of getting there are low and successfully saving our people are even lower. Not to mention that splitting the group would make us even weaker, so the survival rate might be at 1%, Vilax analyzed while shaking his head as he recalled a part of their conversation with the mundane one. Underscore 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 C-filing? So they were turned to slaves by this person who moves across the universe to collect more species to put in bondage? Precisely that. The scroll will lead you to his current location, but it won't last. Once he moves again, the scroll will be rendered useless. Knowledge is never static. So we have to head to him immediately. If you ever wish to see the rest of your people again, yes. However, even if you little lads were to head there, you'd just be heading towards your deaths or worse, become slaves just like your missing people because you too are not nearly as powerful enough to contend with C-filing. We have more. I am aware of the 3 others waiting outside. It changes nothing, but this is none of my business. I have fulfilled my end, so it is time for you 2 to leave so my next visitor may come in. Underscore 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 underscore. Their conversation had been short and precise, but it gave them enough understanding of what happened to the rest of their people. What do we do now? Ozark asked, feeling conflicted. Everyone stared at Malox, waiting for him to say something. However, he was just as clueless as they were. Since the mundane one says heading back to the ring will make us lose C-filing's location and our group is too weak to recover them by ourselves, then I suggest we get help around us. Vilax's voice lit up with hope. Help around us? Everyone here has their problems, no one will be willing to help us, Malox retorted with frustration in his voice. They will be willing to help us. Immediately after Vilax said this, he jolted forward. The other 4 faces lit up as realization dawned on them. They instantly dashed after him. We are not asking that fugitive for help. Malox yelled from behind as he gave chase. Do you have any better options? Or is your pride worth the lives of millions of our people? Vilax responded from up ahead as he pushed people out of his way while running and apologizing. Malox made a low hissing sound as he kept chasing. What makes you think he is not already long gone? Zing tilde Gustav, Endrick, and Cersei appeared in the middle of outer space. Cersei had put on the spacesuit once more as she flew alongside them. They still needed to get outside the range of the entrance to the Zelios Tower before Gustav could bring the spacecraft out of his space storage. Gustav had thought they would take a bit more time here, but fortunately, they only spent around 5 hours in the Zelios Tower. Mental message is being transmitted, I estimated 4 days to a week. Looks like we'll be getting back to Earth much earlier, Gustav said to Endrick. The mundane one is said to be as powerful as the Erams on the 7th floor. According to news, he, or is it she, just finds the 5th floor cozy so they don't want to leave, Endrick responded. That would explain why they were so quick. I see, Gustav thought inwardly. After flying a bit further from the entry point of the Zelios Tower, Gustav snapped his fingers. Thwa tilde their spacecraft appeared in full form right before their very eyes. Chapter 1377. Time is a luxury. The trio moved towards the entrance and wasted no time in boarding it. The interior lit up upon their infiltration and Gustav proceeded to move towards the seat before the control panel. Endrick joined Gustav and Cersei took off the spacesuit before strapping in. At that point, Gustav was tapping on his dimensional bracelet to pick their destination point. Endrick squinted his eyes as he noticed something in the distance. It was very far from their current position, but he could make out 5 figures. Looks like they have also gotten what they came here for. They might try to cause us some trouble, Endrik voiced as he noticed the 5 figures were headed in their direction. Then we should leave here as soon as possible, Gustav responded while tapping his dimensional bracelet. The figures had drifted closer at this point and were funnily waving their arms. Wait, Endrik quickly grabbed Gustav's left wrist. Cancel dimensional travel, Gustav called out before it completely counted down to 0. What is it? Gustav questioned while furrowing his eyebrows. They're not here to cause trouble, Endrik responded. MHM? Gustav shot a glance at the Osis group. Minutes later, all 5 of them were within the sitting area of the massive spacecraft which was structured like a living room. We need your help, Vilax stated. Gustav had a slightly suspicious look as he turned to glance at Endrik before staring back at the group of Osis. Is this supposed to be a joke? Gustav questioned with slight menace. No, we're serious. We need your help, both of you, Ozark added from the side. You need the help of a universal fugitive? How ironic, Gustav let out a light scoff after responding. Will you help us or not? TCH. Malox yelled in annoyance. Watch your tongue before you lose it, Gustav said with a soft but extremely intimidating tone. You. Malox pointed in anguish but Vilax quickly cut him short before he could say any more. We got information on the whereabouts of our missing people who are currently in captivity. We can't get them back with our strength alone, Vilax explained with a pleading tone. You should be aware that I came to the Zelios Tower for my agenda. Where did you get the impression that I would be willing to leave what I am after to help you guys? Perish the thought, Gustav stated with a tone of indifference. Please. I know how it looks. You are being blamed for the destruction of our planet and wanted by the Alliance. You have no reason to help us, but we can't get our people back without your help. I am not asking you to let go of your agenda, I am just asking that you render us a little assistance. Vilax kept trying to make Gustav see reason. No. Go find help somewhere else. There are still millions of Osis who were saved. Gustav crossed his leg with an unbothered look. There was no way he would be willing to carry other people's weight on his shoulders when he was supposed to head back to Earth to follow the necessary procedures in recovering Angie and Falco. The problem is, we can't, Ozark voiced with a look of despair. Gustav exclaimed, looking confused. Vilax proceeded to bring out a scroll. The scroll opened up and floated in mid-air. One could see constellations, galaxies, and planets outlined on it with a small glowing dot at the northeast corner. This scroll is meant to lead us to the location of the being responsible for holding the rest of our people captive, but the moment he moves, his location would be lost to us and this scroll will become useless, Vilax narrated. That's unfortunate. Gustav didn't seem much bothered by the explanation, but Vilax continued. We can't head back to the ring because sea-filing would be gone by the time we manage to amass a strong enough force to save our people. This means the whole trouble we went through to get the information on their whereabouts these past couple of months would have been for nothing. We need to go after him immediately, but our group isn't powerful enough, and that is why we need your help. Vilax stopped after mentioning that much. Now I ain't interested. I've got my matters to attend to, Gustav said while standing to his feet. Endrik didn't try to intercede for them because he believed the decision should solely rest on Gustav. However, Circe didn't feel the same. Father, please help Vilax, Circe pleaded from the side. Vilax and everyone else was instantly taken aback the moment they heard her advocate for them. They hadn't expected it, but they noticed the bit of gentleness in Gustav's eyes the moment he turned around to stare at Circe. You said the tower didn't take as much of your time as you expected, so maybe you can just use a little of that time frame to help them, Circe added with a pleading tone. It was true that Gustav estimated a longer time frame than he spent in the Zelios Tower, but he didn't know how long it was going to take them to travel to wherever they needed to in space and get the other Osis back. Even if I decided to help them, what is the guarantee that it wouldn't take much of my time? Time is a luxury that is extremely precious to me right now. Gustav shook his head. Since he had been presented with the opportunity to get back to Earth that quickly, he was going to make use of it. How much time can you give us? Malox suddenly questioned with a desperate tone. Who allowed this monkey to speak? Gustav asked with a repressed expression. Molox fell to his knees in the next instant and bowed his head. Please, I don't care whatever you call me, just help save our people. His actions and words surprised everyone in the vicinity, Gustav included. We will make do with whatever time you give us, and once that time is up, regardless of whether our people have been saved or not, you can leave. Vilax joined Molox in pleading. Gustav squinted his eyes as he contemplated his decision. Please help us. The rest of the Osis fell to their knees as well, pleading for Gustav's assistance. That's enough. You can get up now, Gustav said with a slight look of benevolence. Does that mean you have agreed to help us? Vilax's expression beamed up as he inquired. 1 week. I will only input 1 week of my time in helping you lots recover your people. After that you are on your own, Gustav stated with a strong tone. Thank you. Vilax and everyone else showed their appreciation enthusiastically. Don't thank me yet. Gustav turned away and walked towards the control room. What are you waiting for? Come input the coordinates into the star navigation system, Gustav called out to Vilax, who instantly responded by jumping to his feet and following after Gustav. The rest of the Osis decided on who they would send back to the ring to give the others information on what they were up to. After a couple of minutes, preparations were complete and 4 Osis were left within the spacecraft with Gustav, Endrik, and Cersei. Let's go, Gustav stated while powering up the engine. The spacecraft bolted into the distance in the next instant. In an unknown region in space, hundreds of millions of beings stood underneath a blood-red sky, engaging in all sorts of activities. Some looked like large beasts with long sharp tails, some looked humanoid with oddly shaped heads, some others looked metallic with glowing chests and backs. Some even looked like half-toads and humans, while some looked like evolved insects. One couldn't count just how many different species could be spotted strewn across the unknown location. Some were tilling the ground as farmers would do and planting odd-looking seeds, while some mounted technological machinery and vehicle to perform the same task. Some were lifting heavy loads and moving them from place to place. Some were building structures and beautiful-looking roads. All kinds of activities could be witnessed. One common thing was the mysterious purple collar around the necks of most of the species. The species that didn't have necks had this purple collar around a different part of their body. There was not a single being there that did not have this collar except for one. At the top of a tower, a figure with a cylindrical head, clad in a long, black jacket, watched these beings engage in various activities with a proud smile on their face. The capturing has proved rather useful. I am 60% closer to finishing, he voiced cynically, sending silent chills across the environment. I should move on to the next capture zone once the PO has more information for me. After saying this, his figure vanished from sight. 4 eyes flickered open and what appeared in view was an outdoor pool. I need you guys' support. Check out, I am just a member of the Sword Heroes party. Add to your library and vote. Thank you all. Chapter 1378. Where are the others? Now this is the life a sovereign such as myself should be living, the cylindrical head-shaped being voiced with a slight tone of gratification. Besides the greenish pool they were currently lying in, the transparent window before the being displayed a massive butter-colored planet. It turned out that this wasn't an outdoor pool, it was an outer space pool. It's been a day and we already crossed more than half the journey. Vilax's voice rang out in surprise as the spacecraft drifted across the endless darkness. This spacecraft jump function is at the highest level, 1,000 light-years per jump. It can jump 3 times in a single day, but it takes more than a week for the jump drive to recharge, Gustav explained. 1,000 light-years per jump. Ozark and the others couldn't believe their ears. 100 light-years was moving more than 300 quintillion feet in an instant. Talk more of 1,000 light-years, which was 10 more of that speed. A light-year was equivalent to how much distance light would travel in a year. It wasn't just about its speed, it was about the distance, and 1,000 years of that speed breached in a single instant. The defense of this spacecraft must be on another level for it to withstand such, Ozark muttered in bewilderment. Most spacecraft could only go a little above 100, so this was a surprise to them. The usual speed of any spacecraft was more than light speed, but the jumps were a different case entirely. Gustav estimated that if they continued towards the location of sea filing, they should get to them in another day's worth of travel. This would mean 2 days had been spent out of the 1-week time frame Gustav had given them. They could only hope that the rest of the days would be enough for them to complete the operation. Their journey went on non-stop. Gustav wouldn't need to take a stop on any planet since they had everything they needed. He and Endrik had already filled up their storage with supplies that would last them for months if need be. "Tell me everything you know about this being named sea filing," Gustav voiced. The mundane one didn't tell us much about him since their only task was to give information about the whereabouts of our people, but here is what we know about sea filing. Vilax proceeded to start narrating what the mundane one told them. Sea filing is a narcissistic but very powerful being who has his universe. He takes species from all parts of the galaxies to put them in his universe because he wants a world where every single species all across the galaxies worships him as a god. He does everything he can to acquire different species, be it buying them or forcibly abducting them. Then he puts them in his universe to work. He won't stop until he has acquired species from every nook and corner of the universe. That is why he is always moving, Vilax explained. So there is someone like this out there, and the Alliance deemed me more dangerous and wanted. Isn't that interesting? Gustav chuckled while shaking his head. Some of the species were acquired legally while others, not so much. We had no idea that he was the one responsible for holding our people till the mundane one informed us. We only thought it was a case of misplacement, Vilax said. While sea filing is wanted, the Alliance doesn't place so much importance on capturing him, Ozark stated from the side. "Gee, I wonder why," Gustav responded with a tone of sarcasm. "He doesn't necessarily try to cause problems on planets or murder innocents. In fact, according to what I heard in the past, he has never killed. So long as he acquires even a single species from any corner of the universe, he leaves the others alone and continues his journey to acquire a different species." Ozark explained what she knew about him. "It almost sounds like you're defending the person who abducted millions of your people." Gustav shot her a side glance. No, I am not saying he hasn't abducted plenty, he just isn't seen as a huge threat based on the pattern of his actions. However, he is undoubtedly very powerful. People refrain from trying to mess with him because once he drags you into his universe, you automatically become his slave. Ozark tried to clear this misconception. If he is as powerful as you guys say he is, then this will still be difficult despite my help, Gustav said warily. But we have a much higher chance. Without you our chances were close to 0%, Vilax said with an appreciative tone. "So what is the plan?" Gustav questioned. "I haven't thought that far yet," Vilax said while turning to stare at Malox. "Maybe the captain has one for us," he added. Malox, who had been silent the entire time, stared back cluelessly the moment everyone turned to stare at him. His eyes darted around. "Well, we. He stuttered repeatedly. "Don't tell me you don't have a plan. Did you expect us to just walk in there and ask him to hand over your people back and see our group and cower in his boots? How unserious." Gustav shook his head in disappointment. "We could try talking to him first though. Based on what they said he isn't someone who just murders people for the fun of it," Endrik chimed in from the side. "I've seen people with this type of ego. Talking to him won't help," Gustav refuted. He knew damn well that a narcissistic person with an agenda would not stop until he was done. Especially one as powerful as him. "I am not saying we should only try to talk to him. I am saying we distract him by having a conversation that shows no nefarious intention. Then we could implement something that takes him off guard and try to set the Oasis people free," Endrik explained logically. I'm seeing it, but we first have to know how to free them, where exactly he is keeping them, and how to get access to wherever that is." Gustav felt they needed more information to come up with a proper plan. "We don't know how he captures people. He just does according to what I have heard," Ozark voiced. "That isn't helpful," Gustav stated. "The only people that would be aware of this must be people who he already took," Malox chimed in. "We can't just go in blind, we need proper understanding. We don't know if it is his ability or if he uses an item. And if it is the latter, whereas we prepare a plan thinking it is the former, we will fail." Gustav shook his head. I have my universe, but I can only pull people within range forcefully into it. Even at that, you have escaped it before, and it takes a lot of power to have living beings within a universe of your creation. Not to mention in millions. He would have to be extremely powerful for that. More powerful than Jack and Mac, Endrick analyzed with a contemplative expression. Jack and Mac are considered top 5 in the universe according to the Alliance. I have never heard of this C-filing before. Since he is not on the list, he should be weaker than them but still very powerful regardless. Which means, he isn't using his power. Gustav also replied in a contemplative tone. He must be using a tool, Endrick stated with a look of certainty. Are you sure? Gustav inquired. 90%. Endrick responded. What happened to the other 10? Gustav asked. This will be plenty enough. Hopefully, Endrick responded with a wry tone. I like to be certain about information before implementing a plan, but there's no time. Well, go with what we currently have, Gustav decided. Now this is the plan. Everyone focused on Gustav as he proceeded to tell them the plan he came up with based on the amount of information they currently had. After a few minutes, they all gave off expressions of understanding. So we're going to get the tool from him then. I hope this works, Vilax said with anticipation. If he truly uses a tool, then, it should. The Osius ring, a spacecraft, could be spotted descending onto a massive ring circulating like an orbital body in space. The ring had an icy color and almost looked like it was made out of gas, but that wasn't the case. It was composed of physical matter and happened to be half the size of a planet. Just like a planet would, it also had a lower and upper atmosphere. It was where the Osius survivors had taken refuge. Volpork, the 5th member of the Osius team that was sent out over 3 months before, was being welcomed by a line of handlers as the spacecraft descended. They didn't know that only a single person had returned out of the 5 they sent, till he stepped out of the spacecraft. Where are the others? Chapter 1379. The Vitricite species. They didn't know that only a single person had returned out of the 5 they sent, till he stepped out of the spacecraft. Javavi. Voices were heard from the background as he stepped into their midst. Where are the others? Handler 3 inquired with a concerned look. They sent me back alone to come and give a message that would explain everything that had happened in the last 3 months, Javavi answered while bringing out a small pocket device. You all are going to want to see this, he added while handing it over to Handler 3. Minutes later, all of the handlers had gathered in a massive hall. They were all watching the projection that displayed footage of Vilax, Malox, and Ozark. The whole place had descended into quietness as they focused on the joint narration of the trio. Occasionally gasps would be heard as the handlers listened to their tale, which was full of unexpected situations like the hardship they faced while trying to acquire the requirements from the Zelios Tower and how they finally succeeded. When they arrived at the part where Gustav was mentioned, the hall was thrown into disarray. They found the universal fugitive. They must have captured him by now. They better bring him back so we can hand him over to the Alliance. We shall regain our seat in the Alliance. Different voices with mixtures of both anguish and anticipation could be heard. Handler 3 quickly addressed them to remain quiet so they could listen to the rest of the footage. As the narration went on, the faces of the handlers changed to shock. How could they ask that criminal for help? A loud yell rang out which threw the whole hall into disarray again. Handler 1 tried to calm them down again, but most of them had gotten incensed and even began to blame Handler 3's son, Vilax, for this. Everyone relax, Handler 3's voice resounded loudly, which caused the place to reduce in noise. How can they work with the enemy? They should have immediately brought that fugitive back. Did you all even listen? Our people are in danger of getting lost forever. A big side of the handlers wasn't in support of the decision Vilax and the others made, but some felt they made the right choice. However, everyone still had misgivings about Gustav. I am not sure some of you understand the severity of the situation, Handler 3 resumed speaking. C-filing is a being that has not been sighted by anyone in centuries, talk more of being caught. He has been gathering species non-stop and even the Alliance has never been able to get a hold of him. He takes a bunch of species and moves on to another location. Our children cast their pride aside to ask for help from a person who is believed to be responsible for the destruction of our planet, just because they wanted to make sure they had a chance of saving our people who have been placed in bondage by this powerful being. Handler 3's tone had a hint of disappointment as he spoke. At this point, the entire hall had completely quietened down. They were looking at the bigger picture to save the rest of our people. The lots of you don't seem to realize what they have just put themselves into, he added. But are we just going to leave the criminal just because he has decided to help save the rest of our people? A handler questioned from the side. That is not what I am saying. I am saying, we should not condemn their decision. It was the best option with the time frame they had, or C-filing would have disappeared again, which would mean 3 months had been wasted. I have heard that the Zelios Tower gives even more ridiculous requirements for wanting to get the same information twice. We are going to do our best to assist our children by heading to the coordinates they have left in this footage. It doesn't matter how long it will take us to get there, so long as they can stall C-filing for long enough, we could get there in time to save our people and finally capture Gustav Crimson, Handler 3 explained lengthily. Are you saying? The handler who spoke had a look of surprise as he voiced out. Yes. It would be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Prepare the army, Handler 3 commanded sternly. In the vastness of outer space, a sleek spacecraft appeared, hovering gracefully above a butter-colored planet that seemed to glow with warmth and mystery. The ship, a marvel of cutting-edge technology, gleamed in the starlight, its metallic exterior reflecting the brilliance of distant galaxies. Inside the spacecraft, a group of intrepid explorers gazed upon the sight before them. The surreal landscape of the butter-colored planet seemed to resemble vast plains of wheat fields, stretching as far as the eye could see. Are you sure this is the location? Gustav questioned with a tone of uncertainty. The scroll says we're here, Ozark replied while staring at the glowing scroll. Is something wrong? Vilax inquired. No one matches the description you gave me of C-filing, Gustav answered. Wait, how? Ozark had a look of confusion as she voiced. I just scanned the entire planet and every single life form on it with my perception, Gustav answered. It was like a bomb just went off in Moloch's, Vilax, and Ozark's head the moment they heard this. You did what? Vilax had to ask for confirmation as he was having a hard time comprehending what he had just heard. Scanned the entire planet with my perception, Gustav repeated this line like it was a normal thing to do. All 4 Ozis stared at him in disbelief. They began questioning themselves internally. Technically Gustav was younger than they were even if they were age mates based on the calculation of planetary time, so how the hell was he so strong? Does this mean he has gone beyond his strength at Aesop? That strength that was already on a ridiculous level at the time? Vilax was the most stumped out of all 4 of them. Gustav was decimating the battlefield back then in Aesop, so just how much more powerful was he now? We can't overrule the assumption that he might have taken on a secret identity, Endrik voiced from the side. That is indeed true, Ozark nodded. It is a good thing the scroll lets us know if we are near him. We just need to start looking, Vilax stated with a tone of anticipation. The mundane one had informed them that the scroll would also help them figure out his exact position since they would be searching for him on a whole planet. The scroll only becomes useless once he leaves the vicinity of the planet. Once he was within a radius of 10 miles, the scroll would alert them. Where do we start from? Endrik asked with an inquisitive gaze. We start by landing, Gustav responded while tapping a bunch of functions on the control panel. The spacecraft descended onto the planet in a couple of seconds, ushering them into a completely different environment from what they saw in outer space. Their spaceship touched down gently on the alien terrain. As the doors opened, a sense of anticipation filled the air. Stepping out onto the planet's surface, they were immediately struck by the cotton-like ash drizzling across the air. It was almost like snow but much darker and toxic for non-native species. Fortunately, Circe and the others were clad in spacesuits. Gustav had a milky-colored glow cast around his body that completely disintegrated any of the cotton-like ash that made contact with him. The ground beneath their feet was a vibrant shade of golden yellow, reminiscent of butter on a warm summer day. The sky above was a serene blend of pastel colors, casting a soft glow over the landscape. No sun was visible, but the day was still bright enough. With confident strides, they began venturing forth. It didn't take long before they encountered a settlement of the native alien species. Towering above them were slender beings, with skin that shimmered a brilliant iridescent hue, giving a contrasting view with the appearance of the environment. A bunch of them approached them cautiously. It wasn't like they never got visitors, but getting visitors on a planet that was only conducive to native species was a very occurrence. Due to this, they had mostly been isolated by the rest of the planets under the same alliance. It was also why their structures and technology were primitive. Host has made contact with Vitricite species. Gustav stared at the system notification that had just appeared in his line of sight. For the first time he was meeting with species he had never heard of. #%. They spoke a different language as expected, but the system automatically translated the meaning to Gustav. Chapter 1380. On the search for sea-filing, we welcome the travelers from distant stars. They greeted with open arms, their graceful movements exuding a sense of welcome. Fortunately, the spacesuit translated the wordings into the ears of the others, while Husarius did the translating for Endrick. The Vitricites proceeded to ask the purpose of their visit since they were still a bit cautious. Gustav answered them saying, "We are just passing by, exploring planets across the stars and adding it to our journal. We will be leaving in a few days." He managed to ease their minds with his response, and they told them they could stay as long as they wished to. Gustav had no intentions of staying long regardless of anything. To him, the Oasis had about 4 days left. If their business wasn't concluded in 4 days, he would be out of there. As they delved deeper into the alien environment, they marveled at the array of flora and fauna. Despite the harsh conditions of the lower atmosphere within the planet, plants could still grow on their yellow soil. The plant life resembled delicate ribbons of melted butter, swaying gently in the harsh cotton-ashy breeze. Strange creatures flitted about with ethereal grace, their bodies adorned with intricate patterns and colors. Even their animals didn't look bad. Gustav decided not to pay the native species and the terrain of the alien environment much heed. Unlike how he would usually try to know more about certain species, he wasn't very interested this time. He just wanted to help the Oasis and get out of there. The only thing he was concerned about was the mapping of the entire planet so they could use it in figuring out places to search first for sea-filing. They were ushered into a place to stay which was structured with weird materials none of them had ever seen before. The moment they got in, they began plotting. "There is no time to waste. I can sense another settlement nearby, but there is not another one for hundreds of miles. The Vitricites can communicate with one another through their minds and share images as well as memories. Other Vitricites across the planet wouldn't give us issues if they come into contact with us since they are already aware of our existence," Gustav explained briefly. Despite not knowing about the Vitricites before this, the system had swiftly given him brief information about them. "So what do we do next?" Ozark questioned. "We still follow the plan, but we have to at least find him first. An opportunity has presented itself," Gustav stated. An opportunity, how?" Vilax questioned. "Wait here," Gustav said to all 6 of them while stepping out. The Vitricites communicate with one another through their minds with images and memories regardless of the distance. Every single Vitricite on the planet has seen what other Vitricites have seen since they don't hide things from one another. This could only mean one thing. Gustav could tap into the memories of everything the Vitricites had witnessed and make out the appearances of everyone who had visited in the last few months. This would help them pinpoint sea-filing more easily since they were sure he must have disguised his appearance. Whoosh! Gustav moved like a phantom and grabbed an unsuspecting Vitricite. He wasted no time in knocking out this 13-foot-tall slender being before they could react to getting abducted. Gustav arrived in a very secluded environment many miles from the settlement they arrived in. His reason for immediately knocking out the Vitricite was because of their ability to communicate with one another through their minds. There was no doubt that if this Vitricite was to be awake, everyone would know where he was the moment he sent images of everything happening around him to the others. Gustav would then be seen as hostile and it most certainly would cause problems. Activating memory siphoning, Gustav wasn't too bothered about using this ability on the Vitricite he captured since their specialty was usually mental-based. This meant that the mental fortitude of the Vitricites would be insanely high. It also automatically meant that the Vitricite could handle a lot of memory siphoning without any side effects. He could return the Vitricite just as he found him after he was done getting what he needed. Gustav's pupils emitted a white glow as memories began to flow into his head. At first, it felt extremely sharp, like his brain was being sliced through due to the gargantuan amount of information flowing in. Despite the populace of the Vitricites being less than 1 billion, it was no simple feat to have memories from millions flowing into his mind at a very quick pace. A normal person's brain would have turned to mush and had their consciousness collapsed almost immediately if they were to experience such. Gustav's mind soon adapted to the flow of information and the searing pain vanished. His brain began to isolate the appearances of every extraterrestrial creature that had visited the planet in the past few months and noted where they descended on the planet. From the memories, a couple of them already left, but Gustav still made sure to take note of the ones that were missing memories of their exit. After long hours had gone by, Gustav finally deactivated the memories siphoning. At that point, other Vitricites had begun looking for the missing one Gustav abducted. During the whole siphoning process, Gustav made sure the Vitricite remained unconscious. Fortunately, the Vitricites were not as strong or as fast as Gustav, so he was able to easily return the abducted Vitricite without anyone figuring out that he was the culprit. Gustav returned to where they were given accommodation to see the worried faces of the others. "You've been gone for 6 hours, we were starting to get worried," Vilax voiced. "I went out sourcing for information and now I finally have some," Gustav stated before calling out a name, SJ. Zing tilde, a circular, translucent item appeared in midair. The group of Osis stared at it with a look of awe. The massive fluorescent glow made the item very eye-catching, especially because of the 2 visible eyes within. "SJ, you know what to do," Gustav said while placing his hand on SJ's smooth surface. SJ emitted a bright glow before its surface became a watchable screen for the display of footage. The memories Gustav had isolated for extraterrestrial species who had visited in the last few months and didn't seem to have left, played out on SJ's surface. "So every one of them can potentially be C-filing?" Malox asked while crossing his arms. "Precisely, we won't need to sweep across the planet heedlessly now," Gustav answered. "The moment we come close to any of them, the scroll should tell us if it is truly C-filing or not," Vilax voiced in understanding. "Let's check this one out first," Gustav said while pointing to the image of a dog-faced being, standing on 2 legs with dark fur covering his entire body. According to the memories Gustav saw, this one had gotten into a little scuffle with the Vitricites upon his arrival. He had the highest level of suspicion for this one compared to the others. "Where is the merman located?" Ozark questioned, hinting at the extraterrestrial species on the screen. "Almost on the other side of the planet. I hope you guys can keep up," Gustav said while preparing to leave. There was no means of transportation on the planet besides spacecraft, so they would have to get there by running since they couldn't be taking the spacecraft everywhere. "Or I could just take them with a blink. It would be a whole lot faster," Endrik voiced from the side. "Good, meet me there." Gustav's figure blurred in the next instant. From tilde, a burst of wind spread across the room while Endrik grabbed hold of Vilax. "Hold one another," Endrik instructed. At first, they were clueless as to what was going on, but they obeyed. The moment Endrik blinked, they found themselves in another location entirely, standing hundreds of feet above a smoky, V-shaped terrain. Their eyes widened in astonishment as they realized they were standing in the air. However, this was only due to Endrik's telekinetic board. Vilax was the only one who could fly normally in their midst, but even at that he currently didn't need it. Endrik blinked 2 more times and in a couple of seconds, they had arrived at their desired location. Everywhere was dark. Since they were on the other side of the planet, it was night time there. There! Endrik pointed at an arrowhead-shaped building sitting in between 2 massive plants extending into the dark, asher-cotton sky. Just as they wanted to head in the pointed-out direction, a loud blast rang out. Boom! The building from the footage of Gustav's memory suddenly blasted into smithereens right before their very eyes. A figure drifted out of the pink flames, flying backward while another figure flew in his direction from up ahead. Ruwum. Chapter 1381 Fruitless Pursuits. A figure drifted out of the pink flames, flying backward while another figure flew in his direction from up ahead. Room. A pinkish blast was emitted from the arm of the one giving chase, but his target smoothly moved to the side, avoiding it. Big brother. Fuihush tilde Endrik noticed that Gustav was the one getting assaulted but didn't move to help. His eyes squinted in suspicion as he watched Gustav repeatedly evade the attacks of the merman species they had come looking for. Die vermin. The Mormon yelled as he streaked across the air and appeared behind Gustav with an outstretched hand. The massive black gauntlet attached to his right furry arm shot out a giant pinkish beam, 3 times the size of the ones he had been firing initially. The tall plants in the surroundings instantly got pulverized as the air in the surroundings also got cleared of the raining cotton-like ash. The merman noticed that his target was gone and let out a scoff. Weak as a common fly, he spat out. He suddenly felt a tap behind him and turned around to see Gustav floating behind him unscathed. His long red jacket flapped continuously with the wind while his facial expression remained indifferent as usual. How? The merman's eyes widened as danger chills spread across his nerves. He is not the one, right? Gustav questioned. Yeah, the scroll didn't give us an alert, Endrik yelled from behind. I thought as much. He is too weak to be our target, Gustav voiced before turning around to fly away. Eck. The merman nearly puked out blood the moment he heard Gustav's proclamation. Who are you calling weak? The merman stuttered repeatedly in annoyance. What a waste of precious time. Let's go, we have somewhere else to be, Gustav voiced the moment he arrived before the others standing on Endrik's telekinesis board. I'll end you. The merman yelled while speeding forward. Gustav slowly turned his face to the side and shot the merman a glance before he could get close. Are you sure you want to take that action? Gustav questioned with a soft tone that instantly sent shivers across the body of the Mormon. He paused mid-air with a conflicted expression. He saw his whole life flash before his eyes and started to rethink his actions. Wise choice, Gustav stated before flying off. Whoosh. A burst of violent wind spread across the vicinity due to his incredible speed, leaving the others behind in a location where the surroundings had been cleared of the toxic cotton ash. The only reason he had gotten into a scuffle with the merman in the first place was because he got attacked the moment he arrived on site. It was almost like the merman had been expecting him. Gustav recalled that the merman species had foresight, so it turned out that this particular merman had misinterpreted what he saw before Gustav's arrival. Of course, if the merman was truly sea-filing in disguise, the hostility was to be expected, but since he wasn't, Gustav wouldn't attack someone he had no business with. The Mormon was a fugitive on the run, so he was always on edge. It was also the reason for his immediate attack. Fortunately for him, Gustav was benevolent enough to spare him, which was why he didn't counterattack, but if the merman had kept it up, the extraterrestrial species would have been a goner. He called that weak. Ozark said in terror while pointing at the destruction in the vicinity. The housing structure that was constructed in between the large plants that extended into the sky in the vicinity had been obliterated. Most of the plants also didn't survive the battle, which lasted for less than a minute. Maybe he should start understanding that he might be too strong. Malox shook his head. Father is powerful, Yeri. Cersei innocently raised her arms in delight. He just expects someone of sea-filing level to be more powerful than this, Vilax chimed in from the side. Let's catch up, Endrik said while holding on to Vilax's shoulder. The group joined hands again and Endrik blinked. They vanished and reappeared in different locations continuously before arriving back at the place where they were given accommodation. Gustav was already within, waiting for them. We have 24 more places to visit, Gustav voiced while pointing at the sacred jewel which was displaying the next location they were to head for. Let's hope the next one is sea-filing, Ozark voiced with a look of anticipation. You should be thankful that this isn't a commercial planet like Gohertak. We would have no less than 1 million different folks to check out, Endrik chimed in from the side. He was right. Since this planet barely got visitors, it made things easier for them, but Ozark still saw 24 as a lot considering the plans they still had to put in place. They stared at the bird-faced figure in the footage that SJ displayed. The most notable feature of this species was the inverted ace-shaped black mark on its face with both eyes centered at its chin area. The body of the figure was covered in multi-layered feather-like clothing. "Let's go," Gustav stated before heading out once more. "We won't be coming back here until we have completely visited all 24 places or found sea-filing," he added. The group set out once more with looks of determination. Another day went by in the blink of an eye, and Gustav made sure to remind the Osis that they only had 3 more days left. At the moment, they had visited every single location that was initially mapped out. Only 20 out of 25 locations still harbored the extraterrestrial species. The other 5 were empty. No matter how many times they checked the surroundings of the 5, they remained unable to find the extraterrestrial species they came looking for. It was safe to say that they had already left, even though none of the Vitrisites witnessed the exit of these 5. Gustav had even scanned the entire planet multiple times with his perception, yet he was unable to find any traces of them. Now the problem that persisted remained their inability to find sea-filing. The scroll did not react to being in proximity to any of the 20 they visited. None of them was sea-filing. According to the scroll, sea-filing was still on the planet, so they couldn't understand how he remained untraceable. Gustav even went as far back as the memories he acquired could reach, and they visited other locations afterward, yet their pursuit was fruitless. Eventually, another day passed. They had spent it checking random locations all across the planet in hopes that they might suddenly come into contact with sea-filing by chance. Unfortunately, this was another futile attempt. The scroll didn't give off any proximity alert despite visiting over 100 different places in a single day. Even locations where it was suspected that Gustav's perception might not be able to scan properly, due to the structure of the terrain, were not spared of their visit. Yet, the results were the same, or better still, there were no results. "What do we do now?" Ozark questioned as they sat in the accommodation quarters they were given. "We have to start considering the possibility that he might be disguised as one of them," Malok stated. "That is certainly possible, but it is still very odd that we have not come into contact with him at all despite all our travels in the past 2 days. Vilax sounded very troubled. "The scroll says he is still here. Or could he be underground?" Lyark, who rarely ever spoke, voiced from the side. Underground, eh?" Gustav voiced while stroking his chin. He knew the possibility was high since they remained unable to find him on the surface. Gustav's perception could move through solids, but it wasn't absolute, especially when it involved going through extremely thick surfaces. If someone was deep underground, Gustav knew very well that they could escape his perception. The problem now was how to confirm if sea-filing was truly underground. "Let me do it," Endrik voiced while stepping towards the entrance of their accommodation quarters. Vilax and Malox both looked at each other in confusion. "His telekinesis can move through spaces," Gustav explained, but even he was not 100% certain of how Endrik was going to pull off scanning every single nook and cranny underground with his telekinesis. It seemed like he would need precise locations to check and wouldn't be able to scan everywhere. Which also meant they had low chances of getting sea-filing's location regardless. "I know what you're thinking," Endrik voiced the moment he arrived at the entrance. "Don't worry, I'll borrow power from Husarius," he added while the middle of his forehead emitted a green glow. "Oh!" Gustav folded his arms without worry and watched with a calm expression. Free war tilde intense winds began to spread across the place as Endrik's pupils also emitted a silvery blue glow. Chapter 1382 Splitting the World in Two. Gustav could feel Endrik's energy rising on an exponential level. Endrik's current strength was already beyond incredible for his age, but now that it was coupled with energy from Husarius, Gustav couldn't help but feel it was getting dangerously close to the level of an alpha. They all watched with curious gazes as Endrik slowly stirred his right hand forward and pointed it at the yellow ground of the ashy planet. His telekinetic energy surged forth like raging streams, penetrating the ground beneath Endrik's feet. He closed his eyes to focus as the energy began to spread at a rapid pace, encompassing the planet's core in just a couple of seconds. Endrick's ambience of space and will phased through everything, giving Endrick a mental map of the planet's underground structure. After many seconds had gone by, Endrick finally opened his eyes and spoke. "I found something, a structure." The group was instantly alerted upon this utterance. They swiftly moved towards his position when Endrick suddenly reached his hand out like he wanted to clench something. "It's a little imbalanced, closer to the other side of the planet," Endrick said while forcibly pulling his arm backward. The entire planet suddenly began to quake violently. The Vitrysites were extremely disturbed as they tried to find safety due to the planet-wide disturbance. With their ability to communicate with one another mentally, every one of them could see the images of various locations cracking open and trembling intensely, so they were well aware that it was happening everywhere. The others behind paused with confusion and panic on their faces as walking became difficult due to the intense quake. "What is he doing?" Ozark yelled with a tone of terror. Gustav stepped forward from behind, undisturbed. "Bringing it to us," he answered. "He can do that." In less than a second of asking this question, Molox was answered by the ground before them completely splitting open. It felt like the world was ripping apart as a gigantic piece of land with statues and multiple building structures was pulled out of the ground. It was as massive as the size of a small city, so the destruction that reeked across the surface with the pull out of the piece of land was no small scene. Endrick raised his arm higher and this piece of land lifted into the sky, blotting the little bit of illumination from it. The small city-sized land cast an incredibly looming shadow across the sky. However, at that moment, it looked like the planet was splitting open as the four Osis gazed into the abysmal darkness before them. A hole had practically been ripped through the whole planet. To make matters worse, it was spreading. The quake had become so violent at that point that it felt like the planet was coming apart. "This is not good." The group were back to back against each other. They had run out of land to escape to, and their current standing point was a pointy pillar of rock that looked like it would also give way very soon. The land around them had caved in, and even the accommodation quarters they were provided with had become collateral damage. Gustav and Vilax were the only ones floating behind, barely fazed by the ongoing destruction. Vilax couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at Endrick's doing with a look of complete bewilderment. "He is going to destroy the planet," Vilax yelled with a guilty expression. "Relax, just let him do his thing." Gustav's arms were folded the entire time as he stared at Endrick up ahead, who was also floating mid-air. Endrick made a circular motion with his left hand and multiple layers of telekinetic floors appeared beneath the large piece of land. After a few seconds he released his grip on the small city-sized piece of land and let it rest on the layers of telekinetic floors he conjured. Immediately afterward, a bright gleam was emitted from the middle of his forehead as he sent his telekinetic energy across the entire planet once more. "Universal merge." His voice boomed powerfully as he slowly brought his palms together. A barely noticeable silvery glow wrapped around the planet and the rumbling suddenly stopped. The glow pushed the planet together and the separated areas on the ground started to merge. A few seconds later, only crack lines could be spotted on the ground. The holes had been completely closed up and land became accessible once more. The jaws of every single person besides Gustav had nearly dropped to the ground at that point. They stared at Endrick like he was an abominable monster as he slowly descended from mid-air. Endrick retracted his energy while the glow in his eyes and the middle of his forehead slowly dimmed. "There it is," he pointed at the massive piece of land in the sky with multiple structures on it. "You know, we could have just found a way to head underground instead of all this, right?" Gustav said while Endrick approached. "True, but this is faster," Endrick responded. Everyone around was still awestruck while Gustav was chatting with Endrick like he didn't just perform a monstrous act. They had no idea that Gustav had witnessed Endrick perform a similar feat more than 9 months ago on the third disk of Planet Osius. Planet Osius' third disk was even larger than the entire Vitrysite planets and Earths, so there was no doubt that Endrick would be able to merge the planet back together. "You sensed it, right?" Gustav questioned while looking up at the platform. Endrick nodded. "That is why I pulled it out." "Sense what?" Cersei questioned while approaching the others. There is someone or something up there, Vilax answered the question. Considering how large the entire piece is, we will have to get closer to that someone or something for the scroll to react if that person is sea-filing, Ozark pointed out. Then let's get close, Gustav stated while grabbing Ozark. He lowered his knees a little before pushing off the ground with powerful force. Fauhumsha tilde he ascended into the air with incredible speed as they flew in the direction of the massive platform above. Fwy tilde the others weren't too far behind as they leaped upwards as well. Only Endrick used a telekinetic board so he could bring Cersei with him. The moment they landed atop the platform, what appeared in their line of sight was a lineup of oddly shaped statues that had weird powder-like plants wrapped around them. There were more plants haphazardly strewn across the vicinity and one could see that they emitted strange mist. Gustav assumed this mist was poisonous. Far up ahead, one could see the outline of building structures that looked R-shaped. Gustav could sense that the person who was there was within one of those buildings in the distance. However, the scroll still couldn't pick anything up since it was more than a mile away. Since the platform was as large as a small city, it covered a radius of more than 12 miles. They needed to get closer. Be careful, Gustav cautioned while hinting at the odd-looking plants up ahead. He grabbed Ozark and lunged forward once more. With Gustav's speed, he could undoubtedly cross the necessary distance in an instant, and this was what he proceeded to do. Swiwi tilde. Gustav sensed something a few milliseconds before he arrived at the area of the R-shaped building structure. Twihi tilde an incredibly fast black line streaked across the air and disappeared into the distance right before they closed on the areas with the building structure. The moment Gustav touched down he realized they weren't able to get within a 1-mile proximity to the presence he sensed initially because the fast black line that streaked away was the presence. Damn it! We weren't able to confirm if that was sea-filing or not. Gustav yelled to the others who had just arrived behind him. Chase! He shouted before dashing forward once more. Hover has been activated. Thwoosh tilde with Ozark in his grasp, he sped across the air very quickly. Endrick reacted quickly enough to follow a few feet behind while the others were lagging by more than hundreds of feet in just a couple of seconds. You forgot me, Cersei raised her arms in defeat as she stared in the direction of their vanishing figures. She wasn't quick enough to join them in the chase so she would have no other option but to wait till they returned. Thwoosh tilde up ahead, Gustav's figure cut across the sky at a tremendous speed, leaving the falling cotton-like ash in slow motion from his line of sight. No one could be seen from this distance except for Endrick and Vilax behind, but Gustav could very much sense the presence drifting across the dim sky. So fast, it might be him, Gustav thought out loud as he increased his speed. Chapter 1383 Outer Space Pursuit so fast, it might actually be him, Gustav thought out loud as he increased his speed. Tuhushh tilde, God Eyes has been activated. While the presence wasn't in his line of sight due to the 20,000 feet distance between them, there was no way it would be able to escape God Eyes. Gustav's point of view turned red as his sight zoomed across thousands of feet in an instant. What the hell? He exclaimed in disbelief. What was in his line of sight looked like an all-black metallic head that was the size of an adult being. Gustav couldn't give meaning to what he was staring at, but he also couldn't stop chasing. Faster, Gustav beckoned to the others behind as he pushed his speed further. Swoo tilde they were moving at such an incredible speed that in just a couple of seconds they had already circled the entire planet. Gustav noticed that he had only closed the gap between himself and the giant black metallic head by only a few hundred feet. He needed to close the distance between them by at least 15,000 feet more for the scroll to be functional. The speed of the head-shaped being was pretty much his highest regular speed. Gustav knew at that point that he needed to stop holding back with his speed. Dark wings sprouted out of his back as he kept Ozark in a position where the wind would not harm her due to his immense speed. Thwoosh tilde Gustav's figure streaked forward at an even crazier pace, leaving Endrick and Vilax far behind in just an instant. He was beginning to close in on the massive metallic black head as a dark streak could be spotted far into the horizon. 10,000 feet tilde 9,000 feet tilde 8,000 feet tilde 7,000 feet tilde 6,000 feet tilde. Gustav closed in a proximity of 5,000 feet extra within 5 seconds, whereas they had made a full rotation around Vitruk's planet 3 times within this time frame. Just 900 feet more. Gustav willed himself to increase his pace, as they closed in on the speed of light. "Heh!" Gustav exclaimed as the black streak suddenly began gaining on him. Tuhushi tilde its speed shot up out of the blue, and the distance Gustav had closed in started to lengthen again. Gustav's eyes squinted as he decided that this had gone on for too long. Fuhuy tilde he suddenly came to a stop in mid-air and looked around. "What are you doing?" Ozark was stupefied by the sudden pause. "Based on the flight trajectory of our multiple circulations around the planet, the next location he will speed past will be." Gustav turned to stare at his 10 o'clock. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav suddenly transformed into a streak of lightning, dragging Ozark along with him as they crossed a distance of more than 1,000 miles in an instant. Bang! The moment they reappeared in this part of the planet, Gustav reached out his right hand, catching a cauldron-sized head. A burst of energy spread across the vicinity upon collision as Gustav proceeded to hold it in place with immense strength. "Unhand me, foul species," an automated voice wafted out from the black, metallic, cauldron-shaped head. "He isn't C-filing, is he?" Gustav questioned with a tone of disappointment. "No, he isn't," Ozark answered while holding the scroll out. Gustav's eyes squinted in suspicion. It looked like all of that chasing had been for nothing. Gustav still didn't know what he was staring at. The dark, cauldron-sized head before him couldn't be seen through with god eyes, which meant it wasn't in any way ordinary. Endrik and Vilax arrived on the scene in the next instant with alternating gazes. What were they staring at there? They honestly had no idea. Arms suddenly phased out of the sides of the massive metallic cauldron-shaped head being, however, before it could attack Gustav, a surge of telekinetic energy spread from Endrik's figure. Pa! With a snap of his fingers, invisible walls appeared around the head, boxing it in. The massive cauldron-sized head was immediately trapped in. Bang! 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 "Release me." The automated voice rang out again, but Gustav only stared at it with a disturbed expression. It didn't seem very powerful, yet it was extremely fast. Gustav's suspicion and curiosity piqued. If this wasn't C-filing, then why did it run? How did it specifically keep a distance of more than a mile from them? Almost like it knew what they were up to. "Something is fishy," Gustav muttered. What are you?" Gustav questioned with a dubious look. "P.O., the automated voice wafted out from the head once more. "What?" Gustav couldn't help but voice in confusion. "Gustav, we have a problem." Ozark suddenly called out in panic. "What is it?" Gustav inquired. "The dot, it is gone," she said while placing the scroll before Gustav. Gustav took a glance at it and realized that it was truly gone. The glowing dot that displayed C-filing location on this planet had vanished. "It was here just a few moments ago," Ozark voiced while showing Vilax and Endrik as well. "If it was here just a moment ago, then that means he just left." Gustav's eyes turned focused as he stared into the sky. He didn't feel any presence leaving the planet. Gustav knew how powerful his perception was. Despite not being able to search every nook and cranny underground with it, there was no way he would miss anyone leaving the planet since it was on the surface. This could only mean one thing. C-filing was never on the planet. Gustav's revelation shook them as they came to a realization. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav's figure suddenly turned into a lightning streak that ascended to outer space in less than a second. He didn't even let his figure float in place for even a moment, before spreading his perception out once more. He suddenly turned towards the right as he sensed a fluctuation in space. Mental transmission has been activated. Get the spacecraft and follow. I'm going after him before he gets away, Gustav hastily communicated with Endrik internally as he turned into another lightning streak. Lightning Blitz has been activated. 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 In just a second, Gustav had activated Lightning Blitz 7 times, causing him to cross a distance of more than 70 million feet in one go. Lightning Blitz went into cooldown mode and Gustav retracted his wings since they were useless in space. He pushed himself to the furthest he could without any transformation, heading further and further away from the Vitricites' planet behind. He couldn't see what he was chasing, but all he could say was, whatever it was, they were headed in that direction and hadn't changed trajectory. The good news was, despite not being visible, he could sense the ripples in space, so he knew exactly which direction to head in the meantime. The bad news was that the target was starting to reach the edges of his perception since he wasn't fast enough. Which meant, he would be losing them soon. A pentagon-shaped light suddenly appeared in view behind Gustav. Immediately after Gustav sensed this, he swerved towards the side. The massive 3-story building-sized spacecraft blitzed past and Gustav's figure vanished from view. Within the spacecraft, Gustav stood before everyone in the control room with an expression of urgency. "We might need to jump a little to arrive at where he is," Gustav said with a tone of certainty. The spacecraft radar still isn't picking up on it. "No detection at all," Endrik said from the side with a disturbed tone. "That's exactly how we missed him the last time." Gustav explained to the others that Seafiling had been floating in outer space the whole time. The scroll detected that he was still in range of the planet, but at the time, they didn't think that being in range also included outer space around the planet. Not to mention that the spacecraft would have detected another in space since they hovered above the planet for a bit before descending. It just turned out that Seafiling was camouflaged, which was why he couldn't be detected despite his presence up here in the last couple of days. The camouflage also had to be the highest Gustav had ever come across since even he couldn't properly sense it. The only reason he knew the direction Seafiling was fleeing was due to the ripples in space. The spacecraft Seafiling was fleeing in was no doubt undetectable, but Gustav's perception could still read the fluctuations in space due to its movement. "Jumping now," Endrik voiced while tapping the control panels. Everyone strapped in as their eyes remained focused on the endless darkness of space up ahead. The spacecraft suddenly jolted forward with indescribable speed, causing the space around them to contrast and turn into lines of light right before their very eyes. Chapter 1384. The space vessel. The spacecraft suddenly jolted forward with indescribable speed, causing the space around them to contrast and turn into lines of light right before their very eyes. They reappeared further ahead, and what appeared in their line of sight caused their jaws to drop. "What in the world is that spacecraft?" Molox voiced in bewilderment. Everyone was just in disbelief as well. What they were staring at was so incredibly gigantic that it made their spacecraft look like an ant flying beside an elephant. Their spacecraft was massive, but this one was gargantuan. "Why does it look like you?" Cersei asked the metallic, black, head-like creature in their midst. "You foolish low-life species, you have stumbled upon my master's vessel," Pio stated with a laughter of ridicule. Pio had been kept in bondage by Endrik while they were boarding the spacecraft. From what everyone could see, the massive spacecraft beside them was structured just like Pio. Fully black metallic head, but was almost a quarter the size of the Earth. It was so alarming that such a massive spacecraft had been hovering above the Vitricites' planet the entire time and none of them were aware. What troubled Gustav at that moment, however, wasn't the size of the vessel. Why did it stop being undetectable? He questioned with a low and wary tone. "That is because Master knows of your pursuit. He is about to welcome you fools," Pio stated with a condescending tone. "Welcome us? What do you mean by that?" Ozark and Vilax questioned simultaneously. "You," Pio laughed in response. Gustav had a feeling of foreboding as he pulled a lever-like control on the panel and their spacecraft began to ascend. He wanted to get atop the massive head-shaped vessel. All of a sudden, a part in the left area of the massive vessel suddenly retracted and emitted a blinding blue glow. A great force of attraction tugged at their spacecraft upon the appearance of this burst of light, and they instantly got pulled towards the light before any of them could react. Jihin tilde the entire spacecraft vanished in the next moment and they found themselves inside a space of white light. As the light reduced, they realized they were in an entirely different location. They were no longer in outer space. They were in a field of sorts. A crop field that dazzled with an array of plants and greenery. As scarlet rays kissed the ground, a symphony of colors and textures unfolded before their eyes. Rows upon rows of tall, swaying cornstalks stood firm, their vibrant green leaves rustling in harmony with the gentle breeze. They reached for the sky in a confident display of their strength and resilience. Further into the field, the vicinity was adorned with a sea of blooming flowers. Their radiant petals beamed with an undeniable confidence that captured the very essence of nature's beauty. What just happened? Malox questioned with a befuddled tone. If I were to guess, I'd say we're inside of Seafiling's space vessel, Gustav muttered while squinting. The raunchy lowlife is correct. You are inside of my master's vessel, Pio answered. I will break your teeth if you don't learn how to speak with respect, Malox voiced while tightening his fingers. I only respect my master. All others are low lives compared to him, Pio stated with pride. You damn, he knows we are here, Gustav chimed in before Malox could complete his sentence. Of course, he does. He let you pathetic bunch in, Pio answered. Then what is he playing at? He didn't want us to find him initially and suddenly he stops hiding? Gustav voiced with a disturbed tone. Could we be inside his famed universe? Vilax wondered out loud while looking around. We are not, Gustav immediately answered. Remember the saying of how anyone who gets pulled into his universe turns to his slaves? Endrik said from the side. Do you feel reverence or do you feel compelled to serve him? Gustav added. Their faces lit up with looks of realization. They still had their will in check, especially since they were questioning everything in sight at the moment. The question that remained was, why this place existed within the space vessel. If Seafiling already had his universe where he kept species from all across the universe, then what was the point of building this place? Very smart. You seem to be living up to expectations. Gustav Crimson. Endrik Oslov. A loud voice suddenly rang out, causing them to look up in shock. Seafiling, Gustav stated with a tone of realization. Yes. It is I, the same loud voice reverberated loudly across the space. How can he hear us speak? We are still within the spacecraft. Malox had a look of confoundment as he questioned. I can see and hear every nook and cranny of my vessel. It turned out that no matter where they found themselves within the space vessel, Seafiling would always be able to see and hear them. That explains it, Gustav said while turning around. Mental transmission has been activated. From now on we only communicate through mind channels, Gustav said to the others internally. The Osis were instantly taken aback the moment they heard Gustav's voice within their minds. You can use telepathy too? Vilax questioned with a strong look of disbelief on his face. It isn't telepathy. This ability just happens to come with perks like this, Gustav answered. Now back to the matter at hand. Since Seafiling let us in instead of trying to destroy us, he must be up to something. I am guessing that he already knows why we are here, Gustav added. But what could be his motive? Ozark questioned. We are about to find out, Gustav responded while stepping out of the spacecraft. I am sure you know why we are here, so why did you bring us in? Gustav asked out loud. Quick thinking. Earth is one of the locations I have been unable to take species from due to the unbreachable barrier. Not to mention that almost every mixed blood who leaves the planet is always well protected or incredibly powerful, so it makes my quest even more difficult. Since I do not have any Earthling in Zonpaktu, it makes no sense for two Earthlings to come after me, especially if one of them is a universal fugitive. Seafiling's voice rang out once more. I see. You figured it out due to the companions with us, Gustav voiced in understanding. I did. I cannot forget the number of those species that fell into my lap. They are tireless workers. Thank you for bringing more to my doorstep. One could hear a subtle chuckle after Seafiling finished speaking. He didn't have to mention it, but Gustav could tell that Seafiling must have attended ISOP. That is the only logical explanation as to how he acquired several Osis. Recalling the case of Axela, Gustav knew well that infiltrating planet Osius during the period of Aesop wasn't an impossible task. "You vile roach! Give us back our people!" Molox suddenly yelled with a look of anguish. "This one will work even better than the others since he has this much energy," Seafiling cackled loudly in response. "You!" Vilax quickly raised his hand to stop Molox before he could blow his top off. "You knew we came here to get our people back and let us in regardless. You didn't send us immediately into your whatever universe to become slaves, so what is the play here?" Vilax inquired with loudly. "2 words. Entertainment," Seafiling stated. "That was just one word," Cersei voiced from the side with a tone of confusion. "It is whatever I say, it is within my vessel," Seafiling snapped. "Whatever you say, weird guy," Cersei jogged towards Gustav with an unbothered look. Seafiling was speechless for a bit before resuming. "To get your people back, you have one option. Find and convince me to release them," Seafiling stated. "And what if we fail to convince you?" Ozark questioned. "You join the rest of your people," Seafiling responded bluntly. The Osis gulped saliva in fear after hearing that. Was Seafiling so powerful that they couldn't do anything besides grovel to beg for the freedom of their people? Not to mention that if they failed to do a convincing enough job, they'd become slaves themselves. "I think you forgot the second option," Endrick voiced from the side. We find you, beat your ass and make you free them," Endrick stated with a nefarious tone. "How interesting. Such confidence has me anticipating," Seafiling voiced, intrigued. "However, I wish not for Gustav Crimson and yourself to participate in this venture. It would be such a shame to end the tale of 2 such prominent characters with great talent." Seafiling had a tone of adoration as he spoke. "They still have over a day left, so now," Gustav responded with a disinterested tone. He was still counting the days. Chapter 1385 Unexpected Separation. "They still have over a day left, so now," Gustav responded with a disinterested tone. Seafiling did not completely understand what he meant, but he could tell that the statement meant that Gustav and Endrick weren't willing to step down. "How unfortunate. How will you help them if you are not together?" Seafiling questioned. "What do you mean by?" Before Molox could get to complete any sentence, he suddenly noticed that everyone had vanished from sight. "What in the world is this again? Where is everyone?" He wondered out loud with a look of frustration. Unfortunately, there was no answer as he was the only one present in this location with the spacecraft. Even the cauldron-sized head they had taken captive was nowhere to be found as well. "Could he have separated us?" Molox's eyes widened as he came to a realization. Ozark found herself standing on a rocky ledge, surrounded by an otherworldly landscape. Large boulders of various shapes and sizes dotted the terrain, their rough surfaces shimmering under the pale glow of artificial lighting emanating from above. It seemed as if she had stumbled upon a hidden chamber of sorts. As her eyes adjusted to the eerie illumination, Ozark noticed that the rocks were not merely stationary objects, but rather a mesmerizing dance of colors and patterns. Some stones glowed with soft iridescent light, while others pulsated in vibrant hues. The tranquil ambience of this mysterious place washed over Ozark, filling her with a sense of wonder. "Hello, everyone," she yelled, but there was no answer. "Where am I? Where did everyone go?" She cautiously stepped down from the ledge, her curiosity driving her deeper into the space. With every step, the rocks beneath her feet seemed to respond, changing their hues and patterns to match her movements. It was as if the rocks themselves were alive, harmonizing with her presence. "Both beautiful and eerie at the same time, but I must not forget why I am here." Ozark slapped herself gently to pull herself out of the shimmering delights that seemed to dull her senses. "How do I get out of here?" Ozark wondered after walking for a while without seeing any other thing than boulders and shining rocks around. At this point, she knew she was still within Seafiling's space vessel but understood that she had been separated from the others. "He can do this too?" The separation had taken them completely by surprise, and now she didn't know how to get to the others. She still maintained speaking in her mind because it had been established that Seafiling could see and hear every location within his space vessel. Unfortunately, the mind link Gustav initially created for them to communicate through had most likely been deactivated or was out of range since she couldn't hear the others. Ozark paused her movement and jumped to the top of a shimmering boulder so she could have a better visual of what lay ahead. Separation? Vilax voiced his surprise while looking around. He also happened to be in an unknown location. In the heart of this enigmatic realm, one could find a series of water bodies scattered about, reflecting the rays of an unseen sun. These bodies of water varied in size and shape, some shallow and others deep, but all possessed a peculiar quality. Their depths were home to an array of lush vegetation and a sparse lineup of weird-looking trees. These trees, with their gnarled branches and twisted forms, appeared as if they were dancing underwater, their leaves swaying in a silent rhythm known only to the depths. But this wasn't all. Some trees could be spotted protruding from the surface of these water bodies. It turned out that some of them grew long enough to poke their top through the surfaces, making the location look even more eerie. Vilax's senses were instantly captivated by the sight before him. The air felt charged with a tingling energy. With each step taken closer to the water bodies, the enchantment seemed to grow stronger, urging them to explore further. Vilax approached the nearest water body, cautiously reaching out to dip his hand into the cool, crystalline liquid. To his astonishment, the trees beneath the surface seemed to come alive, their branches swiftly reached out. A sharp blade of frost suddenly swept across the air, slicing a huge chunk of the branch before it could reach Vilax. "What are you doing? Don't touch it." Circe had appeared out of nowhere to drag Vilax away. Loud screeches rang out as more branches began to shoot out of the water bodies nearby, chasing the two fleeing figures. "Circe, how are you here too?" Vilax questioned with a tone of confusion as he kept getting pulled away. "Run first, chat later," Circe stated. Vilax nodded and they kept running as fast as their legs could carry them. Soon they were out of range for the branches to reach. Although the environment was filled with more weird-looking water bodies, they seemed tranquil compared to the ones behind. Vilax guessed he must have triggered their reaction by dipping his hand into one of them. He decided to avoid the water bodies from thereafter. He still had a mixture of curiosity and wariness on his face because of how the trees growing out of the water bodies looked. The branches of each tree were adorned with peculiar fruits and shimmering foliage that seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light. As curious as he was, he wouldn't go near the water bodies anymore so the mysteries of the glowing fruits would remain uncovered. However, he could sense strange energy within them. "How did you know not to touch the waters?" Vilax questioned as he and Circe continued trekking north. "I can sense something alive at the bottom of every water," Circe answered. "Thank you," Vilax said in appreciation. Although he felt he could have handled that himself, he was still grateful. "You are welcome. Let us find Gustav and the others," Circe voiced in response. Vilax's eyes lit up with suspicion but he kept walking as well. Endrik opened his eyes and was greeted with an unexpected sight. Before him stood mountains that defied the laws of gravity. They floated sideways and upside down. These majestic peaks hung suspended in the peculiar space, casting eerie shadows upon the land. But that was not all. As Endrik looked down, he discovered that the ground beneath their feet was no ordinary land. It glowed with a vibrant light, painting the grassland with shades of ethereal green. Each step they took sent ripples of luminescence through the air, creating a dance of illumination around his path. However, despite the bewilderment that could easily overwhelm any person, Endrik stood tall and confident. "Oh, I see," Endrik muttered while his forehead emitted a glow. As Endrik kept stepping forward, he soon realized that even though the surroundings were unconventional and disorienting, there was a strange sense of harmony in the extraordinary world. Whispers of enchantment filled the air, urging him to delve into the heart of the mysterious realm. With each passing moment, his senses became heightened, and their awareness sharpened. The location may have seemed beautiful, but he could tell that it was more of a prison. There was no telling what he would find here. "Are you that frightened of my brother and I helping the Osis?" Endrik voiced out loud after pausing his steps. Unfortunately, There was no answer even after he stood in place for more than a couple of seconds. I guess he doesn't easily get triggered. Anyways, I need to get out of here, Endrick said internally while taking steps forward. It is sealed, Husarius answered internally. Not for long. He must have taken the others to different places as well. This might get troublesome, Endrick thought while his eyes emitted a silvery blue glow. Fuhoosh. Tilda he charged forward in the next instant. Within an endless expanse of darkness, a being stood still exuding an aura of might and exuberance. You should know better than to use such cheap tricks on me. Although it might take a little while, I will certainly get out of this, Gustav's voice boomed loudly, causing the place to quake. Just like the situation with Endrick, there was no answer. Gustav smiled before stepping forward. Wings sprouted out of his back and he proceeded to lunge forward with incredible speed. Fwumsha tilde an indescribable force of energy blasted across his surroundings as he left a visible line in this expanse of darkness. Gustav was moving with such an incredible speed, yet it looked like he wasn't moving at all due to the darkness all around. Minutes into flying, Gustav began to slow down and finally stopped to land somewhere. With that speed, I would have gone round the Earth a couple of times. Gustav knew that despite the immense size of Seafiling's space vessel, it wasn't as large as the entire Earth, so there had to be another explanation for what was going on. Chapter 1386 Come and find me, I see. Space expansion. Gustav came to a sudden realization. I thought you'd never figure it out, the system voiced internally. I was contemplating on what type it might be. I just figured out that the faster I go, the larger the expansion of this domain, Gustav responded internally. Bullseye. So automatically, the space contracts the slower I move, then I will most definitely be able to reach the end of it, Gustav concluded internally and began walking forward. He knew this would take some time, but it was now guaranteed that he would get out of this space. It would seem Seafiling wanted to trap Gustav here for longer, which made him wonder exactly what Seafiling's plans were. Gustav's steps were like running. With every little movement, he would cross a distance of more than 100 feet. Gustav felt Seafiling must have sent him to this space with an estimation of his speed in mind. He would have continued flying for a very long time if he hadn't figured it out. Since the space started to shrink, my perception has breached other locations within the space vessel. Time to reactivate the mental link, Gustav said internally. Mental link has been activated. Gustav sent his perception to the furthest reaches he was currently capable of due to the effects of the space. He was finally able to sense a couple of familiar movements after a while. Some were a couple of levels below him while some were at the corners of his perception. Can you guys hear me? Gustav resumed speaking internally. Gustav. Is that you, Gustav? Gustav heard two familiar voices respond to him through the mind link first. Ojak. Melox. Are you two okay? Gustav questioned. I think so, Ojak replied with a tone of uncertainty. I have been trapped in this place for hours. I don't think it has an end, Ojak voiced as well. Yeah, Seafiling has some space expansion tech installed in his space vessel, Gustav pointed out. That explains why I wasn't able to leave even after moving around for hours. Ojak had a tone of realization as she spoke. You guys can also redirect energy and make it yours, right? Gustav questioned. We can, both of them answered simultaneously. Then, find where the space expansion machine is installed, corrupt its energy and shrink the space so you two can find a way out, Gustav stated. It will take days if you keep trying to leave through conventional means. To make matters worse, we don't know how the others are faring as well, Gustav added. But how do we find it? If the space keeps expanding, that naturally makes it more difficult to locate, Ojak questioned with a bothered tone. That should be simple. Retrace the energy routes from the ground. The space expansion machine should give off little streams of energy, barely noticeable, but with your abilities, all you two need to do is separate them and find the right stream, follow it to the center. I am 100% sure I am installed on the floor somewhere there, Gustav explained in the best way he possibly could at that moment. Is that what you're doing too? Ojak questioned. I am not like you guys. I can't corrupt energy like you or make it mine even though I can sense it. The best way for me to get out of here would be for me to move as slowly as possible while following the whips. If I come across the location of the machine installation before I reach the exit, then I will certainly destroy it, Gustav responded. He certainly couldn't risk going fast at that moment. However, he had other plans. Ojak and Melox decided to do as Gustav instructed. While they were busy up there, Gustav was slowly sapping energy out of the space. Walking had truly made the space contrast, but imagine having to walk the distance it would take to circulate a planet. Even at his current walking pace, it would take days, and he didn't have days. Increasing his pace was out of the equation, so other options had to be considered. Currently, there was a spherical invisible orb floating around Gustav. Even Seafiling was unaware that Gustav was currently sapping energy out of the space. The space expansion machine installed there was getting weaker by the second, making the space contrast at a much faster rate. 3 hours. Gustav muttered. Endrik stood atop a summit positioned sideways across the air. He stared deep into the unknown space. He found himself with a slight expression of admiration. Doing this to someone with abilities like mine was your first undoing. I already found a way out, Endrik muttered with an unbothered tone. Even if you did find a way out, do you think you can get to the Oasis before they meet their fate? Seafiling's voice rang out vibrantly across this space. You finally spoke. Looks like I got one thing correct. Endrik bore a straight look while responding. Ha ha ha, Endrik Oslov, you pique my interest even more than your fugitive brother. Seafiling voiced once more. I can't say the same. I have no interest in people who abduct species against their will. Endrik shook his head with a disinterested look. I am a sovereign of balance. As such, I must make sure to preserve the species of the cosmos regardless of the method at my disposal. Now don't act like you're not doing this for your selfish gains. Endrik folded his arms while peering into the distance with a look of conviction. Selfish gains, yes, but that is not all there is to this, Endrik Oslov. A young lad like you cannot understand the purpose that I am burdened with, but I shall try to enlighten you, Seafiling stated powerfully. The universe is fated for destruction, but guess what will remain when that comes to pass? He paused for a bit before resuming. My vessel and I. When the universe does meet its end, I would have gathered extraterrestrial species from all across the universe. Even when quintillions meet their end, the species of the universe will be preserved because of this so-called selfishness you so proclaim upon me. If it is a sin to choose the preservation of universal species over moral ambiguities, then by all means, I will remain a sinner, Seafiling finished explaining with a tone of justification. Why not try to save the universe from destruction instead of imprisoning species against their will to create a whole new world? Endrik questioned with a logical look. Because the universe will bring this destruction upon itself no matter what hand I try to play in it. And so I picked the less humorous option. You don't know that, Endrik shook his head once more. I am the only one who knows that. This universe is doomed. Why does he seem so certain? Does he know about that? Endrik wondered internally. Join me, Endrik Oslov. With someone of your caliber on my side, collection of species will be a lot easier and faster. No. It would be a contradiction to my existence if I were to join in such a venture. While I do understand you, it isn't too late to stop. Nothing can put a stop to what I have started. You either become a part of it or you steer clear of my path. If not, it won't end well for you and your brother. Seek help. You need it to treat your narcissism, Endrik answered with a tone of pity before blinking. His entire figure suddenly vanished and he reappeared at the edge of the space that seemed to be rupturing before his very eyes. The mountain before him stretched out like rubber, almost like the surroundings were trying to get away from Endrik. It was like time had paused at this moment as Endrik reached out his arm and thrust 2 fingers forward while emitting great telekinetic force from his being. A hole was poked through the expanding mountain and space around him, displaying a searing darkness within. Endrik blinked once more and his figure vanished through the hole while the surroundings began to repair itself immediately after he disappeared. Endrik found himself in a passageway that began to light up the moment he appeared within it. Clunk, clunk, clunk. I'm finally out, he voiced with a tone of relief as he looked around. Then, come and find me, Seafiling's voice had a tinge of playfulness as he stated. I intend to do that, Endrick responded while peering into the distance. Sway tilde loud whizzing sounds rang out, and all of a sudden, massive, black, metallic-looking heads appeared before Endrick with light bolts gathering in the middle of their foreheads. Pa! Endrick instantly snapped his fingers the moment he noticed them, causing a telekinetic barrier to appear before him. Bang! 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 More of these things. Chapter 1387 Exploring the Vessels. More of these things. Endrick had a slightly surprised expression as he channeled his telekinesis and drove an attack forward with intensity. Bang! 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 Loud clashes rang out vibrantly, causing the space around to quake intensely. The water bodies around, with odd-looking trees sprouting out of them, rippled immensely and even burst into the air at certain times. I knew you weren't Circe. A familiar voice rang out as a brownish-headed being with long antennae thrust his insect-like fingers forward. A bunch of dark arrows swam across the barks of the weird-looking trees around, and in the next instant branches swung at the being in mid-air who had the same appearance as Circe. The being then reached out to grab the branches, which had turned into long whips. You will join the rest of your kind in becoming slaves of my master, the fake Circe yelled while pulling the whip-like branches forcefully. 2 trees got pulled from their roots out of the water bodies as the fake Circe descended and spun with intensity. The uprooted trees were flung in Vilac's direction, and since they lost energy after getting uprooted, he couldn't control them anymore. Before they could reach him, he leaped upwards and swirled his fingers in an enthralling format. More trees around that had dark arrows swimming across their bodies reacted to his movement. They lashed out at the fake Circe once more, giving her more than a couple of whip-like branches to evade and counter. Her arms were like blades as she hacked forward and sideways with intensity, cleaving one branch after the other. However, the branches were starting to become too many for her to handle since Vilax was moving around to corrupt more trees with his energy. As the fake Circe got surrounded by whip-like branches, roots, and vines, she madly hacked away non-stop. Unfortunately for her, Vilax appeared from her blind spot and thrust his fingers at her spine area. Bam! The moment contact was made, she got sent flying with intensity. Vilax didn't stop there and thrust his finger out once more, causing the trees in the vicinity to move. They slammed into her mid-air, causing her to fall heavily on the ground as dark marks spread across one side of her body. Vilax had a look of annoyance as he stared in the direction fake Circe was sent flying in. More whip-like branches reached out to her and wrapped themselves around her body before proceeding to lift her. Tell me how to get my people out, he questioned with an intimidating tone. Only the master can do that. You will never get your people out, or you will join them, the fake Circe responded with a tone of ridicule. Tell me how to get them out, Vilax said with a triggered tone while willing the branches to wrap around her frame tighter. At that point, the fake Circe was turning completely darkened. Her blue hair was long gone and her eyes had sunk in. Her figure was starting to bear semblance to that of a skeletal look without any flesh. Yui, a weird shrill laughter continuously rang out from her vocal cords till she completely turned into a pile of black sand. Vilax watched as the fake Circe disintegrated into dark ash and scattered across the vicinity. Damn it, Vilax was unsatisfied with how things turned out. The being that had just disintegrated was someone who served Seafiling and tried to lure Vilax into a trap. From the start, he had been suspicious that it wasn't the real Circe because of how she acted as soon as they met. She seemed to be knowledgeable about the place, which was very suspicious since it was supposed to be their first time being there. Although she tried to play it off as going through the same experience and saving herself, Vilax still found it odd. She also called Gustav, instead of the usual title she gave him, Father. What she termed as heading out of space to find the others was an entry point to Seafiling's universe, which he called Zonpaktu. One thing Vilax knew was that if he had gone in that way he would have instantly become a slave to Seafiling, which was why he had tried to get information out of the being that he had just disintegrated on how to get his people out without getting turned into a slave himself. I shall mark this location with my corruption. I need to find the others and tell them that there is a link to Seafiling's universe on this floor, Vilax swiftly made his way forward with this thought in mind. There you are, Gustav muttered with a smirk as he arrived in an unknown region within the endless terrain of darkness. It looked like there was nothing there, but only Gustav knew exactly what he was looking at as he stood in place with his eyes emitting a mixture of crimson and golden glow. He pointed his index finger at the ground and a milky circular glow appeared before it. Be careful not to cause the entire vessel to come crashing down. We still don't know if Seafiling's universe is powered by the vessel, so don't end up slaughtering millions by mistake, the system warned internally. I know what I am doing, Gustav responded before shooting the milky-colored energy downwards. 2. It tore through the dark ground, leaving a door-sized hole within it. The space around suddenly began to let out a loud whirl as the darkness began to shrink. Gustav stood in place for a few seconds as the wind blew around and space quivered. Time to go, he voiced before stepping forward. Fuhush tilde he vanished from sight instantly, and what came next was a loud blast as a massive hole pierced through a wall at the end of the darkness. Gustav arrived at a pathway. The pathway itself was a sight to behold. It shimmered with a soft, otherworldly light, guiding the way for Gustav, who maintained a look of indifference. Its surface was smooth and polished, like the finest marble, reflecting the lights from the walls and ceiling of the pathway. Gustav could finally feel it with his perception, the vessel drifting through the emptiness of space. Gustav began stepping forward confidently. He could sense the towering set of double doors ahead. Unlike Endrick's situation, which he was unaware of, he didn't encounter any hindrance as he arrived before the set of doors. Without hesitation, he pushed them open, revealing a chamber that defied comprehension. Stretching out before them was a panoramic view of distant stars and celestial wonders, an awe-inspiring panorama that transcended imagination. Another built space, but without the space expansion machine installed, Gustav was starting to wonder what the essence of these spaces was, since they weren't built to contain the species Seafiling abducted. Or did he just build them for fun? The silence within the spacecraft was deafening. The absence of sound troubled Gustav because he was sure that Seafiling would be aware that he already escaped the dark space. Since Seafiling knew, why hadn't he sent anyone after him? What was he playing at? Time seemed to be simultaneously suspended and fleeting as Gustav walked further into this space. The only thing of significance he noticed was a silver clock of sorts floating in this depiction of the cosmos. Gustav had a suspicious expression, but this wasn't the time to start inspecting every random thing he came across. Time was ticking, he needed to find the others. Gustav arrived at the end of the space and exited. He once more found himself in another pathway that bore semblance to the prior one. This one seemed longer than the previous one, so Gustav dashed forward, arriving at the end in an instant. The pathway led him to another vast chamber bathed in warm, golden light. In the center stood a magnificent control console, adorned with holographic displays and blinking lights. It hummed with the energy of 1,000 stars. Control room? Gustav muttered as he spotted multiple heads flying around. These black metallic heads looked exactly like PO, but they had arms that they used in taking care of things around here. If Seafiling knows I am out, there's no way he would let me stumble upon a control room unless it isn't a control room. Gustav hid his presence and instantly moved to the side. The beings were unable to sense him as he observed their movements to and fro. His eyes, which were darting across the place, suddenly stumbled upon one of the holographic footage. Is that? Gustav's sight zoomed in on it as it displayed footage of a view from an extended height. Gustav could see a bunch of creatures moving about an area laboring. They all seemed to be under a scarlet sky as they moved back and forth dutifully. Soon Gustav noticed the periphery of the footage display another lineup of beings who were an entirely different species from the ones taking most of the view on the holographic display. Zonpaktu. Chapter 1388. Locating the Oasis. Gustav noticed the periphery of the footage displayed another lineup of beings who were an entirely different species from the ones taking most of the view on the holographic display. Zonpaktu, Gustav said internally while squinting his eyes. From the looks of things, these giant-headed beings were keeping an eye on Seafiling's universe. As he inspected them, theories appeared in Gustav's mind. Zonpact-2 is linked to the spacecraft, which is why there is a control room for it. This confirms our suspicions about C-Filing not having the universe constructed with his abilities, like how Endrick can bring his universe into physical existence, but is it powered by the space vessel or something else? It looks like it exists within the spacecraft, but I can't sense its location with my perception. If it was truly a control room for the Zonpact-2, maybe he could find a way to gain access to it. Gustav completely concealed his presence by stamping an invisibility button on his forehead and also activating cognitive concealment to make sure every bit of him was hidden. He proceeded to walk in and look around the place. It was fairly large, with the cauldron-sized headed beings all attending to one task or the other within the space. It didn't take long for Gustav to figure out that it was just a surveillance room. A lot of the controls there could only show other locations within the Zonpact-2, and from what Gustav was seeing, the numbers were way higher than what they anticipated. They thought the extraterrestrial species C-Filing had abducted were only millions in number, but Gustav realized just how wrong they had been. There were billions of beings in there. To think that C-Filing hadn't even completed his goal of getting every single species in the universe. Who knew how many there'd become when he finally completed his goal? Gustav also noticed that besides the power to expand places within the Zonpact-2, this surveillance room had no true power. He couldn't gain access to the C-Filing universe from there. One major issue he battled with was, even if he did gain access, how would he find the Osis that were abducted? There were just too many beings in there and the vast lands that were strewn for hundreds of thousands of miles. He was unaware of how he would also be affected if he gained access, so it was truly a disturbing issue. I need to figure out their exact location within the Zonpact-2 so the extraction can be simple and smooth, Gustav thought as he moved closer to one of the heads floating before the projected footage. Gustav didn't care about the other species since he was only there for the Osis. Not to mention that they were in billions, so he really couldn't come up with a method to save billions in just a short time frame. Gustav peered forward. He could see panels and buttons with unreadable diagrams plastered across them. They depicted different meanings, but Gustav immediately understood what they meant. To think they labeled the species to make them easier to watch with a tap of a button. This makes things a lot easier, Gustav thought while slowly reaching out to touch the area which vividly depicted the word OZS in a different language. The moment Gustav tapped on it, a loud voice rang out. I have lost sight of Gustav Crimson. It was the voice of C-Filing. Gustav paused to listen. He escaped the lightless space, although it is strange that I cannot sense him, but since I cannot see him, he must have taken the Rakio route. Which means, he is headed to your location. Detain him while I send support your way. The transmission stopped after C-Filing finished speaking. Oh. So there are blind spots within the vessel where his senses of perception may not function properly, Gustav came to this realization. Chur-chaw loud chatters rang out within the space as the cauldron-sized headed beings instantly became alarmed. Unlike P.O., they were speaking a different language, but of course, Gustav could understand them. They were a bit dissatisfied with C-Filing asking for them to detain Gustav while he sent reinforcements because they felt he undermined their capabilities. Recalling how swift P.O. was, Gustav didn't doubt that they were forces to be reckoned with. However, even C-Filing was smart enough to know that the only thing they could succeed in was delaying Gustav for a bit. Gustav stared at the holographic projection of the Osis before him which displayed them working. It looked like they were transferring and transmitting energy from different sources. It was a magnificent sight, and from what Gustav could tell, it seemed like they were very much needed in the C-Filing universe, but he didn't care. He now knew where the captive Osis were located within Zonpact-2. He had gotten what he wanted and it was time for him to leave. Gustav didn't intend to engage the cauldron-sized metallic-headed beings. He knew he would be giving out his location to C-Filing if he did that, so he decided the best course of action would be to leave as quietly as he came. What he needed to do, however, was find how to gain access to Zonpact-2. Their initial plans had been completely annulled since they didn't have a clue as to what they would have encountered upon meeting C-Filing. It was a truly unexpected experience. It has already been a day, Malox muttered while walking out of a crop field bathed in scarlet rays of light. What lay ahead of him was a massive silver wall. He seemed to have reached the end of the space. Could Gustav Crimson have left already? He wondered after realizing that the 1-week time frame they were given was already up. Well, if he has, I will have to save my people by myself. Moloch steeled himself and continued stepping forward confidently. He wasn't in any way disappointed by the thought of Gustav leaving because, on the bright side, he did help them get to sea-filing. Was he scared of facing such a scary being on his own? Yes. However, he decided that for his people, he would use everything at his disposal to make sure he freed them. He arrived before a passageway and wasted no time before stepping into it. There was no doubt that the space vessel was incredibly massive, so it would be difficult for him to find where his people were, but Moloch sped forward. If it was going to take him hours, days, or months, he would make sure he found them. Moloch soon arrived at 2 intersecting stairways and found it difficult to decide in which direction to head. After a brief contemplation, he picked the right stairway and headed forward with speed. At the end of the stairway was a path that led to a few entrances. Moloch instantly picked the first one, but the moment he stepped in, he regretted his actions. "Uh-oh," he said internally the moment he arrived in an all-white massive space. Within this space was an army of dark metallic cauldron-sized heads. Moloch counted at first but soon stopped when he noticed they weren't just beyond thousands of them, there were millions. The eyes of the head-shaped beings lit up as they all turned to stare in Moloch's direction. He felt a chill permeate his spine as their stares had him rooted in place with a wary expression. "Just pretend I was never here," Moloch voiced while turning around. Chur-chaw loud screeches rang out as the head-shaped beings ascended into the air and sped after him the moment he stepped out of the space. "Damn it," Moloch cussed under his breath as he ran as quickly as he could, not daring to look back. Tens he could handle, 100, he could manage, thousands, he might have difficulties but he could come out on top, but millions was where he drew the line. These head-shaped beings were incredibly fast, almost like PO, so he needed to find a way to lose them before he lost his limbs due to them. Within a tube-like space, a young man with curly black hair could be seen ascending with incredible speed. "I am closer to it now," Endrick said internally as he closed in on a bright light above. "You need to be careful. I would advise joining up with your brother," Huzarius suggested. "I would, but I still can't sense his presence. I can only head for sea-filing himself now. Since he asked for a chat, then I shall give him one first," Endrick responded internally as he arrived before the light. As he phased through, he arrived at another pathway with incredibly massive doors at its end. Endrick could already sense what lay ahead due to the light shimmering from the doors in the distance. He strode forward with an expression of seriousness and arrived before the doors in just a few moments. Chapter 1389, discussing the fate of the Osis. Stepping through the imposing double doors, Endrick was immediately greeted by an awe-inspiring sight. The vast expanse of the chamber stretched out before him was adorned in a palette of metallic hues and sparkling lights. The ceiling, seemingly reaching for infinity, posed a mesmerizing projection of a star-studded cosmos, casting a gentle, ethereal glow on the proceedings below. At the center of this majestic room sat the apex of authority, a throne. Seemingly crafted from the rarest alloys. The ornate seat emitted an otherworldly brilliance that couldn't be properly described. Intricate patterns of interwoven circuitry and delicate filigree adorned its surface, hinting at the mastery of technology that lay beneath its breathtaking exterior. Hovering effortlessly above the throne was a shimmering holographic display showcasing the vessel's status, vital data, and real-time communication feeds, all visible to its beholder. Through this advanced interface, sea-filing could effortlessly control every aspect of the vessel's operation, from navigation to defensive systems, with a mere flick of their fingers. However, where was the being that governed this vessel? Endrick looked around but still couldn't find any signs of life around. On the projections that displayed different locations within the spacecraft, Endrick spotted Gustav and the others. "Looks like he managed to meet up with Ozark and Liark," Endrick said internally after noticing that the three had united somewhere on the lower levels of the vessel. "Welcome, you got here first." A voice suddenly rang out behind Endrick. Why tilde Endrick swiftly reacted by turning around and jumping backward as great amounts of telekinetic energy pulsed from his being. Relax. If I wanted to, I would have attacked you already, the familiar voice stated, causing Endrick to squint his eyes before slowly releasing the energy circulating through him. Endrick stared at the figure before him. It was a 53-inch figure with a vibrantly glowing, long, black jacket. The face of the figure was shaped like a cylinder with two eyes centered above and beneath its face. Their chest was wide open and it wasn't in any way broad. They seemed rather tiny with their brownish-red skin and tube-like necks. The one before him at that moment was none other than the being that had been giving them the runaround since they arrived on this space vessel. Seafiling. He looked nothing like Endrick envisioned in his head. If anyone else were there, they would have felt duped as well. Seafiling looked like what someone might call a malnourished teenager, but the long black jacket on him was the only feature that made him look unordinary. However, one thing Endrick couldn't dispute was that despite the looks of the being before him, he was powerful. Seafiling had just appeared behind him and he didn't sense it till he spoke. It was just as Seafiling said, if he wanted to attack, Endrick wouldn't have sensed it till the last moment. You already know why I am here, Endrick stated. You want to try to convince me to release them, no? Or were you looking to start a fight with me instead? I would advise that you have a much better chance with the first option, Seafiling responded while taking a sip from a crystalline-looking cup in his grasp. Like I said, you are too full of yourself, Endrick answered without an iota of fear. Maybe I might be the one who gets to convince you to join me. Seafiling chuckled a bit while the cup in his grasp vanished. Pa. He clapped his hands twice and they suddenly appeared in a new room. Where are we? Endrick questioned in bafflement the moment he realized they were no longer in the makeshift throne room. Don't be alarmed. It is just my dining room, Seafiling voiced while moving to sit on a chair positioned before a massive floating table. To the left was a breathtaking view displayed through the grand window pane. You are not convincing enough. Seafiling picked up another utensil and began to slowly cut down a piece of meat. Do you realize that you are holding captive people who lost their entire planet and billions of their species? Endrick pointed out. Wasn't that because of your brother? Seafiling bluntly replied. No. He has no hand in that, it's just the narrative the Alliance put out. Endrick instantly defended Gustav. I see, Seafiling didn't try to argue. These people practically lost everything. If anything, they deserve to be reunited with the ones that are left instead of being held captive here, Endrick added with a justifiable tone. I see. And what of the other species in captivity? They don't deserve the same treatment just because their planet hasn't been destroyed yet. Seafiling voiced calmly. I didn't say. They don't deserve to get reunited with their people too. Seafiling cut Endrick short before he could complete his statement. They deserve to be left here while only the Osis attain freedom. I'm not saying. Endrick suddenly paused as he thought about it. The more Seafiling spoke, the more sense he made. You see how flawed your line of thought is. If you care as much as you claim to do, you would want to save them all and not just a single species, Seafiling stated with a tone of certainty. Endrick was silent for a bit as he sat in place contemplating. It is obvious that this venture of yours came from a place of selfishness, yet you call me a selfish being. If anything, I care about the universe more than any of you. I am building a universe to save our species. A universe with no strife and want. A universe where every species can coexist naturally without wars or divisions, yet you and your selfish companions want to ruin that, Seafiling continuously berated Endrick. Just let them go, Endrick voiced out. My answer remains no. You are free to join me in my quest if you wish to stop being selfish, Seafiling voiced while taking a sip from the cup before him. Can't you see how instead of building a new universe you could just try to save the one we have? Endrick questioned. No. There is no way out of this universe. It is doomed, Seafiling stated like he could see the predestined fate of the cosmos. Unlike you, I don't believe that. I am not joining you. Endrick shook his head. Then we have nothing more to discuss, Seafiling voiced calmly while placing the tools in his grasp on the table. Yeah. End of discussion, Endrik responded while getting to his feet. Tilda, a burst of violent energy rippled forth from his being, causing the table to get blasted back along with every single piece of furniture in the room besides the one Seafiling was sitting on. Amid the chaos, Seafiling sat still with a calm expression. "How unfortunate," he muttered. In another part of the space vessel, Gustav, Ozark and Lyak could be spotted speeding across a hallway full of unknown metals protruding from the ground and walls. The entire place suddenly began to tremble violently, causing them to come to a sudden halt. Chapter 1390 I Am the Sovereign. The entire place suddenly began to tremble violently, causing them to come to a sudden pause. Gustav's face lit up with a look of realization as he sensed a familiar energy. "Hold on tight," he instructed while grabbing Lyak and Ozark with both arms. Before they could react, Fuhum. He leaped upwards with incredible force, sending a shockwave across the entire space vessel. Their figures ascended at an incredible pace, breaking through several levels in just a couple of seconds. Gustav stopped as he reached a particular height, knowing that it would be trouble if they were to keep it up. Fortunately, they had ascended quite the distance, so it wasn't a waste. They charged forward as quickly as they could across another artificial space within the space vessel. The tremors were increasing and a normal person would have lost their footing already. However, it seemed like they were closing in on the source of the disturbance. "What is going on?" Ozark questioned as the rumblings grew more intense. "It's Endrik," Gustav answered. "He is in a battle with Seafiling," he added with a tone of certainty. "He already got up there?" Ozark voiced in disbelief. "Yeah. I'm guessing trying to convince him didn't work," Gustav replied. "Is he winning?" Ozark inquired. "He stands no chance against Seafiling," Gustav replied almost immediately. Both Lyak and Ozark were immediately overcome with fear. Endrik was no doubt powerful than they were, and yet Gustav said he didn't stand a chance against Seafiling. Then, what were they to do the moment they encountered him? "Don't worry, we just need to gain access to the Zonpaktu, and once that is achieved we can get your people out," Gustav assured them after noticing the looks of worry on their faces. "Are you sure you are not going to abandon us now that the time you gave us is up?" Lyak asked from the side. "I would, but I am also trapped in this vessel just like the rest of you, and the only way to leave is by confronting Seafiling, so I might as well just do that and maybe help you all out in the process. Killing two birds with one stone, as I like to call it," Gustav explained with a look of anticipation. "You are not as mean as you look," Ozark chimed softly from the side. "I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to get out of here." Gustav maintained a straight look as they arrived at the exit of the current space they were in. Arth. As they arrived at an intersecting pathway, a scream drifted into their ears. "Ah!" Ozark and Lyak turned towards the left and noticed a figure speeding towards them. Milox. Ozark instantly recognized the figure to be Milox, who was supposed to be the captain of their team. But why was he screaming? "Run!" Milox's voice blared. "What?" Ozark had a look of confusion as they paused. "Run, you dimwits!" Milox yelled once more as he closed in on them. Ozark was about to ask why when she spotted a wave of black-looking dots in the distance. They were moving at a very quick pace and Milox seemed to be fleeing from them. Their eyes widened as they realized that these black dots were an army of cauldron-shaped metallic heads chasing after Milox. They were gathered in such high numbers that they had completely covered every space on the left and blocked the rays of light reflecting from that corner. "There are at least 1,000,000 of them. Go," Gustav said to the others without bothering to inspect them with god eyes. They had to reach Endrik as soon as possible, so Gustav wasn't looking to be delayed in the slightest. Tilda Gustav grabbed the two once more and sped off into the distance. Wait for me," Milox yelled from behind as he struggled to keep up. "You just asked us to run. Pick a side," Gustav voiced in response before completely running out of sight. Milox was nearly in tears as he kept running with betrayal written all over his face. Just when he thought he had found others to shoulder the weight with him, they vanished. Gustav was still several times faster than he was despite carrying two others with him. Molox was thankful that these weren't as strong as the one they encountered on the Vitricites planet, or he would have long been done for. This made him wonder if PO was just an upgraded version of the metallic blackheads. Shouldn't we wait for him? Ozark asked. Nah, I am not putting my little brother in jeopardy just because some guy can't handle shit himself. Gustav instantly refused while increasing his speed. Although it would have been better to have more support when confronting Sea-Filing, Gustav couldn't delay in the slightest since Endrik was already facing him alone. Gustav and the others soon arrived at an enclosure with a tube-like extension positioned above them. Let's go, Gustav stated before leaping upwards. Whoosh! Wings sprouted out of his back as he ascended with enough force to get through the entire extension in just an instant. The moment they arrived on a new level whose pathway extended towards a massive wide-open double door, they knew they were there. Bang! A loud clash rang out and a figure blasted through the wide-open doors in the next instant. Fui hush tilde Gustav's eyes widened as he recognized the figure and leaped forward to catch him in midair. He landed a few feet away from the entry point and stared at the figure in his arms. Big brother, Endrik voiced before coughing blood onto Gustav's outfit. A seething rage suddenly began to build up within him as he stared at the state of his little brother. Endrik had injuries across his body and looked like he was on the verge of passing out. You are finally here. What took you so long? A loud voice rang out from the interior of the space beyond the wide-open doors. Did you do this? Gustav questioned with a bone-chilling tone as the temperature in the vicinity dropped by many degrees. Oh. It seems you have reached the point where you are powerful enough to affect the state of your surroundings with just your mood. Good, good, you live up to your reputation. The sound of relaxed footsteps reverberated loudly as the owner of this voice came into view. It of course was none other than Sea-Filing, a being who looked nothing like anyone had expected. Nevertheless, his presence commanded an inexplicable reverence and might. Even though it looked like a heated battle had just ended, he didn't look ruffled in the slightest. It seemed as though dealing with Endrik had been a breeze for him. I asked you a question. Are you responsible for the present state of my little brother? Gustav already knew the answer to this question but poised it regardless. Between you and I like your brother, but he was proving too stubborn. He couldn't see appeal in my ways, and it is even more hypocritical that he can't see the errors of his ways. I have heard enough. Gustav interrupted Sea-Filing before he could complete his statement and proceeded to slowly lower Endrik's figure. Big brother Imfi, action no, just stay here and rest. Gustav cut Endrik off before he could say anything and proceeded to put a healing pill in his mouth. I thought you were someone that could be reasoned with, Gustav voiced while slowly stepping forward as streams of violent energy began to circulate his figure. I am, Sea-Filing answered. Oh. Gustav scoffed as he inched closer with every step. You see, you and I are not so different, Gustav Crimson. The only part where you fall short is retrospective thinking. You never wonder if your actions are hypocritical or not so long as they benefit you. Maybe that is why I like your brother more than I like you. Sea-Filing spoke like Gustav was a longtime friend that he hadn't seen in ages. I am nothing like you, Gustav stated as he arrived before Sea-Filing. In denial, I see. You said you thought I was someone who could be reasoned with, but did you ever stop to ask yourself if you are someone that can be reasoned with? I sent it quite hypocritical that I am trying to reason with you right now, but you are baring your fangs at me, ready to sink them into my flesh any moment from now? Sea-Filing remained calm as he spoke rationally. Winds began to howl intensely as the energy surrounding Gustav rapidly increased. After leaving my little brother in such a state, I have no intentions of being reasonable. We are way past that, Gustav stated before sending a fist at Sea-Filing. How unfortunate, Sea-Filing shook his head while staring at Gustav's approaching fist in very slow motion. Shall I remind you that this is my vessel? I am the sovereign. Chapter 1391 Gustav vs. Sea-Filing. Shall I remind you that this is my vessel? I am the sovereign, Sea-Filing stated while casually walking away. Fui hai. From Gustav's point of view, Sea-Filing suddenly vanished, causing his fist to phase through the air. He felt a presence behind him and instantly knew that it was Sea-Filing. If I truly had evil intentions, I would have done more than just leave a few injuries on your little brother. The moment these words drifted into his ears, Gustav felt a lightning-fast chop strike the back of his neck. Bang! Gustav was instantly sent flying as the speed left him unable to react in time. While his body was in mid-air, a loud clap rang out and the scenery around them instantly changed. The space around them had turned all white and not a single item could be seen in view. Sea-Filing suddenly appeared before Gustav. Will you join me? No, Gustav answered bluntly while throwing out another fierce jab. His fist phased through Sea-Filing's vanishing figure and he heard a voice above him. Wrong answer. Bang! Sea-Filing thrust his fingers downwards, causing an incredible energy to send Gustav flying once more. His speed is way greater than I anticipated. Gustav gritted his teeth as his figure spiraled downwards at an incredible pace. You cannot win in a battle against me, and if you think your little friends can help you, think again. Sea-Filing's voice rang out loudly and what came next was a clap. Pa! The view of the surroundings changed once more as Gustav found himself gliding across a snowy terrain. His back rammed against the ground multiple times as the snow erupted in every direction upon multiple impacts. Gustav reached out his right arm and slapped his hand onto the ground to change his trajectory the moment he sensed a powerful force approaching. Swai! Sea-Filing's figure streaked past. Gustav had managed to successfully evade him for the first time, but the effect of the morale it gave off didn't manage to last for even a second as Sea-Filing reappeared behind Gustav once more. Fortunately, Gustav seemed to have predicted this and shot a massive iron silk from his back the moment Sea-Filing tried to attack. The massive icicle-shaped rock pierced through Sea-Filing's afterimage as he reappeared on Gustav's right. You're adapting. Good, Sea-Filing voiced while reaching out to grab Gustav's collar. But I haven't even breached half my top speed, he voiced before flinging Gustav forward. Foomhoomsh tilde Gustav's figure darted across the air at unprecedented speed as he rammed into a bunch of snowy mountains, ripping straight through them like they were as soft as webs. Gustav didn't get even a millisecond of breathing space as Sea-Filing appeared above him again and thrust his palm at Gustav's chest. An armor of iron silk phased out of Gustav's body as he reached out to match Sea-Filing's thrust. Boom! A loud, thunderclap-like sound reverberated across the entire vessel as both of them got blasted away from each other with incredible force the moment they collided. The armor of iron silk got obliterated as Gustav spat out blood while Sea-Filing flipped backward multiple times across the air before the scenery around them changed once more. You are quite powerful. I should be careful about underestimating you, Sea-Filing voiced after stabilizing himself. Gustav noticed that they had appeared in a similar location to the dark space he got sent to upon their separation at the start. What if I told you I could erase you from existence? Gustav questioned while wiping blood off his face. That would be you overestimating yourself. Sea-Filing's voice drifted across the air as he vanished and reappeared before Gustav once more. X2 power boost has been activated. Gustav's figure shrunk backward as an arm appeared out of nowhere and swung across his initial position. Maybe you're the one overestimating yourself, Gustav voiced as his entire body began transforming. No one has gotten me to use my transformation bloodline in a while, but I need to be careful so the vessel doesn't get destroyed, Gustav said internally as his height increased and his muscles bloated immensely. His skin turned brownish-red like that of Sea-Filing's as tusk-like bones grew out of different spots on his body. 4 horns grew out of his forehead and his eyes emitted a crimson glow as he glared at Sea-Filing's figure which had turned shorter in his line of sight. That is impressive, but you are not quite there yet, Sea-Filing voiced while a purple-like wand appeared in his grasp. Go down, he voiced while a whitish and circular form of unknown energy appeared before it. Thwoom. At the same instant, a swirling vortex of purplish energy shot forth from the middle of Gustav's horns. Boom. Both energies clashed and a massive ripple of destruction swept across the vicinity. If the both of them had been somewhere besides this space that could expand greatly, they would have wreaked incredible havoc. Fortunately, the space was built to withstand situations like these, so their clashes didn't destroy the entire space. Amid the destructive ripples, both figures had set out again, pushing forth the waves with their bodies. Gustav's fist was headed for Seafiling's face at this moment, and Seafiling reacted by swerving towards the side after noticing the exponential increase in Gustav's speed. The wand in his grasp increased in length the moment he swerved towards the side, and he proceeded to smack Gustav's ribcage with it. Gustav was sent flying once more but swiftly stabilized himself in mid-air as dark wings sprouted out of his back. He spun towards the right and made a grasping motion. Seafiling appeared in the clutches of his right hand, and he proceeded to ram him into the ground. Boom! Another loud clash rang out as the entire vessel quaked loudly. To Seafiling's surprise, Gustav had accurately predicted where he would appear and swiftly made a counterattack. It was the first time he successfully connected an attack. Gustav tried to raise Seafiling again, only to realize that he already escaped his grasp. He turned around swiftly while conjuring a massive milky-colored blade and swung it diagonally. Bang! Another loud clash rang out as the atomic blade collided with the wand-like item in Seafiling's grasp. "Oh! You are starting to match my speed. Let's see how long you can keep this up," Seafiling voiced before appearing on Gustav's left. Bang! 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 Loud collisions rang out repeatedly as they clashed more than 1,000 times in just a second. Since it was a dark space, visibility was hindered, but Gustav was moving sorely based on perception as he battled Seafiling, who could see and sense every part of his space vessel as its sovereign. Swish! Loud whooshes and destructive energy swept across the place as they moved incredibly fast, with Seafiling taking his speed up a notch every time he noticed Gustav was able to keep up. Gustav was slowly getting pushed back as he found himself falling short of Seafiling's speed and strength every time Seafiling took it up a notch. The battle was getting more intense with every passing second. Even the space expansion machine within their current location was getting strained trying to keep up with the speed at which the space was expanding. Bang! 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 The atomic blade got cleaved through as the elongated wand poked toward Gustav's face. Lightning Blitz has been activated. Gustav turned into a streak of lightning at the last moment, escaping the attack. Seafiling slowly turned towards the west and charged forward at an incredible pace, following the speed of the lightning streak, which was a quarter the speed of light. Seafiling thrusted the elongated wand and a turbine grew out of its tip. Fwoohaum! Yellow waves of energy burst forward from the blades of the turbine as they spun, and Gustav suddenly transformed back into his original look. Gustav's eyes widened as he was pulled from the lightning streak form. He quickly crossed his arms to block the moment he noticed the elongated wand turn back into a staff and shot forward with incredible speed. Bang! Another loud crash rang out as Gustav was sent flying while the tip of the elongated wand continuously pushed at his crossed arms, shooting him further ahead with unprecedented force. Seafiling appeared behind Gustav's body, which had been turned into a projectile, and thrusted his palm towards his back. Gustav gritted his teeth as he pictured both of Seafiling's attacks simultaneously hitting his chest and back. Energy surge has been activated. A reddish glow appeared on Gustav's chest at the last moment, and a blast of energy burst forth from his being, sending a space-shattering ripple across the environment. Bang! Bang! Both the elongated wand and Seafiling got sent flying as the energy surge hit them violently. Seafiling was taken aback but not entirely surprised since he witnessed Gustav's prowess at Aesop, but he couldn't believe just how much more powerful Gustav had become. Gustav suddenly appeared before him with a glowing fist, causing his eyes to widen once more. "Think twice before harming a loved one of mine next time." Chapter 1392. I found a way in. Gustav suddenly appeared before him with a glowing fist, causing his eyes to widen once more. "Think twice before harming a loved one of mine next time." Gustav's voice rang loudly as his fist inched closer to Seafiling's face without any opportunity of a counter. The scenery around them suddenly transformed as Gustav found his fist phasing through the air once more. Seafiling had returned them to the throne room and was now positioned behind Gustav. "Chaos Belt," Seafiling's voice rang out. Grey, glowing, infinity-shaped whips suddenly shot out from every corner of the makeshift throne room, wrapping around Gustav's body before he could react. He tried to evade a few and dash his way out, but they soon encircled him and covered him up completely in less than a second. Gustav! Ozark yelled while speeding forward. Begone! Seafiling merely waved his left arm and a surge of pressure sent Ozark flying. Fwu tilde bone-cracking sounds rang out as Ozark spat out blood and instantly lost consciousness. Endrik moved sideways very swiftly and caught Ozark's figure in mid-air. Upon catching her, he handed her over to Liark and stepped forward while telekinetic energy swirled around him. Endrik seemed to be in a much better state compared to before. It didn't end well for you the last time, just let it be, Endrik, Seafiling said with a calm tone while gently touching the little cut on his forehead which had thick brownish liquid flowing out. Oh, he drew blood, Seafiling voiced with a slightly astonished expression. Commendable, he added like he was proud of Gustav. Let him go, Endrik stated fiercely. Not unless you agree to join me, Seafiling folded his arms with a smile. Do you think you can keep him trapped for long? Endrik questioned while staring at the pulsating infinity belts that had completely encompassed Gustav's figure, without leaving a single space. Oh, this. He cannot escape, Seafiling shook his head slightly. The chaos belts are built to restrain any force in the universe regardless of how powerful they are, Seafiling gave a brief explanation. Your brother's strength is getting difficult to scale. With every clash, he reveals something new, something surprising. It was best to take precautionary actions by trapping him before he reveals something that will be difficult to counter even for myself. No one can escape the chaos belts. He added. My brother will, Endrik answered while slowly raising his hand. Don't be ridiculous. Within my vessel, I am sovereign. Not even the most powerful on Earth will be able to best me in here. Seafiling turned around while speaking like he didn't see Endrik as a threat. How about outside? Gustav's voice rang loudly from within the encirclement. Seafiling eyes tinged with suspicion as he stared at the chaos belts up ahead. All of a sudden, a strange and unfathomable energy began to pulse rhythmically across the vicinity. No one needed to be told before they realized that Gustav was doing something in there. Do not waste your time. The moment you are trapped by the chaos belts, escape is impossible. Seafiling noticed that he had been concerned for a second and quickly shook it off. Oh, is that so? Gustav's voice rang out once more, and what came next was a burst of chromatic energy. Layers of rhombus-shaped lights embedded into one another appeared in view and spread forth. The chaos belts instantly got sucked into the layers of rhombus-shaped lights with all sorts of colors within. In the next instant, Gustav could be seen floating in mid-air with his left palm emitting the same glow with the layers of rhombus-shaped lights surrounding him. They reduced and rescinded into his figure the next instant, causing everyone in the vicinity to widen their eyes in disbelief. How did you? Surprise, Gustav stated with a tone of ridicule before charging forward. Fuwumsha tilde bang. Gustav slammed into Seafiling's figure with immense strength, causing the floor to rip open as both their figures continued to streak downwards at incredible speed. Zing tilde, a burst of blue light phased out of the hole created, and in the next instant, the space vessel stopped quaking. Ozark regained consciousness at this moment. Where are they? She inquired weakly. Outside, Big Brother transported Seafiling outside to continue the battle, Endrik replied with a troubled tone. What do W? Before Ozark could complete her sentence, a loud voice chimed in from behind. I found a way in. Everyone turned around to see Vilax making his way into the makeshift throne room. You did. Liark mumbled. MHM. But we can't head in without that, Vilax responded while pointing at something floating at the far corners of the makeshift throne room. They all turned to stare in the direction he was pointing at and noticed a head-sized circular object floating in the distance. It looked like a disc as one could see reflections of the surroundings on it. However, it wasn't difficult to tell that this item wasn't ordinary in the slightest. Multiple halos of light surrounded it, making it seem as though it was stored in between the lights. The Osis could also notice streams of energy flowing into it. According to the information I obtained on my way here, that disc is what Seafiling uses to send victims into his universe, Vilax added with strong conviction. If that is how he sends people there, How did you find a gateway in? Endrick questioned with a slight tone of confusion. Because he created other pathways in for his minions so he wouldn't need to use the disk all the time. If we were to get transported into his universe through the disk, we would instantly become his slave, and the same applies to heading in through the pathways. However, if we went through the pathways with the disk in our possession, things would be different, Vilax briefly explained. On his way here, he had come into contact with a bunch of other sea-filing minions, and during his battle with them, a few had casually laid it out that Vilax and the others would never be able to get into Zonpaktu. A few of them spilled pieces of information subconsciously, and Vilax proceeded to connect the dots. This was why he was currently aware of the disk. So how do we get it out? Endrick questioned while moving closer to where the disk was positioned. That? I don't know. Let's just try, Vilax replied with a slightly clueless look. Endrick proceeded to stretch his right hand forward, sending an invisible pair of hands made from his will towards the disk. A small vibration pulsated gently as the hands made from telekinesis reached the disk, but even after Endrick pulled his arm back repeatedly, he found himself unable to retrieve the disk. Those rings of light are preventing me from getting the disk, Endrick hinted at the halos surrounding the disk. This was to be expected since it would be unwise for a person like Sea-Filing to leave a powerful tool in the presence of strangers, unprotected. Let me try, Vilax stated before leaping upwards. He instantly ascended to 30 feet high and reached out to touch the halos surrounding the disk. Bang! A loud crash rang out the moment Vilax made contact with the halos. He got sent flying by an insurmountable force the halos gave off. Vilax landed several feet away from Endrick and the others who rushed to help him up in surprise. What happened? Endrick questioned as steam erupted from Vilax's body. I was unable to corrupt its energy because it set forth a preventive charge that was too quick even for me, Vilax answered. I can't take it down on my own, he added. Then, let's take it down together, Ozark voiced from the side. You don't get it, even with the help of you two, chances are, what just happened will repeat itself, Vilax lightly shook his head. Then what if we increased that number by 1? A loud and familiar voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the makeshift throne room. Milox. The moment she turned around, Ozark called out with a tone of relief. The voice had come from the captain of the four-man Osis group who was walking into the vicinity at a rapid pace. Perfect timing, Liark muttered softly. It looked like Milox had managed to escape the millions of metallic blackheads initially giving chase. Do we have a higher chance of getting rid of those if I join? Milox asked Vilax once he arrived before them. Still not guaranteed, but yes, higher chance, Vilax replied while levitating. Endrick proceeded to create a telekinetic board and used it to lift the rest of the Osis to reach the required height of contact with the disk. The 4 Osis surrounded the floating disk and had their hands a few inches away. Everyone knew Vilax was the fastest when it came to corrupting and transforming foreign energy into his, so they waited for his signal. Vilax glanced at every one of them before voicing, now. Chapter 1393. It is time you joined them. Vilax glanced at every one of them before voicing, now. The Osis stretched forth their hands to touch the rings of light in the next moment. Outside a massive space vessel shaped like a black head, 2 figures were engaged in an intense battle. Bang! 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 They clashed repeatedly, sending powerful ripples across outer space that caused even the vessel that was millions of feet away to tremble multiple times. These two were none other than Gustav and Sea-Filing. Gustav charged at Sea-Filing's figure non-stop, raining barrages of punches upon him. Sea-Filing continuously made use of his staff like a wand, trying to deflect Gustav's attacks and counter them. Gustav reached out to grab the wand-like staff and yanked it from Sea-Filing's grasp, but the moment he did so, his body descended at an insane pace. It turned out that the weapon became unliftable once it was out of Sea-Filing's grasp. What the hell? Gustav lamented internally as he quickly let go of the weapon. However, the moment he did so, Sea-Filing arrived before him. Bang! A powerful whack on the face sent Gustav flying. The wand-like weapon returned to Seafiling's grasp and reduced in size to look like that of a fictional wizard. Tomb. 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 Multiple blue bolts shot out of this wand as Seafiling pointed it in Gustav's direction. Gustav felt the approach of chaotic energy and swerved at incredible speed to evade them. Swee. Swee. His figure moved like a phantom as the bluish bolts drifted past him into the distance. At that point, Seafiling had turned around and he seemed to be heading for the massive vessel in the distance. He suddenly got hindered by an unknown force. "What is it?" he muttered with a look of confusion. "Master has asked that I stop you." Seafiling noticed characters appear before him in the form of light to create words that he could understand. It was at that moment that he spotted SJ. Seafiling grabbed the head-sized translucent stone behind him and yanked it off. Why? SJ was flung far into space, but at this same moment, Gustav arrived before Seafiling with glowing eyes. Bang! Before Seafiling could even react to the sudden appearance, a fist had already slammed into his jaw. Blood broke out of Seafiling's face as his figure flipped continuously across space. He didn't get very far before SJ appeared behind him and sent a fluorescent ripple of energy that rammed into Seafiling's figure. SJ transformed, becoming a humanoid golden figure with its translucent circular structure for a head. The fluorescent light within gleamed brightly as he flew forward, while Gustav also charged from the opposite direction with Seafiling's figure in their midst. A glint appeared at the corner of Seafiling's eyes as reddish thorns suddenly protruded from his figure the moment both of them were only inches away from making contact. SJ was pierced through, but Gustav had managed to stop himself and even drift backwards to escape the range of the massive thorns. Seafiling smiled as he realized he had at least gotten one of Gustav's companions, only for SJ to push the thorns further into itself as it reached forward to grab Seafiling. SJ wrapped itself around Seafiling's thorny figure, keeping him trapped in place. "What the hell are you doing? My prognosis is lethal. How are you still?" Seafiling didn't understand that SJ only created an artificial body so it could throw hands. Since it was an artificial body, it wouldn't feel it in the slightest even if the body was destroyed, since its real existence was within the stone. At that point, Gustav suddenly appeared in view with a nearly 5-foot-long glowing katana. He raised it and swung mightily in the direction of Seafiling and SJ. A scarlet line of energy ripped forward with intensity, followed by streaks of lightning swimming around it. SJ sunk into space dark matter and reappeared behind Gustav the moment the powerful slash was unleashed. Seafiling's eyes darkened as he summoned his wand once more and created a field of energy around himself after realizing that he would be unable to counter such an attack. Boom! A loud, thunderclap-like sound spread across space as the line of scarlet energy slammed into the energy field, causing intense explosions. A dust of red was formed, hindering the visibility of this part of space. However, this didn't hinder Gustav's senses as he picked on an injured figure trying to escape under the guise of poor visibility. Fuhumscha! Gustav sped forward with immense speed, chasing after Seafiling's fleeing figure, which happened to be missing a limb. Unfortunately, Seafiling's speed had undergone a drastic decrement. Initially, the Seafiling speed was higher than that of the metallic head, PO, they chased, but now it was much lower. Gustav noticed that Seafiling had also considerably weakened since their battle outside of the space vessel began. "Not so powerful outside of your vessel, eh?" Gustav voiced with a tone of ridicule as he drove his right fist into Seafiling's chest. Caw! Seafiling spat out a mouthful of blood as he held onto Gustav's arm while letting out low, painful growls. "Really smart. You live up to your name, but you should be aware that this isn't enough to save them." Seafiling let out a light chuckle amidst his painful growls. "You are at my mercy now. Don't try to play coy," Gustav responded while twisting his fist, which was embedded in Seafiling's chest, to inflict more pain on him. This made Seafiling chuckle even harder as he raised his left arm. "I didn't want it to end like this, but it is time you joined them," Seafiling voiced. He tilde, a minute ago, within the vessel, the group of 4 Osis directed the energy flow within the rings of light. The place had quietened as they peaked their focus on what they were trying to do. 3 tilde one of the rings of light already had black arrows swimming across it. The black arrows moved rather slowly, but soon they corrupted another ring of light, and in the next few seconds, 2 of the rings unfurled like belts. Just one more and we should get it, Vilax announced as they tried commanding the flow of energy within the third ring of light, which was the only one left that was preventing access to the disk. This is going to work, Endrik said internally with a rather hopeful expression while keeping the Osis afloat with his telekinetic board. All of a sudden, the third ring of light vanished. It's gone. Ozark and Malox exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. Was that you? Endrik asked Vilax. No, it wasn't. It just disappeared, Vilax replied with a bewildered expression as well. Who cares if it is gone anyways, let's get the disk, Malox yelled. Vilax nodded and reached out to grab the disk when it suddenly moved. The disk flew forward before turning to show its reflective surface. What is going on? Ozark voiced with immense confusion. An aura of foreboding filled the place as the disk increased in size, and every single one of them witnessed their figures appear on its reflective surface. It was currently like a mirror that had them in full view. Endrik's eyes suddenly widened as he yelled, "Run!" However, before any of them could react to that, silver rays engulfed their figures and they instantly got beamed towards the disk. Reflection, their figures appeared as miniature versions on the surface of the disk for a few seconds before they completely vanished. After this happened, the disk flew out of the makeshift throne room at an insane speed and broke through a part of the space vessel's wall. Bang! I didn't want it to end like this, but it is time you joined them, Seafiling voiced. Gustav spotted a circular glowing silvery object from the peripheral of his vision whisking towards them. The speed of this object was incredibly fast, but Gustav had noticed it on time, so his first thought was to stop whatever it was. However, a voice suddenly appeared in Gustav's mind. Reflection, Gustav recognized this voice to be that of Endrik's and swiftly activated Lightning Blitz. Lightning Blitz has been activated. He turned into a streak of lightning and vanished into the distance before the object could arrive. In the next moment, it had appeared in place, and SJ, who was still positioned on the other end, appeared on the reflective surface of the disk. A silvery light engulfed its figure and it vanished. Seafiling floated in place with a distraught expression as he looked around trying to find Gustav. However, Gustav was long out of range of the disk's reflective surface. How did he know he had to move? Seifung wondered out loud. Now he was left on edge. Not only had Gustav inflicted a lot of damage, but he also managed to figure out that he needed to escape the reflective range of Seafiling's disk. Seafiling felt like he had missed his chance to take Gustav by surprise. Monthly goals. 500 golden tickets equals 4 chapters mass release. 1000 golden tickets equals 8 chapters mass release. 1000 privilege unlocks equals 2 extra chapters. 10,000 privilege unlocks equals 10 extra chapters. 1 magic castle equals 1 extra chapter. 1 spacecraft equals 2 extra chapters. Golden gachapan equals 4 extra chapters and a special shootout. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.